Yeah, you can always record off.
You know what's funny is I took your advice and I deleted the past broadcast. Oh, shoot, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dissecting the Quran series. This is episode number 3. We have the pleasure of having Paul here again. I think What Do Muslims Know might join us later. He was kind of stuck at the store, so he said he's going to try to make it. We're not going to go 5 hours. At least I don't think so. Not unless some Muslims show up and want to debate. So we're going to go. I don't know. Me personally, maybe no more than 3. Two to 3. Paul said 2 hours, so we'll see how it goes. We're going to pick up on back to chapter 2, verse 200. So that means we got 87 verses to go.
Yeah, we could probably do that in an hour.
Yeah,
at least.
Well, it depends how much fun we have cracking up.
Oh, trying to figure this thing out and using critical thinking with the Quran that probably, I mean, it's not done enough, unfortunately. It's just
because
not done.
What we started, I think the first one, I think we ended up 54, and then we finished yesterday, not yesterday, the day before at 200. So about 150 in 5 hours.
Yeah.
No. Hey, Chloe, good to see everybody. Hey, if people in the text, as long as they don't start blaspheming, which I don't know why they would, because we're not talking about Christianity or anything, just let the Muslims squeak, right? But if they start to divert, just send them to Allah for about, I don't know, what is it, 300 seconds?
I think it's close to 5 minutes or something like that. Or 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes, I think.
Yeah, well, let me see, 300 seconds, 60 seconds. Yeah, it's about 5 minutes. So, idle here. Who's idle? Oh, idle. Hey, a comment. Hold on a second. I can't see. Unfortunately, with
I can see it.
Oh,
yeah.
You can see it.
Yeah, I can. He says idle here. That's all. I mean, yeah, I've got the YouTube up. I'll watch that.
I don't know if he's asking me if idle's here or if
no, I think he's here. I think he's saying maybe he's the idol.
Okay. All right, so I got that up. Subscribe.
I don't know.
Right. So let's pick up where we left off. Let me see. Yeah, I can read it. Okay, so we got 11. You know what? Let me go on Skype. I didn't post it to sister and brother Somali. They have a really good channel.
Do you want me to start reading? I could read 200 and 201 if you'd like.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
While I try
so
to
starting with Surah 2, verse 200. The reason we're starting with verse 200 is because you really can't read 201 without reading 200. It starts, and let me get to my book I've got right in front of me. Now I have both open. I have my electronic, and I just happen to like paper. But then I'm an author, so who cares? So when you have finished your ritual, so remember Allah as you remember your own fathers, or with even stronger remembrance. Some say of the people who say, "O Lord, give us our portion in this world," and he will not have a portion in the hereafter. 201. And some of them say, "Our Lord, give us good in this world and good in the hereafter, and save us from the torment of fire." So they want good. That's where we're at. Give us good, huh? It's interesting. I mean, they don't define what good is. So far, we have not had any definition of what good is. And the good in the hereafter you would think would be at least eternal life. With Allah, save us from the torment of fire. There's a plea that so Allah is definitely guaranteeing the torment of fire, but that's the only thing that would be the good in the hereafter is not going through that is what it appears. Dr. Kufar, are you still with us? All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I muted myself.
All right.
I just heard you say, I thought maybe I dropped. No, I was going to say, yeah, what good? What does it mean? Our Lord give us good. Good what?
The only thing I can
You
find here is that it would be saving them from the torment of fire. But the good in this world, I mean, I guess that's my biggest issue there. Give us, I don't, everybody wants good in this world. I guess that kind of makes
Right.
sense. We all
But
do.
good,
We all want good.
right, but good what? I mean, I want good health. I want a good job, a good family, something like that. There's no defining. But I was trying to tell you that yesterday when we came across, some of the verses that dealt with Abraham. You know how Muslims always tried to tell us that, we're more like Christians than Christians are. We're more like Jesus. Jesus was circumcised. Muslims are circumcised. So I started thinking, and I did some digging, right?
Yeah.
And I know the whole circumcision goes back to, Abraham,
Yes.
the covenant with God and Abraham. So Abraham circumcised himself. That's got to hurt at his
Oh,
age.
I don't even want to think about it. Oh, that's so much.
And the other
It would
people.
be excruciating.
But here's the thing. In the Quran, where does Allah say you are to circumcise yourself? Where does Allah say Abraham was circumcised?
Oh, well, that leaves
I mean,
another question.
I searched the Quran for circumcise, circumcision, foreskin, and I even did the Arabic. I can't find it.
Well, and this is part of the humor in this, in that, in order, like we found out reading this chapter, in order for a good Muslim to be a good Muslim, they absolutely, absolutely, absolutely must read the book of Genesis, so
Right.
they can realize who Abraham is, because this is not the full story. And it's actually, it's not stated here, but it says you must know and you must respect the religion of Abraham. But you can't do that if you read the Quran and nothing else, because it doesn't tell you who Abraham is. It doesn't tell you who his children are. It doesn't. So if you read Genesis, and if you're doing what this tells you, because it does tell you, you really have to read Genesis by not revealing those facts. And if you read Genesis, it reveals that the Quran is wrong.
Right.
So
Now,
that's kind of humorous.
right. Now, the Quran does mention that Abraham has a son, Isaac. Now, the Quran never mentions that Allah gave Abraham a son, right? And I've asked Muslims to show me, because in chapter 29, 27, and I believe it's 1949, Allah specifically says, and I bestowed and I gave Abraham Isaac, and I also gave him Jacob. But we can't find Allah saying, and I gave Abraham Ishmael. So I don't think Allah likes Ishmael very much. The only reference to Ishmael, I think, in the Quran being the son of Abraham, is Abraham mentioning him. But Allah never mentions that he gave Abraham Ishmael.
Well, I did some research a little ways back, and the Jewish Talmuds actually has references to Abraham visiting Ishmael on several different times, which is interesting. I'd have to go back and look that up, but
Okay.
it's not like he was told to put him out,
Right.
by his wife,
Right.
Sarah, and
God
he
agrees.
did that,
Right.
and it's not like it's not like he totally disowned him. He went and he spent time with him, and Ishmael spent time with him, and
Yeah.
Isaac still loved Ishmael.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah,
And
that's the truth, right?
right.
I mean,
and they were within walking distance.
Abraham still loved Ishmael.
Right.
Yeah.
And they were, within walking distance from where, Abraham and the tribe resided at that time, because we know that Ishmael was at the funeral. And my understanding is that in those days, it might even be now, I don't know, you were buried relatively quickly. Right.
Yes,
And
yes, yes.
we know that nowhere was Abraham ever anywhere near Mecca. Now, you mentioned that, Abraham visited Ishmael. Now, there is stories about where Abraham. Now listen to this. Okay, so Abraham goes to Mecca, meets one of his wives, and the wife says, "Well, Ishmael's not here." So instead of Abraham waiting, right, he goes back home, and he comes back, and she tells him the same thing, and he goes back home. Now, what's the purpose or the logic behind? Maybe the guy traveled where Abraham lived to Mecca. I mean, you're talking, it would take you probably weeks to get there, by
And
camel.
that's the humor of it, because we know that Abraham was never ever in Saudi Arabia. I mean, and that's really, and that's basic science and understanding of humanity at this particular time period. We know that Ishmael was never in Saudi Arabia, never in this area called Mecca today. And again, basic science, basic understanding of humanity at the time. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. That's the horrible truth. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. And let's see. Yeah, I've got a piece here versus announcing Ishmael reconciled with Isaac. Yeah, right there. Genesis 25:9. His sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah. Um, in order for that to happen, like you just said,
Right.
and he had to live nearby. They have, let's see, this is from Turkey Day Rabbi Eliezer, generally dated to the 8th century or early 9th century. You know what? I'll throw this link in the chat room. I recommend it. I have to say, I found this fascinating when I did not, I honestly didn't know this stuff. I found it fascinating. So I put that in the chat room for everybody. This is, I want to read this because to me, just kind of blew my mind. It says, and he, Ishmael, dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. Genesis 21:21. Ishmael sent and took a wife from the daughters of Moab named Aisha. Aisha is presented here as a Moabite, though the name is Arabic, and was the name of one of Muhammad's wives. And the story continues. Then continues with Abraham's encounter with this woman. After 3 years, Abraham went to see Ishmael, his son, having sworn to Sarah that he would not get off of his camel in the place where Ishmael lived. He arrived there at midday and found there the wife of Ishmael. He said to her, "Where is Ishmael?" She answered him, "He went to his mother's to bring fruit and dates." Oh, so he was at Abraham. Wait, no, he was at Hagar's place. That's the catch. So where does Abraham go? And he doesn't get off the donkey. He doesn't get off that camel. He stays on. He says, "Give me a little bread and water, for I'm terribly faint from the journey." And she said to him, "I have no bread and no water." So that's kind of dissing the dad right there. The story begins with Abraham. I mean, there's more and more on this. I recommend people go to this site. It kind of is fascinating story that I had never previously read, but we should probably get back to this task at hand is what I'm thinking. But yeah.
Let me see something. I had it somewhere. See, here's the problem with that I have with the Quran. Using the Torah, I can name the 17 locations that Abraham was in. I can tell you where he was born, where he died, where he traveled, where he built his altars. Right? We don't even know anything about Abraham if we just strictly stick to the Quran. I mean, we know there's Abraham, and the only thing that we know is supposedly he raised the foundation of the houses with Ishmael. Okay, assuming it's in Mecca, but that's it. We don't know how old he was, or, any of that stuff. So it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible to know anything without going to Genesis.
And that's, again, it's another reason why a good Muslim should you can't consider yourself a good Muslim if you say you have read the Quran and have never read Genesis. You really can't consider yourself a good Muslim because you've already ignored Surah 2. In fact, you've denied it by not reading Genesis, which would again deny the Quran. Yeah.
I mean, the Quran supposedly comes to correct the errors of the Bible, but what errors?
And it
The
never
errors,
tells. The funny
right,
thing about that is that it never says there are errors
you
in the
know,
in the Torah or in the Gospels. It never says that. In fact, it tells people to go to them and
right.
trust it.
Go to the people of the book. Which book?
Yeah.
Okay, so where did you leave off on 201?
I finished 201. We're at 202.
Okay, 202. Okay, those will have a portion of what they have earned. Okay, I'm not even sure who those are.
Okay, those are the people in the hereafter, but it doesn't tell us which part of the hereafter. The ones in the
Right.
hellfire or the ones in the ones that Allah saves from the torment of fire.
Okay, so those will have a portion of what they have earned. Okay.
Maybe that's both of them. I guess you earn your way there because it's a
Okay.
system of works.
And Allah is swift in the reckoning. Okay. He's got some speedy Nikes to the 203. And remember Allah and number days. Okay.
How many days?
I don't know. I have no clue because remember a little bit above we were dealing with Ramadan.
Yeah.
So are we still in Ramadan? And what is number days? Is that 2 days, 3 days? So whoever starts early in 2 days, so there is no sin in him. Starts 2 days early in what? Ramadan? And whoever delays, so there is no sin on him who fears. So
maybe this is still a reference to Ramadan because that's the only thing that makes sense.
I would think so. So if you start Ramadan 2 days early, don't worry about it. There's no sin. If you start Ramadan later, there's no problem. There's no sin. If you fear Allah. So if you don't fear Allah, well, you're screwed. You got sins. Okay. And fear Allah and know that you will be gathered to him. Man, there's that theme of you gotta fear Allah. You gotta fear Allah.
Don't bother loving them. You gotta fear them.
Yeah, man. Okay. And some of the people whom you like their speech and the world's life, and Allah is a witness to what is in his heart. And he is the most violent of adversaries. Woo! Now Allah is the most violent of the adversaries. That's my take on this. I'm assuming they're talking about Allah being the,
So Allah is violent. That we have it right here. You can highlight it. If anybody asked which God is violent, we have it right here. Surah 2, verse 204. Allah is the most what? Violent of adversaries. Oh my gosh, people. We have the violent Allah, not someone you really want to.
You don't want to piss this guy off. Now, okay,
he's going to hurt you.
Right, and some of the people whom you like their speech. Okay, so which people and what is it and what speech are they talking about? What do is coming? Let me see. Okay, and we don't know. And he is the most violent of adversaries. Okay, and when he turns away. Okay, he strives on the earth to vandalize in it and destroys the crops and the descendant. The descendant of what? And who destroys the crop?
Whom?
Who vandalizes and who destroys the crops?
Wait, it's the descendant of whom? And yeah.
And Allah does not love the vandalization. I mean, I wouldn't.
Wait a minute. He was just violent.
Yeah.
And what doesn't he? I mean, we've been talking. Okay, the thing that we have to admit, he's been talking about vandalizing the earth in the past. So he doesn't love people destroying the earth. I mean, he's even had pieces in here where Allah has destroyed the earth. So It's very confusing. It's very confusing.
Well, this is the beauty of Allah.
His most beautiful words.
It's Allah's wisdom, and some of the people whom okay. And when he turns away, who turns away? He strives on the earth to vandalize. Okay, and Allah does not love the vandalization. 206. And when it was said to him, "Fear Allah," said to who? Fear Allah. The pride of sin seized him. Seized who?
Ooh. Okay, so who is Allah talking to here? I mean, that's
I
one of the
don't
things.
have a
It's
freaking
nothing
clue.
clear about who he's talking to.
Yeah,
I know we started later. We read the other day, but again, we're in verse 205 and 206, and there's nothing. I mean, there's no clear indicator of who Allah's talking to. A pronoun reference in general requires a name, a thing.
And we know he's talking about an individual because it says, "And the pride of sin seized him." Seized who? So hell is sufficient for him, and evil is the bed. But who's him?
To him, who? Who him?
Yeah, who's going to go to hell, right? And who's going to have a evil is the bed? All right, what happened to what do Muslims know? I don't see him.
So that's that's an interesting statement.
Yeah.
If you want to enjoy a bed, you can go to their concept of hell and then take a nap.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't know, and when it was said to him, so we don't know who's him and what was said to him. Okay, so we do know what was said to him, and when it was said to him. So somebody told somebody, "Fear Allah," but the pride of sin sees this somebody, but we don't know who this him is, because I mean, from 202 to 207, I don't know. So then we go to 207, and some of the people sell themselves desiring to please Allah.
So when they sell themselves, what do they get?
Well, that's what.
What's the price? Are they selling themselves into slavery? What does that mean?
I don't know. And some of the people sell themselves. Who are these people? Desiring
Who buys them?
Right. Desiring to please Allah, and Allah is compassionate to the servants. So wait a minute, are people selling themselves to Allah?
So these people become servants by selling themselves. Okay, so that sounds like slavery.
Right. And who are they selling themselves to? Hold on a second, brother. What do is on? Hey, what do? Welcome. Welcome to the circus called the Quran. Okay, so where we leave off? 208. Okay. We were trying to figure out who this him is that somebody says 206. And when it was said to him, we don't know who him is, fear Allah, and then the pride of sin seized him, but we don't know who him is.
Allahu Alam.
Huh?
Allahu Alam. God knows. Allah knows best.
Okay, so then we go to 208. Oh, you who have believed. I still got problems with that. Enter completely to Islam and do not follow the steps of Satan.
So let's get one more thing down here. Islam means submission. So enter into submission.
Right.
And do not follow the steps of Satan.
Right.
So you have to if you take this as it says, quite literally, it says, oh, you have believed and completely submit into Islam. Because submit, do not follow the steps of Satan.
Which chapter is this?
Chapter 2. The verse, the cow. We're in the cow.
We're in the chapter of the bright yellow cow.
Okay.
Still looking for that bright yellow cow. I haven't seen it any place on earth. I haven't heard of a bright yellow cow any place on earth, but.
And if you, if you sacrifice the yellow cow and you slap somebody with a piece of its meat, and that person is dead, that person comes back to life. Okay, so Satan, surely he is an obvious enemy to you. Okay. 209. Oh, and by the way, we're using the generous Quran and accurate modern English translation from Asuma Dadak. Okay, so 209. So if you fall after the proofs have come to you, so know that Allah is dear wise. So if you fall after the proofs have come to you, so know that Allah is dear and wise. Okay.
Well, it says dear wise. There's no and there. So if you fall,
Yeah,
what are you falling after?
I don't. I guess following after the proofs that were sent to you.
So I guess, does that mean you're leaving the Quran, you're leaving the ways of submission, you're leaving the Islam after proofs have come? So they've tried to prove to you the Quran is real and that the Islam is real. They've given you proofs, and you sit there and laugh at them and leave them because is that what that's saying? You fall after. It sure looks that way.
Your guess is as good as mine, but they want you to make sure that you know that Allah is dear, wise. Okay, 200.
In other words, after you knew the truth, which is supposedly the Quran,
right,
and you slipped out of it, Allah is all powerful and wise.
Wait, it didn't say that. Here's the thing. It says, if you fall after the proofs, if you leave Islam after you've been given these proofs of Islam.
Okay,
that's what it says. It says people are going to fall away after they've been given the proof that Islam is,
which proves the English translation is false, because
no,
in
it
Arabic
doesn't.
it says.
I challenge you to prove it. I challenge you to prove it inaccurate. I mean, if you want, I'll get Osama Dakdak right here. He speaks Arabic.
Can you speak Arabic?
I have friends who do. We do.
No.
That's not the discussion. We're not talking about Arabic.
Wait a second.
Hey, let's not get into a debate.
No,
we're just reading.
I'm not debating because I know what I'm saying. I'm reading it in Arabic.
Okay.
I know the Arabic as well. And he's telling me it's not true, but he doesn't know. He can't even read it for him to tell me it's not true. The Arabic said, فَإِنْ زَلَلْتُم مِّن بَعْدِ مَا جَاءَتْكُمُ الْبَيِّنَاتُ, which means if you slipped after you had the proof.
Yes, that's what we just said.
Okay,
slip or fall, no difference.
That refers to after you knew the truth, which is the Quran. It refers to the Quran.
No difference in what I said.
Right.
You said it doesn't say that.
No, I said that's it. You have said exactly what I have said.
Yeah, you guys are on the same page. You said slip. Osama says fall.
The bottom line is you fall behind, you fall after, you slip, whatever it is. Yeah. It's like after you knew the truth, you fall from it.
It doesn't say. It says proofs. When we're looking at this again, if the question, if we take that word in Arabic and we put it in Google Translate, I'd be surely shocked if it says proofs if it says truth.
The word bayinat means the facts. The word bayinat means facts.
Okay, so facts, proofs, the same thing.
Okay, according to the English, it says, but if you slip after the proof, what proof? That means that something was proved. Now, in the Arabic, it says after you bayinat means something you already knew, something was told to you, something was shown to you. There is no word prove in Arabic. The word prove in English does not exist in the Arabic. So the translation of it from the Arabic to English, the English translation is wrong, because the English says proof. The Arabic says facts. After you've been shown the facts. Showing facts does not mean it's proof. The English one does not make sense. But if you slip after the proof of what?
Well, that's just part of the problem.
Okay. Wait a minute. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me go back to StreamYard. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to. And so just to show what's being said is not exactly truthful, unfortunately. All right.
See, even Osama, as much as I love the guy,
Osama.
I still have problems.
Osama is translating.
So let's look here. He's saying there's no word proofs, but yet from the corpus.Quran, it says it's not the word truth. I don't know why he's saying that, but it says the clear proofs, which is not necessarily, again, it's not truth.
Can you clear
proofs, and that is Arabic. It's right from the corpus.quran.
Okay, leave it as is. I'm going to count line by line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 7th. No, go down to your left. Well, you went back too far. I don't know. Change the whole thing.
Okay. All right. I'm looking right here.
This word. I can't even say it. This where it's good. Do you see where the box? Yeah, that word.
That's what I'm looking at. It says the clear proofs.
Well, bayinat means facts.
Okay. Again, it does not say that. That is not what the Arabic translator who wrote this passage. All right. The Muslim person who even wrote this down, it says clear proofs. It does not say facts. That's important to understand.
Yes, it's important to understand because in Islam
you have facts, to be. It would be something.
In Islam, you have to be exact of what is said. Not
okay, so facts is not accurate, correct? Then, if you have to be accurate,
the word bayina means evidence.
Okay, so we have evidence. Okay, that follows with clear proof. So it's not facts; it's evidence.
Yes, that's what it is.
So it does not mean facts, correct?
But in
using what you just said, you have to be accurate.
And the context is put in the Quran means that you knew the facts of the Islamic.
Okay, it does not say facts again. You're putting words there that are not there. According to you, you have to be accurate.
Okay, we're doing semantics here because according to Google, it's the evidence, the facts, the proofs. It's still the same thing. What I'm reading from here is after you have the proofs, the facts, the evidence shown to you, you still are not going to believe it. Yes. But you got to make sure that Allah, that you know that Allah is dear, wise. Okay, let's go to 210.
It says after you knew. In other words, the idea of the whole verse means after you knew Islam and you fall back from it, Allah is whatever.
Right. Yeah. It's yeah.
That's the context
people
of the verse.
Will leave after having whatever evidence shown to them. I mean, it almost implies there that after the evidence shown to them, they turn around, the proof shown to them, they turn around and laugh at it and they leave. So that's how I see that when I'm looking at that verse. I'm not saying all, but if they do look at the evidence, they do look at the proofs, they turn. Some people turn and laugh and they leave.
You know how it is, and when we talk about Christianity,
we're not talking about this. We're talking about.
We say we open the door, we open their light, we showed them the truth, we showed them our faith, we showed them the truth. Now they have knowledge of the truth. If they refused it, that's on them. If they accepted it, good. If they refused it, on them. Correct? Does that mean if they refused it, they laughed at it and walked away?
Well, no. Again, I'm going to say if you turn around and you go a different direction from whatever you're heading, if you're heading towards something, somebody shows you something that makes you turn around and laugh and go the other direction. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There. Okay. Again, we're talking. We're not. I'm not changing what I said on that. Do we want to go ahead? Because we pretty much nailed that.
Yeah. Let's go to 210. Do they wait until Allah comes to them in the shadow of the clouds, and the angels and their fears has been judged? I have no clue what we're talking about. So Allah comes in the shadows of a cloud. I didn't know you could have a shadow without it being light. But anyway.
So there's no light. So Allah doesn't come in light. He comes in the shadow of the clouds?
I guess so.
So he comes in darkness.
I mean, yeah. You can't have shadow in the dark. Okay, so and to Allah the affairs return. Okay, whatever that means. I have no clue what the affairs are going to return to Allah. Something we may have to write down and ask Allah what affairs is returning to him. Okay, 211. Ask Ask the children of Israel how many clear signs we have given them. Okay. Okay, I'll have to find them and ask them. And who changes Allah's grace after it has come to him? Okay, again, I don't know what's the significance. So surely Allah is severe in the punishment. This guy loves severe punishment.
Now, how many times have we read about him punishing people and terrorizing people?
I don't know. I would be scared if I was a Muslim to leave Allah, because this dude is going to mess you up. Okay, 212. At least we don't have too many words that we have to look up. Okay, 212. The world's life is beautified to the infidels. Oh, so the world to us is beautiful. And they scoff at those who believed. Okay, again, I have...
Well, it's not very clear, but it's definitely the infidels laughing at those who follow Islam.
Yeah, but see, I have a problem with that sentence. Scoff at those who believe. To me, it reads that these people don't believe anymore. But again, I could be wrong. That's just me.
Don't believe anymore. The world's life is beautiful to the infidels. The infidels are not believers.
Right. And they're laughing at the believers. Okay. Yeah. And again, here we go. And those who feared will be above them on the resurrection day. So I guess the infidels who were scoffing at the believers, the believers, because they feared Allah, they're going to be above them on the resurrection day. Okay. And Allah provides to whom he wills without accounting. So again, Allah is a conditional God. He decides, okay, let me see. I'm in a good mood today. I'm going to provide for what do Muslims know? Paul, you got screwed today. You may have to wait till tomorrow. Okay. The people were one nation. Okay. So Allah raised prophets announcing the good news. Okay. Now, which people were one nation? Is he talking about the Jews? I mean, he was talking about the children of Israel. So I'm assuming that's the one nation.
He's definitely not talking about the followers of Muhammad.
Right.
Because he hasn't, I mean, if he's, this is where it's confusing, because it says he just mentioned those who believe, but earlier he was talking about the children of Israel. So who are, you're asking the right question. Okay. It doesn't define what nation that is.
Right. So the people were one nation. So Allah raised prophets announcing the good news and warning.
Well, that would mean he's talking about the children of Israel.
Right. And he sent down the book.
Oh, again, we're talking about the children of Israel.
The book, which he could have said the Torah or the Tanakh.
Well, he's sending, I mean, if he's mentioning the prophets, it's not just the Torah, it's the Torah, and now he's talking about the Naveen.
Right.
Which is the prophets that are part of the Old Testament.
And it seems that all these prophets that were raised up, they all came with a book. Allah sent down a book to them. And okay, he sent down a book with them with the truth to judge between the people and what they disagreed about. And no one disagreed about it except those who received it after the proofs came to them, revolting among themselves. Okay, so revolting? Okay, no one disagreed.
That's not really clear.
Okay, so Allah sent down the book with them, I guess meaning the prophets, with the truth to judge between. So the prophets were given a book so that they could judge between the people and what they disagreed about. And no one disagreed except those who received it after the proofs or the facts or the evidence came to them, causing them to revolt amongst themselves. Okay. So Allah guided those who believed in what they disagreed about the truth by his permission. So Allah guided those who believed in what they disagreed.
So Allah thinks disagreement is better than unity?
I guess. I mean, he's guiding the people that were believers who had disagreements about the truth. And it was by his permission that they disagreed. That's what I'm reading here. So Allah guided those people. They disagreed. about
but
what was
he's
true.
also saying so, and he was also just saying it's the prophets who disagreed with each other.
I mean,
I've yet to find a part of, if you have read the prophets that are mentioned in the Old Testament, you've read any of their books, they don't disagree with each other at all. So I'm really confused as to this comment of disagreed.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Or okay, so Allah guides whom He wills to a straight way. Okay, yeah, we know Allah guides whom He wills. Allah apparently does not want to guide everybody. I mean, a true God would want to guide everybody in a straight way, but Allah, not so much.
Yeah, He only guides those who He wills to.
Yeah, He only guides those who fear Him and kiss His arse, as they would say in England. Okay, so 2:14. Or you thought that you will enter the garden. How dare you think that you would enter the garden? And it did not come to you. And it did not come to you the examples of those who passed before you. I mean, I'm going to be dumber for reading this book. I'm telling you. And really paying attention. Okay. Okay. So you thought that you were going to enter the gardens, and you didn't, and it didn't come to you. So what didn't come to you? That you entering the garden, or the examples of those who died before you? I don't know. Distressed touched them, and affliction. Okay. So you're going to get distressed, and you're going to get inflicted with something. And they were shaken until the messenger and those who believed will with him say, when is Allah's victory? I don't
What
know.
is Allah's victory?
Yeah, I don't know. When is Allah's victory? His victory of what?
Have we ever talked about Allah's victory before? Because
Nope.
I honestly don't remember reading anything about it.
No, this is the first time.
So we have no concept of what Allah's victory is.
No.
So again, people, if you don't know, this is not chronological order, and I'm not claiming that the chronological order would make this make sense, but
but it gets even worse.
Yeah.
It says, so distress and touch them, and shaken until the messenger of those who believed. So I guess the unbelievers don't have messengers with him. Why is my phone blinking? Oh, my paycheck is in my bank. Okay, and when Allah's and those who believed with him say. So they're saying, when is Allah's victory? Question mark.
So far, are you reading 2:15?
I haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah.
Okay. The answer of God's victory of Allah, or Allah's victory, that's in 2:16 and 2:17, is when you are ordered to kill.
Okay. But Allah's victory, we don't know what that is until but surely the victory of Allah is near. Okay, so Allah's victory is near. They ask you what they will spend.
Spend on what?
I don't know.
And what do they talk? What are they going to pay for?
I don't know. Maybe they're going to pay for some, good time with the ladies. All right. So say, whoever Allah is talking to, say, whatever you spend from good is to the parents and the relatives and the orphans and the poor and the son of the way, the traveler.
So this is their concept of zakat. Yeah. You're paying alms. You're paying alms,
right?
Which is another way of earning good deeds. Yeah. So you have to earn your way. I guess that's his concept of spending. You're spending your money to to earn your way to Allah.
And this is a repetition from prior, because we've already seen this one about spend from the goods to the parents in a way, and whatever good you do. So surely Allah knows it. Okay. 2:16. War is decreed to you, and it is hated by you. Notice, I don't see anything that says war is decreed to you when you are attacked. You should defend yourself. Because Muslims are only allowed to fight in self-defense. So
2:16 is written on you to kill, not to fight, as it says it in English. To kill. Kill is kill, fight is fight. I could fight with anybody. That does not mean I have to take his life.
Okay, but the 2:16, does it say anything about fighting?
No, it says about killing.
Oh, well, it says war is decreed to you, I don't think I've gotten to that part yet.
There is no war mentioned in 216.
Okay. Do we need to go back to? Do I need to show you in Arabic what it says?
I don't care what it says in Arabic. I know what I'm reading in the Quran. In the Quran, it says, كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمُ الْقِتَالُ وَهُوَ كُرْهٌ لَكُمْ. Al-qital means to kill. Does not mean harb. Does not mean fight. Qital comes from qatal. Qatal means kill.
Fighting. Okay, I'll agree with that. Now I'm looking. It says the fighting. Akatu. The fighting. Okay, I will agree with that.
I could fight with you.
It says the
I
fighting.
could have a fight with you.
Okay. Fighting is decreed to you, and it is hated by you. I'll give you that.
Okay.
Fighting, war, yeah. Fighting is decreed to you, and it is hated by you.
And the root word is katal, which means fighting, killing, all that stuff. Okay. I don't know why Osama that doc says war.
Okay.
That's unusual. Yeah.
You have to understand why is he writing in a specific way.
Okay, so
yes, he's writing in that way.
Every time this is used, the fighting, it's oh yeah, I'm starting to see why.
See, sometimes the word haribu is mentioned, which is mean fight or go to war.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple of verses that mention
I would say quite a lot. Yeah.
But the word kill, they change it to fight, because I could fight with whoever. Does not mean, and there is no order in the word fight to take somebody's life. It is softer on the person to hear it. I could fight. Unfortunately and sadly, sometimes in a fight, a person dies. But fight does not constitute taking somebody's life. The term kill, that's a direct order to take his life.
I'll give you that. Okay, so fighting is decreed to you, and it is hated by you. I will say most males have a love-hate relationship with violence. They like the concept of it. They like getting messed up in it, but at the same time, they don't like getting hurt.
Okay, so basically 216 really says fighting is decreed to you, and it is hated by you. And perhaps you may hate something, and it is good for you. And perhaps you love something, and it is evil for you. And Allah knows, and you do not know.
If you want to soften it, you say fight. But in literally, it says kill. The same like 9:29, kill those who do not believe in Allah. There is no fight here. There's no word that says haribu.
So
it is as a noun. When the word is translated as a noun, that's where it becomes fight. So that's where I agreed with you. It's a nominative masculine noun, so that's where
there is two different words. There is two different words in Arabic. Haribu, it translates to fight. Haraba al-Yahud al-Nasara.
It's fighting.
Which means the war fought with the Christians. Okay. Now, قتل اليهود النصارى. That means the Jews killed the Christians. There is no fight. Qatala means kill.
So who is?
Go ahead.
Who is the fighting decreed to?
There is no fight. There is order for the Muslim. Kutiba alaykum al-kitab. That means you were ordered. You were degraded to kill, even though it's hated. You have to kill, even though it's hated. There is no fight. The word is
so you're saying the word here is kill. Killing is decreed to you, is what you're saying?
Yes, even though
it's hated by you. Perhaps you may hate something and it's good for you. Perhaps you may love something and it's evil for you. And Allah knows and you do not know. So
now
killing. Who are they supposed to? So who is being told to kill?
The Muslims are told to kill.
Thank you.
Now, when Osama translates certain word in a specific way, you have to understand why is he putting it in that way. Because sometimes he might be putting it in a way where a Muslim understands it that way. So he translated according to the Islamic understanding, not according how we understand it.
So you've told us this passage means fighting, and now we're at killing. All right. It doesn't make a difference. It still says the same thing.
Okay. So war, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Allah knows and you do not know. Okay. They ask you concerning war and the forbidden months.
Do we know what the forbidden months are still?
Whoa, wait a minute. It says the forbidden month.
Month. Oh, wasn't it months before?
I thought there were supposed to be four months that are forbidden to fight. And I think that's what Osama is correcting. Because I looked up 120 and it says months since there are 4. So we have a problem here in the Quran is using a singular, but there's really 4 months because there is a verse, I think it's chapter 9, verse 5.
Does that sound like a season to you? I mean, that's generally what we're talking about, a season that you wouldn't be fighting, like maybe in the winter or, or maybe the time you're supposed to harvest something.
I mean, it could be, but the thing is that concerning war in the forbidden month, but there's 4 months. Okay. Say, again, I don't know who the hell he's telling you, say, engaging in war and it is big. What the hell does that mean? Engaging in war and it is big, and to prevent others from the way of Allah and to become an infidel in him and the forbidden mosque, al-Majid Haram, and to get its people out from its bigger and to get its people out from it is bigger with Allah. Did anybody understand what the hell I just said?
Engaging in a war in it. Okay, so we're engaging in a war in it which would be the forbidden months is big. All right. And prevent others from the way of Allah. So it sounds like, okay, if you engage in war in the forbidden months, or it doesn't say or, it says and. Engaging in war in the forbidden months is big, which, okay, so I guess it would be a bad thing to do. I guess that's what his way of saying that. And to become an infidel, a person who, so it's, if you to become an infidel means you were once a Muslim and you leave Islam. Okay. And the forbidden mosque, which we know was the mosque in Mecca.
So we're told.
Yeah. But, that's what we're told. Is this I'm just curious right now with the order of this. Do we know if this is a chapter written in Medina, or do we know if this is a chapter written in Mecca?
Chapter 2 was, hold on a second. I do believe chapter 2 is written in Medina. Chapter 2 is, let me see, where's my...
Paul, how did Osama translated the first 2 sentences?
Chapter 2 is surah 87, so it's in Medina. I believe it's actually the first. Yeah, it's actually the first surah in Medina. That's where all the good stuff starts. So chapter 2 is really chapter 87. Now let me see. Okay. What were you saying? How did
the first 2 sentences in 217? How did Osama translated it?
Okay, 217 says they ask you concerning war and the forbidden month.
How did Osama translate it?
That's what he's saying.
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay,
it's right there on the screen.
Yeah, I got it on the screen.
Well, so I'm not paying attention to it because I have the Arabic Quran in front of me.
Oh, okay. So you're looking at the Arabic. Yeah. So in his translation, it says an accurate modern English translation. Okay, so he says they ask you concerning war and the forbidden month.
Okay.
And your Quran and the Arabic, is it month singular or plural?
No, month is singular.
Okay.
Because I looked at 9.5 or 9.3, the one that you mentioned. It says sacred month.
Right.
So there's, but besides the point.
Right. Okay. And then he goes on to say, and then after the forbidden month, that doc says, say, engaging in war, and it is big. That doesn't make sense in this plan.
It sounds like it's a bad sin. That's a way of saying that.
يسألونك عن الشهر الحرام قتال فيه قل قتال فيه كبيرا, which means big sin. Yes. وصد عن سبيل الله وكفروا به والمسجد الحرام. That means what the heck is the word of that translate from كفروا? Disbelieved in Allah and they disbelieved in the Masjid Haram. That's what it said. And they disbelieve.
Hold on a second. I want to make sure I understood that, because
it's
you said disbelieve in Allah and disbelieve in the forbidden mosque, or which you just said.
Yes. Okay. That's the way the grammatical.
So they don't believe in the mosque and they don't believe in Allah. Yes. What you're saying this.
They disbelieved in Allah and the Masjid al-Haram. The what goes back to the disbelieving. So they disbelieved in Allah and His Masjid.
Right. And and then it goes on, and to get its people out from it is bigger with Allah. What do you mean it's bigger?
Get people out of what?
Yeah, getting him out of I don't know. That's not clear here.
Thank you.
So it's bad in English and it's bad in Arabic. Okay.
And creating doubt is bigger sin than killing.
Right.
So
here
if
it
you
says
create doubt in a Muslim, it's a bigger sin than if you kill a Muslim.
Yeah, here it says sedition, which I guess.
Yeah.
But again, you guys, in order for you to explain those, the proper way of doing it is you bring the verse and you bring the explanation of it from their own books, and then you see if it makes sense or not. Because no matter how we translate it, they're going to tell you that's not the way we understand it. So bring their own explanation, and you're still not going to understand it.
And that's
because at the end of the day, at the end of the day, per the Quran, per Allahu Akbar, nobody understands the Quran except Allah alone. So even the scholars they end up telling you we don't understand, it's Allah who understands. That means this book,
you are so
that
great.
means that nobody understands this except Allah. And you idiots are sitting there trying to make it understandable. That's what it is.
You are on target, sir.
I'm not gonna go and do the tafsirs because the tafsirs are even funnier. Depending
exactly.
Well, but the purpose in this, I like Dr. Kufarphobia's purpose here. If we only have the Quran and we're reading it and doing, as an average human would do, is read it and try and figure out what that's part of the reason for this discussion. If we only have the Quran and we look at it, can we understand what Allah is claiming is clear communication?
Yes, you can. Yes,
wait a minute. You just said you just said we can't. What was the path?
Okay. Yes, you can. Bear with me. If you know how to read Arabic and you understand the language.
But you just said, what was that? What was the last verse we said? And
let me finish. If you know Arabic, you can read it and you can understand it. But when you understand it, does it make sense? The answer is no.
Okay, I
so
understand.
Yes, you can read it, you can understand it, but whatever you understand ends up not making sense.
Yeah, but that's the same problem that we're having now. We can read it and it doesn't make sense. Doesn't matter how many times you translate or which translation you use, it still doesn't make sense. So,
but it's Arabic clear. So my question to the Muslims is: the Quran came down in pure, clear Arabic language for everybody to understand. Why are you, the Arabic speaker, cannot understand it, and you need to go to somebody who explains it to you when it's on your own language?
Yeah. Okay, so
thank you.
So we're and the sedition or whatever is bigger than killing. Okay, and this definitely doesn't make sense. And they still engage in war. Okay, with you until they apostate you from your religion. So I guess during the fighting, you apostatize from your religion if they can.
And they still engage in war with you until. Okay, so they engage in war. We're talking about a physical fight.
Right.
Until they make you leave Islam, if they can. And whoever apostates among you from his religion, he is to be put to death.
Okay, so let me read this again. And they still engage in war with you. So a group of people, I guess a group of Muslims or a group of people is fighting the believers until that group becomes apostates or apostate until they apostate you. Okay, until they get you from the religion. If they can, okay. and whoever apostates among you from his religion, so he is put to death as an infidel. But I thought you don't. Oh, this is a good one because
didn't he just say earlier that he causes people to leave his faith?
Yeah, but you know what? I never even paid attention to this because I was familiar with I think it's 849 or something like that. That says, once you become a Muslim and then you leave Islam, they should find you and kill you. But according to this verse right here, it says, and whoever apostates among you from his religion, of course, he doesn't say which religion. He just says from his religion.
Islam. That's what basically
he is. Yeah, but again, this is the other problem. I picked up this book. I have no clue what Islam is.
So
right?
when you read, when it says the prophet, how do you know it's about Muhammad? It could be about Noah.
Exactly.
There is no prophet. The name, the title prophet is not associated with the name for us to know it's about Muhammad.
So, but here it clearly says in 2:17, which we got to remember this, and whoever apostates among you from his religion, let's say it's Islam, so he is put to death as an infidel. But I thought you don't kill apostates. That it's not in the Quran, but it's right here. So Muhammad is correct in the hadiths where Muhammad says
that's copied. That's copied. Do you know the copy and copied? The verses in the Quran that they are recopied, and by the term recopied according to Islam, they take the original and put a better one.
Oh,
the abrogation.
Oh, so 2256
well, in English you say abrogation. If I'm translating the word in Arabic, we say copied. The translation of the word in Arabic is copied, not abrogated. It's translated. It's copied. Don't ask me.
Okay,
because in Islam, if you say white, it means black. So I'm going with their terms. Okay. Now, also there's a verse in the Quran. It says Allah guides who He wants and misleads who He wants. So if Allah chooses to get those people out of Islam, isn't that Allah's choice?
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you for saying that, because so Allah is making a choice for people to be put to death for not believing in Him.
Exactly. Allah is the one who decides everything. A Muslim has no choice. The only thing the Muslim has is to obey and follow. You don't have to read. You don't need to understand. You don't need to believe. Obey and follow.
Okay, so 217.
Can you say? I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time? The Muslim doesn't have to believe. I think that's actually very important.
Okay. In all faith, you have faith. We have faith. A Muslim doesn't have a faith, has a belief. In order for him to believe, he has to obey and follow. You are told, you follow. That's it. You don't have to ask questions. You can't understand. You don't need to read about it. This is what we tell you. You obey it and you follow. End of story.
So no critical thinking accepted. No review no review. And that's the big reason for why we're doing this.
And the Muslim who starts thinking, and the Muslim who reads, and the Muslim who understands is no longer a Muslim.
And it's kind of humorous because farther back up, that's kind of what it says. Sorry, it's kind of what it says.
Hey, our buddy is back. Idol Breaker. Hey, Idol Breaker.
Man, don't get distracted with his.
I just want to tell him something. If Fareed wants to debate, I'll debate Fareed on Muhammad being in the Bible. I asked him and he didn't respond. So I mean, I'm a nobody. So nobody wants to debate me because I'm unknown, and they want to debate CP. Oh my God. Okay, so now we moved from fighting. You become an apostate. You're to be killed. Okay, surely those who have believed and those who immigrated and performed jihad, that's that struggle.
Wait. Which kind of jihad?
Well, we know which kind of jihad this one is.
No, sir. Which kind of jihad are you talking about? Are you talking about the jihad of killing, the jihad of having the sex, the jihad of words, 10,000 jihads there is.
Yeah.
Which jihad are you referring to?
This is the jihad of constipation. So surely those who believe, those who believed and those who immigrated and performed jihad. So if you immigrated, that means you became a Muslim and you performed jihad for the sake of Allah. Those hope for Allah's mercy, and Allah is forgiving and merciful. Now, all of a sudden, we jump from killing apostates, and here we go. They ask you concerning 122 wine and gambling. Say, and them is big sin and benefits to people. Okay, it's a sin, but it has benefits. Okay, but the sin is bigger than the benefit of the wine. Okay, I guess Allah doesn't know that red wine is very good for you in moderation. Nobody's telling you to drink 3 bottles of red wine. And they ask,
3 bottles.
right, and they ask you what they will spend. Say what you can spare. Likewise, Allah shows you his verses. Perhaps you may reflect. Okay.
On what? His verses?
On Allah's verses, I guess.
Wait, so okay. Oh, this is actually really important. We should highlight this. I mean, Allah shows you his verses. Perhaps you may reflect. I mean, so
the verses are not very good.
According to the Quran here, you should be thinking about what you're reading. You should be doing critical thinking.
But when did Allah show verses to anybody?
You read my mind. Is it Allah who's showing, or is it Muhammad who's telling?
And in order for you,
that's a good question.
But here's another one, because remember, all the Muslims tell us that the Quran came to Muhammad in recitation. So did Jibril bring? Because in order for me to show you verses, that means they have to be written. You gotta have something. Right. You gotta have something for me. I gotta have something to show you.
But if Muhammad couldn't read, how does he know? How do we know that he read it correctly?
He can read.
I can't show you my words, right? I can only speak them. But Allah shows you his verses. So
don't forget that the Quran is preserved and written on the preserved board, blackboard, Lawh al-Mahfuz.
Now, is that an Android tablet that he has, or is that an iOS tablet?
Allah knows best.
Yeah. Okay. So 220. So that's a problem one here. When Allah shows his verses, that means they're written. Allah has something that's written.
And Muhammad definitely couldn't read it. So
right. Well, I mean, the sources say he could read if he existed. Okay, and this world and the hereafter, and they ask you concerning the orphan, and this world and the hereafter, and they ask you concerning the orphans. What?
Again,
I don't even know what the heck. I should understand this.
Where does this come from? And it's not even it doesn't even. This is the problem that we keep seeing. Is it?
This is
disjointed. It's not. There's no flow here. In this world.
Okay, so I mean, I understand that likewise Allah shows you his verses, perhaps you may reflect, and this world and the hereafter, and they ask concerning the orphans. What do orphans have to do with Allah's verses? Okay, so the people are asking about the orphans.
Maybe we're going back to that passage about good works all of a sudden.
Yeah, okay. So
this is where this is why I say it sounds like he's having epileptic seizures.
Yeah, it could be.
And he's caught this, and this actually, I'm again, I'm somebody who has epilepsy. He's losing time, and he's missing. he remembers what he said before, and all of a sudden he's writing again from there. I think that's what we're experiencing.
I mean, it could be in this world and the hereafter. These people are going to ask concerning the orphans. Why would you in the hereafter ask about orphans? Why would they even be orphans in the hereafter?
That's a good point.
Say so. I guess when these people in this world and in the hereafter ask who concerning the orphans, I guess it's asking the Prophet Muhammad. Say, doing good to them is good. No kidding. I mean, it takes God to tell somebody that if you do good for someone, it's good. And if you mingle with them, okay, so doing Doing good to them is good, and if you mingle with them, so they are your brethren. Okay.
Where are you reading?
We're in 220.
Oh, okay.
220 at the end. Okay, and then it goes, and Allah knows the vandal from the doer of good, and if Allah wills, here we go again. Why would God say, if I will? That right there shows you it's not Allah speaking. If Allah wills, he will cause you to fall into difficulty. So if you're having any difficulty in your life as a Muslim, guess what? It's Allah's fault because he's the one that caused you to fall into difficulty. Surely Allah is dear.
And Allah doesn't seem to know if he what he wants or desires.
Right.
If I so will, I mean, yeah.
Allah is dear, wise. Okay. All right, here we go. It's better to marry a slave than an adulteress, including Christians.
Okay, mushrika is not a slave. Which one is this? 221?
221.
Yes, 221.
Mushrika is not a slave.
Oh no, we didn't. It's an anecdotal remark by Usama. Sorry.
Yeah.
221 starts.
Okay, so 221 says, and do not have sex, marry. Okay, now you can have sex without being married. So what that? Okay, but marry.
I think that's actually literally there.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and do not have sex, marry the polytheist females until they believe. Okay, so you can marry a polytheist, but they got to.
Okay, wait, Kufar. It says do not have sex with mushrikeen, the ones who believe in Allah and something else. Correct.
Right, which is
okay.
I guess mushrikeen.
Maria the Copt. Was she a mushrika or not? Was she an idolatress or non-believer or not?
Actually, wasn't she a Christian?
She was a mushrika, yes.
Yeah.
Muhammad had sex with her.
She was a gift.
That means Muhammad committed a sin.
Yeah, of course, but Muhammad's perfect. He's sinless. Okay, so do not have sex, marry the polytheist, the mushrikeen females, until they believe. A female slave who is a believer is better than a polytheist. Now, here's my question to you. Why would you have a slave? Why would you make a slave of a Muslim? That's wrong. That's like saying Christians, had Christian slaves.
Well, it's also saying that Muslims can make war with other Muslims, is what it sounds like.
Right, and they can take, they can take them and have female slaves that is, a female slave who is a believer. So if wait a
second, Kufar. Please don't tell Paul Muhammad can read. By all the sources in the Quran, Hadith, or he will have a hissy. Muhammad, yes, can read and can write. There is nowhere in the Quran that says he could not read. So for who's putting remarks that that's an uneducated answer, no, Muhammad could read, otherwise he would not have been able to run Khadija's business.
Yeah, that's the other problem that I have.
Muslims use that excuse that he could not read,
yeah,
so they can show he's a miracle. No, he could read and he can write.
Well, here's the other problem that I have. If he couldn't read and he couldn't write, how did he verify that the Quran was what he said? Because let's say you're Muhammad, right? And I'm your scribe, okay? And you tell me, hey, I want you to write the sky is blue, okay? You don't know how to read, right? And I put the sky is pink. But then you ask me, what did you write down? And I say, the sky is red. But I actually wrote the sky is pink. How would you know? Now, Muslims will say, well, other people would have picked it up. Well, maybe. But we don't have any evidence that Muhammad approved anything because Muhammad never had a physical Quran to look at.
Go read about his surah, go read other hadiths. Muhammad could read and he could write.
I will argue that I've known people who were illiterate. They had an inability to read, and they were able to run a business doing all the number figures.
Yes, and I know
but they were not able to read. So, I mean, they could dicker, they could do everything required for the business, except for anything that had to do with reading, and they would have others do that for them.
Yes,
so I think it's possible to run a business, but it's a poor defense, because
yeah, but Paul, here's the problem. According to the Islamic sources, and I have one of the sources, is called the Quran, the Final Testament. He says, the author says that during the time of Muhammad, numbers were actually letters.
That's true. Yeah.
So Muhammad would have had to have known how to read the numbers from 1 to 1,000.
Well, you could read because again, numbers. He might know the letter. If there's a difference between reading numbers and a difference between reading letters, even though they physically look different to us today, the mind interprets them. It's a huge difference, and that's my best way to explain it to you. Simple. Your brain works differently when it recognizes numbers than when it recognizes letters. Even if they're symbolically the same, it's a different code that your brain recognizes. It's just the same reason why some people do far better when they're reading literature than they are with reading numbers. So that's my statement on that. I'm a retired teacher, special education teacher, after 20 years. So I definitely have a lot of experience with that.
No, I agree with you, because I know a person firsthand. He cannot write his own name, even if his life depends on him. And he is a halfway millionaire. He ran business, 3 kinds of business, from New York all the way to Florida. You're absolutely correct. But Muhammad is different. Muhammad was able to read and write.
Well, I mean, we have sources that say that he wrote stuff. But anyway, let's keep going. So do not have sex, marry the polytheist until they believe. A female slave who is a believer is better than a polytheist, even though you like her. Okay. And do not have sex, marry the polytheist males. So a female Muslim cannot marry the polytheist mushrikeen until he says, ashada, whatever.
So I have a question here. I mean, it says do not have sex with a polytheist. Do not have sex, marry the polytheist males until they believe.
Right. That's for the Muslima.
Really? Does it say that?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm hoping it's not talking about male to male.
I mean, I don't see anything here indicating it's changed who it's writing to.
I mean, I don't. Could be. I mean, Muhammad.
So the males should not have sex.
Yeah.
Because who are the ones who are engaging in war? Are we saying it's the?
That brings back the question: all in pairs. What kind of pairs?
Yeah.
So is Muhammad swinging both directions here? Is that what we're saying?
Yes, he was. He was.
I think
he was, and he did.
Yeah, I think this is referring to the female slave who is a believer.
No, it doesn't. It says, and do not have sex, marry the polytheist males until they believe. So it sounds like they're talking to the same person.
Which is the female.
No. The first one is don't have sex with the polytheist males. A female slave who is a believer is better than a polytheist, even though you like her. And do not have sex with the polytheist males. So now you have...
No, wait a second. The first one specifically, وَلَا تَنْكَحُ الْمُشْرِكَاتِ, it refers to the women.
Yes.
The second one, the mushrikeen. Mushrikeen can include male and females.
Yeah, but it doesn't say for the females not to have sex with the polytheist males. It's a continuation.
That's exactly what I was saying before. What kind of jihad? Jihad
sex jihad for males.
Men having sex with women. So
so you have men having sex with women, then you have men having sex with men. Correct?
It's all open. It's all open, and Muslims practice there.
Yes, I'm not denying that. But here it is, right and set in stone. We have homosexuality within Islam. In the Quran.
Okay, so
it's only permissive if they become Islamic.
Muhammad himself practiced it, and his cousin exposed him.
Wow. Okay, so and do not marry the polytheist males until they believe. Okay, and the male slave who is a believer is better than a polytheist, even though you like him. Okay, those invite to the fire. So you can't marry a male slave cannot marry a polytheist, even though the male slave likes the polytheist. Those you invite to the fire, and Allah invites to the garden and the forgiveness by his permission. So, and Allah invites to the garden and the forgiveness by his permission. That doesn't make sense. Okay, and he shows his, oh, there we go again. And Allah shows his verses to the people.
So he's saying, okay, guys, go have sex with the men, go have sex with the women. It doesn't matter which, as long as you're all Muslims, you can have sex.
Okay, let's see. Let me just go back up and see something here.
This perverted.
Okay, so Allah. Okay, so up here in 219, it says Allah shows you his verses. Now, in here in 221, it just says, and he shows his verses to the people. So is that he Allah, or is that he the prophet / messenger / apostle / warner / donkey rider? I don't know.
So one of the things that we discussed the other day is the concept of abrogation, which was spoken of earlier in this chapter known as the cow. And it says Allah replaces us, words with similar type passage. So if we strike out all those previous ones, because these are now later ones, I mean, it would definitely flow better. But yeah.
All right, so we don't know who's showing the verses to the people, and then again, perhaps they may remember. Okay, and okay, so now we're in 222.
Allah using the term perhaps again, is that what you said?
Yeah, but okay, now this one gets even better. So we were talking about marrying the polytheist, the female slave. The female slave was a believer, and the male slave was a believer, is better than the polytheist. Now all of a sudden we go to 222. And they ask you about the menstruation. Say it is harmful.
How?
Where is menstruation harmful to the woman? I thought that was the whole part of the, it's the kind of like the recycle. She's getting ready to, those eggs. Well,
it's even better. It tells the woman she's not pregnant.
Right. So, do you know any medical writings that say a woman having her menstruation is harmful to her?
Well, this is the reason why I would not go to a true believer of Islam as a doctor.
There is some cases where actually a woman's menstruation can be harmful, but that's medical conditions.
It's extremely rare. Yeah,
right. Where I think she bleeds too much, and that could be a problem. Okay.
It's a medical condition. I'm not a doctor, but I know that it exists, and there's medical conditions behind it.
Allah is not specifying that there is people that it's a condition. This is a blanket statement for all women. So he's saying menstruation, it's harmful. So separate now, and this is why you should separate. So separate from the women doing menstruation, and do not get near them until they are purified. But that's funny because Muhammad used to hanky-panky with his wives when they were having their menses. They weren't purified. So when they are purified, so continue sexual relations as Allah has commanded you. So Allah tells you to go have sex. Okay, did Allah write a sexual manual? Allah's Kama Sutra? Surely Allah loves those who continually repent, and he loves the purified. So in order for you to continually repent, that means you have to be continually committing sin, which brings me back to the hadith where it says Allah is going to kill you and replace you with a sinner so you can repent, because Allah loves hearing you say, hey, come on, sin. Ask for my forgiveness. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you should read this. This is 223. Your women, talking to the Muslim men, are a field to you. So enter your field as you please. 1, 2, 3. Have sex. So have sex as you please, and send beforehand as you please, and send beforehand good for what? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, does that make sense?
Is this foreplay? Is that what he's saying? I mean,
No, I don't know. I mean, could be, but just read it. Your women are a field to you. So enter your field, have sex as you please, and send beforehand good for yourselves. What does that even mean?
That the closest I can imagine that is foreplay.
I mean,
what is that? Which one is that?
223.
The 223.
I'm not sure exactly what it says, but I know that the word hearth is, in other words, belittle the woman. I don't see anything there with foreplay.
No, I didn't say.
No, we were just.
I'm trying to guess at what beforehand good. It says send beforehand good for yourselves. What does that mean? Is what we're asking.
That doesn't make sense.
I mean, the only thing I can imagine that would be foreplay. I mean, would be good for yourself. If she's happy, you're happy usually.
So Paul, even what Dude says he doesn't understand what the Arabic's trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay, but hey, don't forget, and fear Allah and know that you will meet him and give the good news to the believers. Okay, all right. And 224. And do not make Allah a hindrance for your oath. That you will be.
I'm sorry. What was the good news?
I don't know. I have no clue.
Oh, that you can have sex with your wives?
I guess. I mean, I'm still trying to figure out what to send beforehand. Good news for yourselves. So you're supposed to send something before you have sex with your wife. That's my understanding. But what?
Send her a gift, some chocolate, some flowers.
maybe remember, you have to say a prayer before you have sex with your wife, or Satan ends up having sex with your wife.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, and fear Allah. Okay, in 224, and do not make Allah a hindrance for your oath, that you will be virtuous in fear and promote reconciliation among men. And Allah is hearing and knowing. Well,
definitely, this is not Allah writing this.
No, it's not.
Because if Allah is talking about this, he will be referring to himself. Okay.
I mean, and this is the problem.
Don't make me.
Right. This is clearly showing.
Don't make him.
Right. This is clearly. I mean, Allah really loves to speak in third person, if that's the case. But if I was writing this in the third person, I would say, and do not make me a hindrance.
It's my book, isn't it?
But by saying do not make Allah a hindrance, it's clearly not somebody else. It's somebody else talking to people and saying, do not make Allah a hindrance. Allah
and
would
again,
not say.
This backs up my unfortunate belief that the writer has epilepsy and is continually floating, missing time and not realizing he's. It's the unfortunate thing here.
Well, here's the other
he's
problem.
Having seizures. That's what it looks like. When you read it. It looks like that.
Here's the other problem, Paul. Not only is the Quran out of Revelation as far as chapters, but in chapters you also have the same problem, where you will have something that was revealed in Mecca in the same chapter with something that was revealed in Medina, which makes absolutely no sense.
Agreed.
And this is probably the problem. Or all these pages it couldn't be pages because it was written in stones and bones and everything else. I was going to say maybe when they tried
maybe if it was written on stone or bone, somebody dropped it and put it back together again wrong.
and they just didn't put it. Okay. So 225. Let's read what Dead Doc says. It is permissible to lie in an oath. The pastor also contains various regulations concerning divorce. Okay. Muhammad errs when he insists that women must wait past 3 menstruations to know whether or not they are pregnant. Okay, so let's go 225. Allah will not hold you responsible for your mere utterance of an oath, but he will hold you responsible for that which your heart gained. I have no understanding. So if I just utter an oath and I break it, it's okay. Allah won't hold it against me.
No,
But
this
he's
is
going to hold
actually
against me something that my heart's gain. What did my heart's gain?
it's actually very important to understand because Allah's basically saying you can break your oaths. You don't have to keep your promises.
Well,
and this is extremely important to understand with Islamic concepts of treaties.
Right, but we also find Muhammad himself saying that if he makes an oath and he finds something better, he's going to break it and accept. Let's say you and I, okay, Paul, you got a nice car, and you say, Dr. Kufophobia, I'm going to let you have my car for $1,000. Now, what do Muslim know comes along and says, hey, Paul, I'll give you $1,500. Now, you and I have already made an agreement. I'm on my way to the bank to get the $1,000 to pick up my lovely car. I come back and the car is missing, and I say, Paul, where's my car? I got the $1,000, and you say, well,
too bad for you.
What the Muslims know came, and he offered me $1,500. So
didn't matter that we shook on it. Somebody else beat you to it.
Yeah. Okay. So Allah, 226. Okay, Allah is forgiving, forbearing. Okay, I'm not quite sure what the two have to do. Those who desire divorce from their women, let them wait 4 months. But I thought the waiting period was 3 months.
Wait a minute. I mean,
so
where do they get that talaq from if they got to wait for 4 months? I mean, wait a minute.
But the hadith say 3 months. The tafsirs say 3 months. Because remember what the Muslims know. Surah 65, ayah 4. What does the Ida? 3 months.
Actually, literally, it's 3 months and a few days.
Okay, but it's not 4 months.
No.
Okay, so somebody...
3 months will be closer, not 4 months. 4 months is too big.
Wow.
Right. So those who desire divorce from their women, now clearly, let them wait for 4 months.
I mean, it definitely sounds like a waiting period where you wouldn't be having sex with your wife, is what it sounds like.
No, you can't have sex with. No, you can have sex with your wife, just not that one. Because remember, you got multiple wives.
Okay.
She's gonna have to go on a diet, a sex-free diet for 4 months, because there's no DNA testing. Okay, so if they get back to to those who desire divorce from their women, let them wait for 4 months. So if they get back together, what?
Okay, so wait a minute. Where's the so tell us more. So if they get back together, what?
I don't know. So I guess, oh man.
Another demonstration of somebody. This is why it sounds like somebody's having seizures. Like the thoughts, combobulated, unfortunately.
This guy was possessed. So surely Allah is forgiving and merciful. What does that even have to do with? First of all, I don't know. Okay, I can understand. Okay, if you want to divorce your wife, she has to wait 4 months before you can divorce her. And then all of a sudden, it says if they get back together. So if they get back together, so you divorced your wife, she has to wait 4 months for something. And then, so if they get back together, surely Allah is forgiving and merciful. I mean, this is why I say the Quran is a jumbled, incoherent book. And if you say that this is from God's, then your God has dyslexia, probably epilepsy, and probably a whole bunch of other medical terms that I don't even remember. All right, 227. If they decide on a divorce, okay, but I thought the other one.
We're just talking about getting back together again.
Yeah, okay. If they decide on a divorce, surely Allah is hearing and knowing. What the hell does that have to do?
Oh, so Allah knew that was going to happen, so it's good.
Okay. And the divorced woman should keep themselves 3 menstruations. But you just said up there, if you want to get divorced, it's 4 months. It is not lawful for them to hide what Allah has created in their wombs.
Again, it's not for you to interpret the Quran. It's up to Allah. So you're doing your best, but you're not going to get nowhere because you still can be wrong. Allah only knows how to interpret it.
I guess, and Allah's not telling us. It is not lawful for them to hide what Allah has created in their wombs.
So wait a minute, are we talking about the average woman or just the divorced woman?
That's why you're not supposed to know what Allah is telling you. You're supposed to obey it. You're not supposed to know.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's not lawful for them to hide. So if you're pregnant, it's not cool to try to hide it from Allah. If you are a believer,
okay, hold on a second. If it says it's not lawful for them to hide what Allah has created in their wombs, if they were a believer in Allah in the last day.
But wait a minute. If they didn't, if they had menstruations, then clearly, if you've had 3 menstruation periods or 4 menstruation periods, you're definitely not pregnant. I mean, that would be a miraculous, pregnancy. Okay, it's not lawful for them to hide it. So apparently, somebody got pregnant, especially if you're a believer in Allah and the last day. And it will be more right for their husbands to bring them back when in this state, if they desire reconciliation.
So you're supposed to bring them back pregnant?
I guess. Or maybe you divorced them, and after 3 months,
he's supposed to have sex with people he's not married to. Is that what it says? I mean, because he's divorced her, she's apart, and now he has to go have sex with her for her to come back.
I don't know.
If she's divorced, now it depends. If she was divorced once, her husband can bring her back. If she got divorced twice, her husband can still bring her back. But if she was divorced, divorced to, I say it, the divorce to the third power, which means you're talaq bit-talati. Okay. Now she's divorced and he cannot get her back. The only way he can get her back is by her getting married to somebody else. And by the term getting married to somebody else, that means she has to get married to that person and actually have sex with him. And then she gets divorced from him, so her ex-husband can bring her back.
Yes,
that person is called the justifier, which in Arabic al-muhallil.
Well, what a job for somebody to have.
I know. Actually, I think there was a guy that was offering his service. I think it was like $2,000, where he would sleep with that particular woman so she can go back to her husband.
I had that name on Paltalk, and I was offering the service for free.
Okay, at least $50. Come on, let me pay for $50.
This is the funny part about it, that this guy can have 4 women at the same time, having sex with them. He can divorce him and get married another 4 women.
Be right back, you guys.
Now,
this is. You have to think about that. I mean, okay, so.
And according to Muslims, that's a punishment for the husband for not making sure his wife, doing good. It's not, in other words, you have your wife getting screwed by somebody else and humiliated by somebody else. It's a punishment for you.
So I have a question now that you're here that I wanted to bring up. So we had the waiting period of 4 months. Okay. So how do these people in places like Pakistan get away with saying talaq, talaq, talaq? If the Quran says 4 months and the Hadith say 3 months, how do they get away with that?
Allah knows best. They find one of their scholars who comes up with a new ruling. That's how they do it.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all, but it sounds like they have to contradict their scriptures in order to be able to do what they want to do. It's kind of problematic. I mean,
well, this is what the problem with Islam is. With Islam, you have the Quran, then you have the Hadith, then you have the Tafsir, you have the Sunnah, you have the life of Muhammad.
Yes.
We have a guy on Paltalk. So he's a doctor. I mean, we can't deny that. We know he is a doctor for fact. Okay. Every time you try to interpret or show him explanation about the verse in the Quran, he tells you no, Muhammad did not interpret it that way. Muhammad has a different interpretation. Okay, bring us the interpretation of Muhammad. He goes back to the Hadith, but the Hadith are not Muhammad's.
Yes.
The hadith are A said from, he heard it from B heard it from C heard it from D heard it from E who heard it from Muhammad. By the time he ends up, the first one ends up writing it, it's not from Muhammad. So bring me the actual book that says hadith or the explanations of Muhammad in a book written by Muhammad, I will accept it. And then you have, with the sunnahs, you have two imams, each one contradict the other. They take the Shia. With the Shia, they have themselves contradict each other. Put the Sunnah and the Shia, everybody contradicts everybody. Well, and then they go by the country they live in, and according to their head imam or head scholar, gets the ruling on that.
I want to go back to because we kind of jumped ahead with what we were reading, but I want to go back. 229. It says, sorry.
Well, before we get to 229,
it will be right for their husbands to bring them back when in the state if they desire reconciliation, and they have rights similar to the one over them in fairness, and to the men a higher degree than them. Okay, and Allah is dear wise. The divorce is twice. So he was just, is this where, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I can't see your name. So
what do Muslims know?
I think, as you had mentioned, we're talking multiple divorces here. So keep them in fairness or put them away in fairness. What does it mean to keep them in fairness?
Your guess is as good as mine, but we're on divorce number 2. Okay, so
if you divorce them, you divorce them for a reason.
Right.
Which in Islam, nothing is a reason. You go home, she didn't cook for you, you can divorce her. That's not a reason, but to them, that's a reason. Okay, but keep them in fairness. How is that? I mean,
so does that mean not to beat them?
Well, you can't say that because the 434, I think 434 or 424, beat them. So the Quran says beat them, and how is it that mean not to beat them?
So if you can beat them in fairness, I don't know what seems fair here.
explain to me, how can you beat? Forget a woman. How can you beat any person in fairness?
And it is not lawful for you to have what you have given to them of anything. It is not lawful for you to take what you have given to them.
Which means the muhur.
So if you've given her anything, she's allowed to keep it when they divorce.
Yes.
Unless they fear they cannot keep the limits of Allah. Okay. Who fears?
And what are the limits of Allah?
That's where you have to go to the hadith to explain this and go more into details.
Yeah, but how do they know? Because did Allah tell the tafsir writers and the hadith writers what he meant? Because Allah doesn't tell you.
You know how I argue with Muslims about the Quran. I stick to the Quran. I don't go outside the Quran. I go by what is written in the Quran. And they sit there, try to take me to hadith. Yeah. And then when you bring hadith, they tell you this is weak hadith. I don't give a damn. If you're going to bring me a hadith, or if I bring you hadith, it's your source. Whether it's weak or strong, it's your source. So I don't bother with that because there's arguments on those hadiths. But the Quran is very clear. It's right in front of you.
Okay.
Explain from the Quran.
So this is the flow. In 229, this guy has divorced that wife twice. All that good stuff. Now here comes the part that you had mentioned before. Now we're in 230. Now he's divorced her a third time. What idiot is going to divorce a wife and take her and take her back and divorce her and take her back and then the third time? But let's say this idiot, he did divorce his wife the third time. Okay, so in 230, Allah says, so if he divorces her a third time, so it is not lawful for him to take her again until she has sex with another husband. So if you divorce your wife the third time and you say, oh my God, I made a mistake, I really want her back, she now has to go get married and have sex with her new husband. Then that husband has to divorce her so she can come back to you.
Okay, here is the thing. You divorced your wife the 3 times. That's right. Okay, now she's divorced. A year passed by and she has not been married to anybody. Okay. You guys realize that you were wrong and you want to go back together, but nobody married her. So that's where this muhallil comes into play. Now, if you divorce her, then she got married on her own, okay, and then he wants to come back to her, then there's going to be a discussion between the old husband with the new husband and her, if the new husband wants to divorce her so she can back to the first one, or he wants to keep her. If he decided to keep her, it's the old husband's loss.
So the woman has no choice here.
No, sir. And actually, there was a movie in Arabic about this situation. There was an actual movie, the Egyptian movie, that was done based upon this verse.
Wow.
So
that sounds like an incredible drama. It's a threesome drama.
All right. So she got divorced the third time.
Islam is three things. Islam is based upon killing, sex, and robbery.
Yeah.
Those three things is Islam. End of story.
Okay.
There is no faith in it. There is no spirituality in it. There is no understanding. There is nothing. Kill, have sex, and steal.
And have sex with both sexes.
Regardless, have sex. You can have sex even with animals.
Oh boy.
Okay. Hey, we're only in 2:30. I'd like to finish at least chapter 2 today. Okay. So she got divorced the third time. So I divorced my wife the third time. She got remarried. She had sex with her husband. The husband divorces her. She comes back to me. So Allah says, if he divorces her, then there will be no sin on them if they return to each other. If they think that they can keep the limits of Allah, and these are the limits of Allah. What are the limits of Allah? I would like to know.
It says he shows them to people who know. It doesn't.
You have to go to the tafsir. That will tell you what the limits of Allah.
Okay, then Allah needs to put here a disclaimer. Keep the limits of Allah. Please see the tafsir from so-and-so. He will explain to you what the limits are that I couldn't explain to you in my book.
It's too shameful, man.
He's
talking about sex in the Quran, but it's too shameful to show that in the Quran.
So we go to 231. And when you divorce the women, so when they reach the end of their waiting period.
So we're going back up. That's why I'm saying those seizures keep coming in. It keeps going back.
Keep them in fairness or put them away in fairness. Okay. And do not keep them in harm. Well, good grief. You wouldn't want to keep them.
Wait a minute. You divorced them. Now you got to take care of them?
And do not keep them, and actually supposed to be, and do not keep them against their will to commit transgressions. And he who does that, so indeed did injustice to himself. Okay, what transgressions did she commit? Are we talking about adultery here or something like that? And do not take the verses of Allah as a scoff. Okay, what verses of Allah? And remember the grace of Allah on you and what he has sent down on you from the book. I guess it's the book that's in the tablets. And the wisdom he preaches to you by it. Okay, and let's not forget, and fear Allah and know that Allah is the knower of all things. 232. Oh, we're back to divorce. And when you divorced a woman, we just read this crap. And when you divorced a woman, the women, so when they reach the end of their period, which we don't know if it's 3 months or 4 months, because the Quran says 4 months and then it jumps to 3 months. So do not prevent them from having sex with their husbands when they have agreed among themselves in fairness. Okay, wait a minute.
So you're divorced.
What?
So listen, you divorced your wife. All right. Okay. So she's reached she's reached the end of her period.
Right.
And now the guy who's divorced her can go have sex with her because they agreed amongst themselves. It's okay.
Yes.
So that's not adultery, even though it's sex outside of marriage. It's okay with Allah because you're having
no. That's not. There's a different term to it in Islam. It's not adultery.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting
First
at.
of all, the term adultery does not exist in Islam.
So
No, because
it's not a sin against Allah to have sex outside of marriage.
It's allowed. It's allowed. So if it's allowed, it does not exist.
Okay.
When you say sin, you're not allowed to have adultery. That means you don't have it. If you have it, that means it's not.
So when they reach,
you know what I'm saying?
Yes. Oh my gosh. So
now is this do not prevent them from having sex with their husbands? Is this the new husband that they just married after?
No, the ex-husband.
No, it's the ex-husband.
It's the ex-husband.
Okay. Yeah, this is the ex-husband. So
so
the ex-husband can go have sex with a woman he divorced. That's
as
what it's
long
all about.
as both of them agree on it.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, this is to be preached with who was among you who believed in Allah and in the last day.
You know, it doesn't say here that he has to take her back if he has sex with her either.
No. All it says, if you divorce her, you have to wait 3-4 months, whatever, to make sure she's not pregnant. And if you two agree to have sex and it's okay with you, you can have sex again.
And then she has to wait another 3 months before she can remarry or have sex with the ex-husband again. Okay.
No.
It doesn't say that. He can go have sex with her right after he's
right. No, but I'm just saying.
Once they agreed, he can have sex with her as many times as he wants. The only time she can't have sex with somebody else is if she left the first man to go to a second man, because between those two, there has to be a period where to make sure she is not pregnant.
Okay, so
but if she's having sex with the same person, she can have sex as much as she can.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would agree with that, because then you know who the father is. I'm just saying she can't step out.
That doesn't mean nothing, because let's say you're married and you live in Saudi Arabia and you went to Timbuktu for whatever. You stayed out of the country for 3 years. You came back and you found your wife has a child. That child is yours, even though you haven't slept with her. That's it. That's all. That's the Islamic law. That's according to the Quran. That child is yours.
That's messed up.
Okay?
I'm gone for
You're
3
stuck
years.
with him.
I'm gone for 3 years and I come back and my wife has a 9-month-old baby and I'm the father. Hello there.
You are stuck. Well, how did Muhammad come?
Okay, let's go to 233.
You screwed her 3 years ago, and she was pregnant with You screwed her 3 years ago, and she was pregnant with your son for 3 years. So she gave birth when you came. That's your son.
This is even better. Okay, men can require women to nurse their babies for 2 full years, even after they are divorced. Okay, 233. And the mothers breastfeed their children 2 full years to who desires that the breastfeeding be completed. Okay, so I have a 9-year-old, a 6-week-old baby. I divorced my wife, and I say, yo, you still got to feed my kid for 2 years. Okay.
Do you see this word? I'm putting it in the private text.
Hold on a second. I'm not on StreamYard.
Okay. So I'm sorry. What word?
This word. I just posted it in private.
Okay, I'll take a look. I'm not there either.
There you go. Okay. What about that word?
See this word?
Yeah.
This is the actual thing. Okay. But if you take it and you put it in look at it for the early Arabic dictionary. Okay. The authentic Arabic meanings of words. That word means sucking from the mother's breast.
Okay.
There's a chapter in the Quran that starts with I think it's chapter 9. Okay. Let me go quick on it. No, there's one that starts with Alif Lam Mim Sad Almas. The word almas means sucking. They're ashamed to say it, so they say it in separate letters.
Okay. All right, but that's we're getting out of the topic here, because I really want to.
Well, it's mentioned it's mentioned, I think, in 233. That word.
Okay.
So the mothers must breastfeed their children for 2 full years.
To those who desire. So that means I'm your husband. I divorce you. We have let's say a 6-week-old baby. I can force you to feed our child for 2 full years. So if you get, let's say you remarry, and you're still gonna have to breastfeed my child for 2 years, regardless if you. But how does that work if you decide if you move out of
let me ask this: are we talking about the children of the mother who got divorced, or are we talking about her being a nursemaid to another mother?
To her own son.
Yeah.
To her own kid.
Because remember,
I want to make sure that we're being specific
on that. She has to breastfeed them for 2 years.
Because remember, the father keeps the kids. That's the way it's supposed to be. But
it did say that earlier. It did say that earlier. Yeah.
Okay, so breastfeeding for 2 years. Okay, breastfeeding to be completed, and such provision.
They keep the kids if they're boys. If they are male.
For them will be his. So she's responsible for breastfeeding, but he's responsible for provisions and clothing, because that's fair. I mean, it will be his responsibility. Don't be a deadbeat dad when your ex is letting your baby suck. No soul will be charged except within their means. I don't know what that means. Okay. A mother will not be pressed unfairly for her child, nor a father for his child, and the same with the heir. I have no clue what that means. But if they choose to wean the child by consent and by discussion, so it will be no sin on them. And if you choose to have a nurse for your children, there is no sin. So let's say you and the ex agree, listen, dude, I'm really not feeling the whole breastfeeding for 2 years. So let's get a nurse. She's got bigger boobs than I do. There's got more milk in there. Don't worry. It's not a sin. Okay. If you give what you promise with fairness, all this giving, okay. And fear Allah, because and Allah, and know that Allah sees what you do. Okay. 234.
So, say that this, actually the truthfulness that there are some women who are not able to breastfeed their children. So this is actually not a bad thing. So,
right.
Yeah.
Okay. But you know what that means in Islam? That means the mother, the woman who breastfeed the child, her daughter cannot marry that child.
Right, because now they're relatives.
No, it's kind of weird the way they have it, but that's why it goes. The boy or the girl of that woman, they cannot get married to the child who was breastfed from that woman. That's forbidden. But if you go out, if you are married and you have a son, and you go out, had sex with another woman, and you have a child from her, a female child, you can have sex and you can marry that child. Or your son can have sex or marry that child.
Oh, because of she was born, he wasn't married to that woman.
There's no bloodline between them.
Right. Okay.
I don't think Paul comprehended it.
All right, let's keep going.
Yeah, right. I'll explain to Paul. Okay, and fear Allah. Okay, because Allah knows and sees everything. Okay, and those of you who die leaving wives, they have to keep themselves 4 months without 4 months and 10 days. So if you die and your wife is still in the in the years where she can kahunga, before she can remarry, she has to wait 4 months and 10 days. That's the magic number, 4 months and 10 days. So when they reach the end of their waiting period, there is no sin if she remarries and has sex, blah, 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 blah. Because Allah is aware of what you do. Thank you, Allah, for being aware of everything.
Allah's aware of what you do, but he still makes you wait 4 months and 10 days.
And no sin on you and making proposals of engagement to the women or coverings to yourself. What?
So the men have to cover themselves now.
And no sin on you in making proposals of engagement to the women. Which women? Or covering to yourself. I don't understand that covering to
This
yourself.
sounds like he's referring to the widow.
Keeping it a secret to yourself. So you don't have to keep it to a secret to yourself. If you engage, if you propose, I guess, engagement to the woman whose husband just died, as long as she waits 4 months and 10 days. Allah knows that you will remember them. Okay, so Allah is saying that the wife is going to remember her husband or something like that. But do not promise them in secret unless you speak honorable words, whatever that means.
How can you be honorable when you're in secret?
Right. So if you're honorable, you can speak to her. You can keep secrets between, you, her, and the world. And do not resolve the contract of having sex, marriage, until the prescribed time is reached. So again, she's got to wait 4 months and 10 days. Don't get your panties all in a bunch. Okay, you're gonna have to wait for 4 months and 10 days before you can, and know that Allah knows what is in your soul, because Allah knows everything. So beware of him. Okay, so you got to be aware of Allah because he knows what's in your soul, and know that Allah is forgiving, forbearing. Okay, 236. There is no sin if you divorce the woman, women, so long as you have not touched them or appointed to them a portion. What does that mean? Appointed to them a portion. So this is the one where if you marry a woman but you don't have sex with her, you don't have to wait the 3 months or 4 months. And provide for them. Okay. He who was wealthy according to his means and the poor according to his means. A provision of fairness. Okay. A duty to the doers of good. What duty? Okay, so I guess you have to provide whatever. And if you divorce them before you touch them and have already settled a portion for them, so half of what you settled, so I guess she keeps half, unless they make a release or the one who holds the contract of having sex, marriage, makes a release. Okay, so if the woman says, okay, listen, man, you can have your shit. I don't want it.
In Arabic, it's called uhdi. Yeah. Usually, this is in the man's hand. In some cases, the woman has it. If the woman has that, she will divorce the man. She would have the full right to tell the man, you are divorced and you're bye-bye. But that's very rare it happens.
Right, I was just going to say.
The woman has to be actually real rich to have that power over that man.
And if you make a release, it will be closer to piety. Okay.
Piety has to do with faithfulness.
Okay. And do not forget to be bountiful among yourselves, whatever that means. Surely Allah sees what you do. Yes, we know.
Okay, it sounds like bountiful. Are you having sex again?
This could be. 238. Keep to the prayers and the middle prayer and stand in obedience before Allah. So if you fear, so pray on foot or writing. So, okay. So when you are safe, so remember Allah as he taught you what you were not knowing. Okay. So what did Allah teach you that you didn't know? And what do you have to do when you are safe? I don't know. And those of you who die and leave wives, didn't we just talk about those of you who die and leave wives?
Like
will their wives provision for a year without causing them to get out? So I guess you better make sure you have at least a year's supply of provision for your wives if you die. So if they get out, there is no sin. If they get out, where?
Where are they going?
131 says, if they get out of the provided lodging, so if they leave the place that you left for them, there is no sin on you concerning what they have. But you're dead. Why would there be sin on you? You're dead.
I guess you're going to accumulate sin after you die.
This is supposed to be, okay, it says here, and those who die and leave wives, so you're dead and you left wives, you're supposed to give them a provision, so you're supposed to leave them with a house, blah, blah, blah. But if they decide to leave the house, there is no sin on you. But I'm dead. I got no say-so. Okay, and Allah is dear, wise. Okay. And
he's putting sin on the dead people.
and for the divorced woman, let there be a fair provision. We already know that you're supposed to leave your wife a provision, a duty to the fearer. So if you fear Allah, you leave provision for your wife or for your wives. Likewise, Allah makes his verses clear to you. I have not read a freaking verse that was clear. Perhaps you may okay, but wait a minute. If Allah makes his verses clear to you, what the hell does he mean? Perhaps you may understand.
Well, he doesn't know. Perhaps means he doesn't know.
I mean, if I make it
Allah
clear,
doesn't know.
if I give you, Paul, if I give you clear instructions, why would you doubt and not understand? There's supposed to be clear instructions. Paul, do A, B, C, and D. Perhaps you might understand. Well, what do you mean? Okay, have you not seen those go forth from their homes? Have you not seen those go forth from their homes? And there are thousands for fear of death? What the hell is he talking about? Who's seen those go forth from their houses? Who's going forth from their houses? And there are thousands. So thousands of people are leaving their houses for fear of death? What the hell are you talking about? So Allah said to them, die, you dirty suckers.
You know who might analyze the Quran and come up with good answers?
Who?
What is that name? Inspector Gadget.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so
well, he could come up with gadgets to figure things out.
There you go.
So 243.
And then all of a sudden a pop-up comes up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what the limits of Allah are.
Either Inspector Gadget or Colombo.
So that's good too. So have you not seen those go forth from their homes, and they are thousands for fear of death? So Allah said to them, die. Then he brought them back to life. Okay, this must be the people that go out, leave their houses to go fight for Allah. Okay.
Wait, so if they're going to fight for Allah, and he said, and Allah wants them to die,
yeah,
kill
so Allah said to them,
for
die.
the cause of Allah.
This goes back to Allah telling people to commit suicide, doesn't it?
No, this is an order from Allah to those people to go kill in His name. قاتلوا في سبيل الله. Kill for the cause of God.
Who is he telling to die?
He's not telling anybody to die. He's telling his people. He's telling the Muslims to go kill those for the cause.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm looking at this part where it says, so Allah said to them, die. Who's he saying that to? To the people who are going to fight, or to the people who they're going to fight?
It's halfway through the verse.
That's 243.
Yeah. Have you not seen those go forth from their homes, and they are thousands for fear of death? So they left their houses because they fear death?
Yeah, he's telling those people, exactly. He's telling them, you go die for me, and he will raise them. He will raise them.
It doesn't say, I'm just trying to be specific from this. It says,
ثُمَّ أَحْيَاهُمْ. ثُمَّ أَحْيَاهُم means he made them alive again. Then he revived them.
But before that.
Okay, the verse starts off, have you not seen those go forth from their homes? I don't know who's leaving their houses, and then and they are thousands for fear of death. So I'm reading this and saying, haven't you seen all those people leave their houses because they fear death? And for those people, Allah says, die.
Hadar al-maut. Hadar al-maut is not fear. I don't know where the word fear came in there, because the word in Arabic is not referring to that. The word in Arabic, if it says hadar al-maut, then that will be the fear of. But the word says hadar al-maut means had precaution against death.
So does Allah say die? Who does he say die to?
To his believers.
That's what I was getting at. So Allah's telling them to die. So the people who are going to fight for him, he's telling them to go ahead and die.
Okay.
So
which is
I don't know about killing for him or whatever.
Okay. Now I understand. Allah is saying, haven't you seen the people who left their houses? There are thousands. for fear of death, or Allah is telling them, hey, don't worry about leaving your house and leaving your homes because you're afraid of dying. You're going to die, but I'm going to bring you back. That's okay. That's what it is. Allah is telling them, don't worry about dying. I'm going to bring you back. So you go out there and you fight and you die. I'm going to bring you back.
So that's an implication that he will raise them in this life, not in the next life, correct?
Your guess is as good as mine. So surely Allah is bountiful to people, but most people do not give thanks. Okay.
Well, most people don't like their friends and family dying.
So Allah commands Muslim believers to engage in war. Okay, so 244. This goes back to engage in war for the sake of Allah. And
that's not what it says.
Huh?
Engaging in war. Again, this is what, again, if you're reading from Usama, I'm not saying he's wrong. I know for a fact he's writing it in a translation where it refers to something else. But the proper translation for that verse is go kill in the cause of Allah or for the cause of Allah.
Let me ask you have you found...
Go to war does not mean kill. You could have wars of war. You could have wars of technology. You could have wars with anything. It does not mean to kill.
But we know that in the war that's being specified here is war where you go and you fight the people. But let me ask you a question: is there anywhere a translation that is? I'll even settle for 90%. I'm looking for a word for words, even if it doesn't make sense, because it doesn't make sense in Arabic, and it sure as hell doesn't make sense in English. Now, I have a few Qurans that are supposed to be the literal translation, and I have compared them to Osama Dog, and most of them, they kind of pretty match, but then in the problematic verses, they do differ. So, I mean, to me, whether it says engage in war or go kill for the sake of Allah, I'm cool, because to me, going to war means
no.
And even if it says go fight, it's still you're battling.
No. Again, I can tell you to go to war. That is something soft on the ear. I could have a war with you. You could go to war with Paul based upon intelligence, based upon reading, based upon anything. There is no order to take his life. Unfortunately and sadly, sometimes or most of the time, death occurs. You might kill him, he might kill you. That's not an order to take life. Fight. I could fight with you verbally. That is not an order to take your life. When I say kill, that's a direct order to take your life. There is no ifs, there is no wars, there's no negotiation. I'm going to kill you. End of story. That's the intention of me coming to you. Because you could have war in words. You could have fight in words. So if I tell anybody, go kill in the name of God, the decent human being will tell you, why should I kill for anybody?
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, because in this time period we're talking about, going to war would mean war. Yeah.
If I say go to war, that's softer on the ear. Yeah, I can go to war. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, during this time period, going to war could mean you could have two armies standing there ready to oppose each other, and you'd have two champions come out and settle the whole thing. So
that's like wrestling. That's like wrestling. Two champions fight each other. Sometimes in wrestling, one of them might die. But does that mean the wrestler has intention of killing him? No, they have intentions of winning. That's why certain words, they have to be translated correctly, because it gives the person who reads it in a foreign language the actual translation, which makes the person decide. If I tell you go to war, okay. But if I tell you go kill, would you go kill? You could go to war, but you're not going to go there intentionally to kill. But if I tell you go to kill, that means you're going to kill. That's the reason you're going. You're not going to negotiate. Because in war, you could negotiate. In fight, you can negotiate. In kill, it's kill. End of story. You can't give it different meaning. Now, Osama puts it in English in a certain way. I'm sure he has his own reason for it. So I'm not going to say he's putting it wrong in translation. He might be putting it in a way for understanding in a different way. So unless if I hear it from
I don't think you're disagreeing. I don't think you're disagreeing with the translation either, because you're agreeing in many sense.
I'm not disagreeing with the translation, but again, the translation is put for a specific reason. And unless if I hear it from him, I would understand it better. But to take his translation and say it's literal, there's something wrong. It can't be.
Well, okay, here's the thing. I don't think he says that he's saying that his translation is a literal translation. He says it's an accurate modern English translation.
Modern, here we go, modern English.
Okay, right. So it's not it's not a word for word. I want to find something that's actually a word for word.
Because I put the verse in English where it says you can't make the, I mean, the Quran can't be written in foreign. It's in the comment.
Right.
That's straight from the Quran. Had we made it in Quran in a foreign language, they would have said if only verses were made clear.
Okay.
So you can't put it in a foreign language. It has to be in the language that's supposedly sent in Arabic.
Okay, let's go back to 244 because 245 is really funny. And engage in war or go and kill for the sake of Allah. It doesn't really matter to me. And know that Allah is hearing and knowing. What the hell do I care if I'm going to kill for Allah if Allah is hearing and knowing? But 245 is very funny. Whoever lends Allah an excellent loan, he will double it to him many doublings. Okay.
Wait a minute, is that interest?
Yeah. I thought you couldn't give a loan with interest. And Allah can close and open. Allah can close and open what? And to him you will return.
He can close and open loans.
Right. Hey, so what do Muslims know? Does this really say whoever lends a loan to Allah?
If Allah's making these commands, why is he referring again to himself in the third person?
I don't know.
Oh boy.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of the Creator, the most merciful. Would a writer of a book starts with that kind of thing if he's referring to himself?
No. That's what I'm saying. This is not, these people don't understand how writing takes place. If I wrote a paper about me and I used myself in the second and third person, I'd get an F on my paper. Okay, but what, dude? There's 245. Is it talking about lending a loan, lending to Allah?
Yeah.
So what do you lend? How do you loan God something if he's not?
Hasanan means good deed. Those who give God good deed, God or Allah will double it.
Okay, so it doesn't say so you're saying it doesn't say loan.
Qard, yuqrid. Okay, this I can't put it. I'm going to copy and put it in private. Okay, where is it here, private? Come on, private.
All right, I'm going to go
because
look.
I have seen many translations that do say a loan.
This word means to lend.
Okay, so to lend.
This. Come on now, don't give me a hard time. This word.
You can't lend Allah. You can't lend Allah. First of all, you can't lend Allah anything, whether it's a loan or whether it's deeds. How can you lend Allah your deeds?
So if you can't lend, I mean, it's actually an important topic.
The first word is lend, to lend.
Okay.
The second word is the loan.
Okay, so it's a loan.
All right. So here's the question: if Allah is not physical and He's spiritual, what are you physically going to give to Him? That's. Oh boy!
And He's going to double it, and double it to Him many doublings. That would imply interest, right? If I make a loan to you, or I give you a loan. Okay, I'm expecting to, and let's say I loan you $100, but when you give it back to me, you give me $110. Well, that's interest. That means I charged you interest.
So Allah is paying interest.
Yes.
Okay, so wait a minute. How did it become illegal to charge interest if Allah is going to pay interest?
I don't know.
What's allowed for Allah is not allowed for you. And what's
true.
allowed for Allah and Muhammad are forbidden on you. And what Allah allowed, Muhammad can forbid. And what Muhammad allows doesn't mean Allah have to agree.
Sorry,
it's a circle of confusion.
Hey, what do
Eric, okay. I like that. Thank you.
At the end of the verse, where what do you call it? That doc says, and Allah can close and open. It's talking about, and Allah can open his hand and close his hand. Does it say hands?
It doesn't say hand literal. I mean, it's not, the word hand is not there, but the word is
or withhold to it. Or withhold. It could be hand or withhold.
This word. Okay.
So Allah can decide who he'll pay off with interest and who he will not, is what it sounds like.
This word, the last word that mentioned there, that refers to an open hand.
Oh, okay. So he can show an open hand and close hand. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, what we have just witnessed in verse 245 is that Allah says whoever lends to Allah, Allah is going to double it.
Okay. This word, the one I put in private, this word means received. He received. Received in his received. What you received on your head, you're gonna receive in your hand. Okay.
So Allah
means he held. He took it and held it.
Right. So he's got a hand. So he's got a physical body.
The word before it, that means he gave.
Right.
He not gave, open. That's what it means, open, flattened. But flattened referred to what he received with. So he has to be receiving with the hand and opening the hand. Now, if Muslims tell you, well, he doesn't have no hands, that's hypothetically or whatever. Well, who is Allah? Paul says something, is Allah spiritual? Ask a Muslim how they define Allah. They can't. They can't. They tell you there is nothing like him. That's not definition.
All right. So now we
you
know.
And me, God is spiritual. God is a spiritual soul. We believe in that. To a Muslim, they tell you, no, God is not a soul. They don't even know because Muhammad refers to Allah as it.
Okay, so let's continue. So we know that Allah accepts loans, and He will double in many doublings. Now, and Allah close and open.
Okay, but
let me see.
It's not referred to loans as in money.
It doesn't matter.
That's agreed. I mean,
whatever
it is,
good deed.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you do good deed to Allah, Allah will reward you with more deeds.
But it doesn't specify here that it's good deeds.
And you're lending.
That's reading into that. I think.
Yes, it
and
does.
You're lending.
This word, the last word I put in there. Okay. Qardan hasanan. Good deed.
Okay.
It's a deed. Hasanan, and something good.
I don't know because I'm looking at all these other. I'm looking at the word for words. And I don't see deeds, loaning a deed, but it doesn't matter. How can you loan anything to God?
And even if you're loaning a good deed, I mean, you can't even. I mean, you're saying your actions are something that can be. A loan is something that gets paid back, but it's also. I mean,
yes, that's in our understanding. That's the common human being, intelligent person. Because according to this, those who lend Allah a good deed.
Well, if you're following that concept, then you would be, if you're working your way towards a concept of heaven, then there's a payoff. And then you have to do more good works in order to get the payoff. But if you're loaning them, then there's no payoff because, I mean, your payoff is here. It's not in the hereafter.
Yeah, but see, I just went to my favorite site that I usually go to, Islam Awakens, and I pulled up that and I typed in the word loan. Okay, the 66 translations that they have, they all say loan. I don't see where it says deed.
The last word I posted in private. The last word means deed. Loan is this one.
Okay, but that's okay. I do find one that says who is he that lends God a good loan, and then they explained it, or who is he that offers God a good deed. Okay, so there's only 4 translations, and the deed doesn't seem to be in the verse. It seems to be a explanation of what that loan is.
Okay, again, this word, I'm going to type them in order. This word means giving a loan. Yuqrid. Yuqrid, that means
Okay, so
giving
there
you a
is
loan.
giving a loan.
Okay. Hasanan. Qardan here. Here's the second word. Come on. Okay. The first one is a noun. It refers to a person. This one is the verb, what he did. Qardan. Yuqridu qardan. He is giving a loan. What is the loan? Hasanan. Come on, one word. I don't want the whole sentence.
Okay,
Nice
so you're saying that the loan is referring to you're loaning Allah your good deeds.
Exactly.
Okay, but that's still a problem. How can you loan God your good deeds?
And then the implication is he pays you back in this life, not in the next one.
That's your understanding of mine, not theirs. They're completely different.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. If you think white, their understanding is black. Okay. And if they see it red, it means yellow.
Okay, so we go from good deeds and loans, blah, 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 and now we go to 246. Have you not seen the gathering of the children of Israel after Moses? Okay, now who clearly it can't be Muhammad. Muhammad never saw the gathering of the children of Israel after Moses. Okay, so have you not seen the gathering of the children of Israel after Moses? Who is he asking that question? When they said to the prophet, when they said to a prophet for them, what? When they said to a prophet for them. Does that make sense, guys?
No.
Okay.
Okay. It's say. I mean, that's what they're referring to. That when the people of Israel that came after Moses, they asked Moses to send them Malikan, a king, so they can kill in the cause of Allah.
Wait. That's
yeah, but it couldn't be anything to do with Moses because this is talking about after Moses.
Yeah, so they
weren't talking to Moses.
Well, don't forget the history. The Islamic history is backwards.
Okay.
We're not disagreeing with that.
That's what they're talking about. That's the way they have it set. You say one thing,
and does it
they
say?
tell you no, it's another thing.
And
so your common understanding does not apply on Islamic logic.
We're not disagreeing with that at all.
Okay, so it says, have you not seen the gathering of the children of Israel after Moses? So my question here is, who is he talking to? Because in order for you to see the gathering of the children of Israel, you would have to have been there.
No, he's repeating. He's telling Muhammad what happened during that time.
Yeah, but he's saying, have you not seen? So if this is Muhammad, if Allah is talking to Muhammad, Allah is telling Muhammad, have you not seen?
You're reading too much into it. Again,
we're not reading anything. That's literally what it says. Have you not seen?
Your common sense and your understanding of it completely contradicts their understanding.
This is what we're trying to show the Muslims. This crap does not make sense because if Allah is speaking to Muhammad and saying, hey, Muhammad, have you not seen the gathering of the children of Israel after Moses? And if I'm Muhammad,
it's like me telling you. It's like me telling you, have you seen what Nixon did?
My answer would be, I don't even know who Nixon is. but this is the problem. Okay, when they said to a prophet for them, I don't understand what that means when they said to a prophet for them. Okay, send to us a king.
They said to their, in other words, it's supposed to mean they said to their prophet, the children of Israel, their prophet will be Moses. So they said to Moses,
step away for a minute.
Send us a king.
Yeah, but here's the problem. What do Muslims?
Yeah, it is a problem because
this is after Moses. That means after Moses is gone.
Exactly.
So they couldn't have told. So they couldn't have told Moses, "Send us a king so we can go fight for the sake of Allah."
Their logic is beyond comprehension.
Okay, so this prophet who is not Moses, because Moses, this is after Moses. This prophet, he said, "Will it be that you would not go to war?" Or maybe this is Allah speaking, saying, will it be that you will not go to war if engaging in war is decreed for you? They said, I'm assuming this is the children of Israel, and why should we not engage in war for the sake of Allah? And indeed, we and our children are driven forth from our homes. Okay, well, when were the children of Israel driven from their homes? That would be when the Egyptians. Well, I mean, the poor children of Israel, they were driven out of their homes by many people. The Egyptians.
It's a backward history.
The Babylonians, the Assyrians. I mean, who knows? Everybody and their grandmother, kicked the Jews out of their land. Okay, so they said that. So when engaging in war was decreed to them, they turned back except a few of them. And Allah knows the unjust. Okay, and their prophet.
But the question is, do the Jews know anything about this?
Probably not.
Is there anything in the Hebrew books that says this?
Not to my knowledge.
Which means this is all fabricated.
I know.
There is no existence. In order for you to bring an incident that happened, it has to be written in the people's book. Is this story, or is there this incident here written in any Hebrew reference? No.
I see people are engaged in something else in the chat, so I guess I'll let them go. Okay, so did Paul come back? Did Paul leave? No, Paul's still here. Okay. Probably had to take a bathroom break, because I had to take one. Okay, so engagement. Okay, and their prophet said to them, okay, which prophet? Surely Allah has sent, 134 is Saul. Okay, surely Allah has sent Talut as a king to you.
Huh?
Okay, I guess the children of Israel, after Moses asked for a king, and they sent Saul, which is supposed to be Saul.
Talut? I don't know who Talut is.
It's supposed to be Saul, according to it's a non-Arabic words. It's one of those. It's one of those nobody knows because it's not an Arabic word. But according to what do you call it, Osama Dakdok, because he has all the different words that are not Arabic. He says it's a non-Arabic word, probably Hebrew, that means tall.
Talut?
Yeah, it's Saul. Saul. That's who it's supposed to be referring to, King Saul. Saul who came before David. All right, so anyway, Allah sent Talut as a king to you. They said, how can the kingdom be to him over us when we are more worthy of the kingdom than him? Well, how many kings do you want? And he has no abundance of money. Okay. So Allah said, well, obviously Allah couldn't have said this, because he said, this is the prophet, that we don't know who this prophet is, because this is the children of Israel after Moses. Now, I don't know who this prophet is. Who is the prophet after Moses? I mean, there were so many prophets after Moses, it's not even funny. Okay, he said, surely Allah has chosen him over you and has given him increase in knowledge and stature. And Allah gives gives his kingdom to whom he wills. And Allah is large. He must have a huge ass. And knowing. Okay. All right, let's go to 248. Oh, man, we still got another almost 40 verses to finish. Okay, and their prophet said to them, again, we don't know who this prophet is, surely the signs of his kingdom will be that Saul will come to you. Okay. And it's tranquility from your Lord and the relics left by the family of Moses and the and the family of
Aaron. And their prophet said to them,
well, what were the relics?
I guess the leftovers from Moses' family and Aaron's family. And guess what? The angels are going to carry it. So whatever belongings Moses and Aaron left behind, the family of Moses and Aaron left behind, the angels are going to carry it. Surely in this is a sign to you. Now, people, do you really believe the angels came to carry the belongings of Moses' family? Are we to say that Moses' family just dropped off the planet of the earth?
Well, we do know that Moses had family. We do know that Joshua had family.
Right.
And that the family carried their tents and stuff. So I'm curious as to why the angels would need to carry it.
I don't know. Maybe the angels were, they needed a second job, so they became busboys. Carried, or whatever you call it, the people that work at the hotels.
Oh yeah, bus
porters.
Boys.
Yeah,
porters. Yep.
Okay, so the angels are going to carry it. Surely this is a sign to you if you were believers.
Okay, now so this ark will have three things. We'll have the tranquility, the remainders of the Moses family, and the remainders of Aaron's family.
And the angels will carry it. And this is a sign, but it's only a sign if you are believers.
Okay, how big is this ark going to be?
So you can only be Muslim and believe this because nobody else will believe it.
Yeah, who's going to believe that the angels carry?
And by the way, where I don't see the word ark. I see it in the English, but I don't see it mentioned in the Arabic. In the Arabic, it says taboo. Taboo is coffin. This word, again, I'm going to put it in the private.
Okay, but what are you talking about? You're talking about you're talking about instead of
the Ark of the Covenant. He's talking about the Ark of the Covenant.
This word means coffin. Is the coffin and ark the same?
But where do you see the ark?
No, what
in English, in the English translation.
But where? What translation? What verse?
248.
248.
You see coffin in there?
In Arabic, I don't see it in English.
Okay, but in 248, I'm looking at, and their prophet said to them, surely the sign of his kingdom will be that Saul will be that the Saul will come to you. I don't even know what that means. Huh?
248?
Yeah.
Yes.
248 starts, and their prophet said to them, surely the sign of his kingdom will be that the Saul, according to I'm sorry. This is a different word. That one was Talut. This one is Tabut. Okay. And it says, so Tabut is supposed to be ark, which is not a, see, he didn't put the word ark, but he tells you in his footnotes that it's ark, which is not Arabic, it's Egyptian. Okay, surely the sign of his kingdom will be the ark that will come to you.
But
I like what you said. It's not ark, it's coffin, which is hilarious.
Can you explain to me what is an ark?
Well, I believe, like Paul said, it's supposed to be referring to the Ark of the Covenant.
No. Okay, what would that be? Can you describe it to me? Is it in the shape of a coffin, or it has a different?
I don't know if it's in the shape of a coffin. It didn't look like a coffin to me from the pictures that I've seen, but it looks like a very well decorated box. Okay, but let's keep going. So the angels are going to carry it.
Yeah, but how big that is going to be? Because don't forget, it's going to have the family of Moses and the family of Harun, the remainder of the family of Moses and Harun. How big are those families? 2, 3 people?
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's trying to say that inside that ark is going to be the relics of the family of Moses and Aaron. I mean, I could be wrong.
I think there's other problems here because if I mean I like that you've mentioned the word coffin, because that would really stand against it would not be considered holy. Coffin would not be considered holy. Oh my gosh. No.
That's what I ask. How can you describe an ark for me? Because my understanding of ark has nothing to do with a coffin. To me,
exactly.
an ark, something blessed, something that holds something dear to God.
Yes, thank you. This is interesting. It's a good conflict. Thank you for saying that.
Let me check something, because he says ark. It's not even an Arabic word. So let me see. And he said the prophet.
And I'm reading it from the Arabic. The Arabic says tabut. Tabut in English means coffin.
Okay, let me see.
Okay, you're saying tabut. He says talut.
Okay, no, there's El Tabut. It says the ark. I can't even get to the word because it's not even a word that you can click on it. Because normally when you go to Corpus Quran, you can click on it, and it takes you. It just says a masculine, a nominative, masculine noun, Ark of the Covenant. So it doesn't even allow me to.
They don't want you to know it's not an Arabic word.
So
that's what it comes down to. Sometimes etymology scares people.
Corpus Quran does not allow you to click on it. Okay, so but whatever, the angels are going to carry it, right? So that means.
So if the angels are carrying it, how do they stop carrying it? Because I mean, in order for Joshua to get across the Jordan, they have to carry that. The people have to carry it into the Jordan. So maybe. I mean, this is another evidence that the prophet didn't know. The supposed prophet didn't know.
Prophet is.
No, not the prophet. Allah did not.
Oh, this is Allah saying it. So Allah doesn't know the story. Oh.
So then it says when.
Don't forget, the Quran was sent by Allah. Those are Allah's words. That's
Allah doesn't know again.
So this, based upon this, Allah did not know.
Okay, so 249. So when Saul marched forth with his army, he said, "Surely Allah will test you by a river." I think what did that doc says? This is stolen from the story of Gideon. Yeah, the story of Gideon, Saul and Gideon.
So he's skipping. He's going straight from Joshua to Gideon.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wow. Okay, so he doesn't mention Joshua here because Joshua's on the scene. He only mentions Moses, who was left behind. Yeah. Moses who cannot go into the promised land.
Okay, so they're going to so Saul is going to be tested, or let's say, what happened here is Allah confused.
Okay, what is it? What is it exactly saying in Arabic and English about the river?
Okay, it says. Okay, so when Saul marched forth with his army, he said, "Surely Allah will test you by a river." So
here's another problem, because the word mubtalikum in Arabic does not mean testing you. Mubtalikum, that means I'm causing you. I'm giving you a problem.
So, which is a similar meaning, yes.
Okay.
Okay, if it was testing, it would say mumtahinakum.
Okay. I think the two of you are saying the exact same thing, though.
Okay, but anyway,
and testing and problems.
Allah doesn't realize that it was Gideon.
No, word in Arabic
was Joshua.
The word in Arabic is actually negative.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you have to finish reading that whole thing first before we discuss it as Gideon. So surely Allah will test you by a river. Whoever drinks of it, so is not of me. But who does not taste it, so surely he is of me, except who scoops a scoop by his hand, so they drink from it, except a few of them. So when they passed it.
Okay, that's just so confusing. Okay, so Allah's going to test you or whatever.
And the reason why you have to read that I was okay. So the story of Gideon. I mean, for those Muslims who were listening, Gideon's one of the tests, I would say, are proofs or problems. Yeah, you could use the word problem. Here is where Gideon has an army. It's huge, it's massive, and it's just volunteers. And these men, some of them are scared. And he told the people who were scared to go home. And he told the people, and then he says, well, that's not enough to go away. Then he comes to the water, and one of the things they come to the water. And he says, okay, those people who drink with the people who drink with their hands, so I can't remember if it was drink with their hands or just drink purely drink with their mouths into the water. One of those groups of people gets sent home, and until it's worked out, until the army is very, very small to go take on a rather large army. And so what happened to Joshua? Why doesn't Allah know about Joshua? I mean, we're not even talking. Yeah, this is kind of sad.
Okay, so early. So whoever drinks of it is not of me. So if you drink, you don't belong to Allah. Okay, but so whoever drinks is not of me, but he who does not taste it. Well, obviously, if you don't drink, you don't taste it. That's obvious. Okay, so if you don't taste it, then you are of Allah. Except who scoop by his hand, so they drink from it, except a few of them. Okay, this is just, you want to talk about a grammar nightmare. So when they passed what? I guess the river. He said, he and those, okay, so when they passed it, he and those who believed with him, they said, we have no strength in this day with Jalut. 137 is Goliath. Okay.
Wait. Okay, we're jumping from Gideon straight to Goliath?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This is, you want to talk about mass confusion. Okay.
Don't forget, Allah is the best deceiver.
Okay, so
he's good at deception and he's good at confusion.
So we jumped from Gideon to Jalut, which according to Mr. Dad Doc, it's talking about Goliath. So now we're in Goliath and David. Okay, so Saul, Goliath. Okay, we have no strength. Okay,
again, I'm going to say it sounds like someone's having a seizure because they've lost track of time and they're jumping about in time. So this is, maybe I'm wrong, but reading this just tells me either this guy is having petit mal seizure so bad that he doesn't know what's going on in front of him, and he's missing 99% of the message, which is kind of scary. Those are long seizures.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
All right, let's see if we can finish this, and that'll be it for the stream. Okay, so we're on, I was going to say 136. Okay, so those among you who thought that they would, okay, surely Allah with us. And when they, Jalut, okay, we have no strength on this day with Jalut and his troops. So that means Goliath. How many a small group? Okay, true. And those among them who thought that they would meet Allah said, how many is meet Allah said, okay, how many a small group have victory over a large group by Allah's permission? I don't know. And Allah is with the patient. I hope that patient doesn't die. Okay, 250. And when they went forth against Goliath, it's funny how over here they say Jalut, and then all of a sudden it's Goliath.
Two different people.
Troops. Huh?
Two different people.
Yeah. And they said, our Lord, pour out patience on us and set our feet firm and give us victory against the infidel people. So they defeated them by Allah's permission. Okay, but what happened to all of a sudden, and they defeated them by Allah's permission. I thought first David had to kill Goliath. Okay, and Dawood, which is David, killed Goliath, and Allah gave him the kingdom and the wisdom. Okay, but when did that happen? Because when David killed Goliath, he still wasn't king. Saul stayed king for a while. Right? But here it says...
Yeah, definitely. Saul was king for 30 years. And so by the time David's been around, I mean, for over 30 years. So Saul was king for 30 years. David comes along and slays Goliath in his 30th year. Okay. And then Saul stays king for another good amount of years. So it's not a quick thing.
Right. But if you read here, all it took for David to get Saul's kingdom was just to kill Goliath.
Okay? Don't forget to for God, when he says be, it will be.
Yes.
So that's exactly what happened.
So this happened in the future, but Allah just didn't know how to explain it. Okay. And he taught him from whatever he willed. Okay, so
so for everybody listening, this is in 1 Samuel 17 and 18. And I'm going through that in my own study right now. So I find this kind of humorous, because if you study this section, 1 Samuel 17 to 18, I'm going to have a devotional out in the near future on 1 Samuel. So if you want to read a devotional on 1 Samuel, you can look for it on Amazon. But I'm looking at this, and there is just so much happening. There's even a backstory. David becomes King Saul's harpist. He's hired to put his demonic filled spirit to put Saul at ease, because he's plagued by evil spirits. And there's so much going on. And the reason why we have that story of David and killing Goliath, the reason why it's in there is just before they give this story, it's interesting. Just before they give this, they talk about David being hired as a harpist, because and in their description of him, they call him a man of war. Until David, the shepherd, goes and kills Goliath, he's not even a man of war. So they explain why, this is the story of the David and Goliath is explained there. Hey, another point here. I'm sorry, going way off topic, but does anybody know where David took Goliath's head? He took it to Jerusalem. And then there's this hill near Jerusalem called Golgotha. Golgotha is the hill of, is the place of the skull. That's where David, put Goliath's skull. So it was a symbol of victory, and Golgotha is where the cross of Christ was put.
Interesting.
So there's victory already on those grounds at the time of Christ's sacrifice.
Oh, but this gets even better. So David kills Goliath. He gets the kingdom of Saul. And if it were not, and were it not that Allah gives conquest to some people over others, then the earth would have been vandalized. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, but Allah is the possessor of bounty to the world. Okay, 252. These are the verses of Allah. We recite them to you with the truth, and surely you are of the messengers. I have no idea who's talking here. Who is reciting them?
He's talking to Muhammad. Allah is telling Muhammad, those are the messages, or those are whatever we are telling you about you, so you can deliver it.
Okay, now listen, we jump from David kills Goliath, David gets Saul's kingdom. Now all of a sudden we jump to Jesus. Okay, so
wait a second. I'm going to correct people on this. Okay, we should not mention the name Jesus about the Quran.
Isa.
One of two things: either you say Isa or you say Al-Masih, because those are the two names that are mentioned in the Quran. Yeshua in Arabic, which is Jesus in English, okay, are not mentioned in the Quran. So we should not refer to Isa, the son of Maryam, the daughter of Imran, to be Jesus. We can refer to him as Isa by name or Al-Masih.
Okay, so I'm going to use Isa. Okay, so we jump from David killing Goliath to getting the kingdom of Saul, and now on 253, it's going to talk about Isa. These are the messengers. We favored some of them above the others. Some of them spoke to Allah. and he exalted some of them by degrees. Now, I don't know who's talking here. Is it the prophet, or is Allah the one saying that he favored some of the it's got to be Allah, because he's the only one that could favor the prophets. Some he exalted, some by degrees, and we gave Isa, the son of Mary, the proofs, and we supported him with the Holy Spirit. And if Allah willed it, they would not engage in war after the proofs came to them. So Allah is the one who let people have wars, because he could have stopped the wars, but he didn't. But they differed.
So one of the things I've actually talked to Sam about this passage, and he does not like even using the word Mary here. It's actually Miriam.
Right.
Exactly.
So Miriam, by the way, just to show you how far off and how strange this is, which it's just knowing this is where Usama has a real difficulty with the concept of Isa. So Isa is actually, Arabic translates to Esau.
No, sir. No.
Esau? No.
No, because the name Isa actually literally in Arabic means the cows, in other words, the piss of one of the animals.
Oh, okay. All right.
So the name is disrespecting even the one that they say they praise. The second part.
So they're calling him piss.
That's one. The second thing is using the term Ibn. Okay, that means Isa was a bastard, unknown father.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Now, if you come to a Muslim and tell him Muhammad ibn Abdullah, they will curse you out. They will tell you no, Muhammad bin Abdullah without the alif. Okay, and there's a difference. The one with the alif, like you see it in the Arabic, between the name Isa and Maryam, ibn Maryam, it refers to a person his father is unknown.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about Miriam. Okay, so Miriam.
Maryam.
Yeah.
Maryam,
so who is Miriam?
The daughter of Imran. Maryam, the daughter of Imran. Who is Imran to Moses?
The father.
Huh?
Yes.
Imran is the father of Moses, Aaron, and Miriam.
So this is
one at a time. If Imran was the father of Moses and Maryam is his daughter, that means this Isa, where did he come from? Isa wasn't around when Musa was around. And the years between the two is humongous.
Yeah, it's about 1,400 years.
Miriam must have lived a long time. I mean, how many years was she before
she was eating that good honey, the honey of the gods? Okay, so we got Isa, the son of Miriam. Okay, so we gave Isa, the son of Miriam, the proofs, and we supported him with the Holy Spirit, who Muslims will try to tell you the Holy Spirit is Jibreel. They can't even show me from the Quran where Jibreel is an angel. And if Allah willed, again, this is Allah, if he willed it, then people would not engage in war after these proofs came to them. But the people differed. So some of them who believed and some who became infidel. And if Allah willed, again, if Allah willed, they would not engage in war. But didn't we just read it up here? And if Allah willed, they would not engage in war? And he repeats himself, and if Allah willed, they would not engage in war. But Allah
did he just say earlier he wanted people to engage in war?
No, it says here, and if Allah willed, they would not engage. So the reason that people engage in war is not because that they want to engage in war. It's because Allah is the one who told them to engage in war.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Yeah.
So then it goes engage in war, but the people differed. So people had, some believed, some didn't. Okay, so they differed. Some of them believed and some of them became infidels. And again, if Allah willed, they would not engage in war. But Allah does what he wants. So basically, we have wars, according to the Quran, because, Allah needs entertainment. So he pins people against each other. Oh, you who have believed, spend from what we have provided you before a day comes when there will be no more selling in it. Okay, selling in it what? And no friendship and no intercession. I mean, you want to talk about incoherence? no. It's like you said, the guy's got ADHD, short-term memory, whatever.
Seizures, epilepsy.
Now, the one question I'm going to ask without even going to the rest of the Quran, to the rest of this chapter, all what you just spoke about, how does that relate to the cow?
I don't know.
Where is the bright yellow cow?
And notice that this chapter is supposed to be the cow, but we've talked about Abraham. We've talked about the children of Israel. We've talked about
the cow?
Saul. We've talked about David killing Goliath. We've
Where
talked about
is
Jesus.
Where is Waldo? Where is Waldo?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I'm still looking to find a bright yellow cow today. Anybody sees one, let me know.
How does all this relate to the name of the chapter, the cow?
And where did that name come from? Because if you look at the earlier manuscripts, there's no titles. There's no chapter titles. All right, but let's continue because we're almost done. And then
I give you the answer. I'll give you the answer.
And we
don't the Muslims believe that the animals took the shahada and became Muslims?
Oh, so the cow.
So the cow must have been a Muslim, and she wrote this chapter.
I guess so.
So they titled the chapter to the cow who told this chapter. Continue, please.
Could you imagine if there was a chapter called the farts? That means the fart wrote it. Okay, so 254. Oh, you who have believed, spend blah 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 blah. Allah. There is no God but He, the living, the 139, the self-sustaining. Allah, there is no God but He. But that kind of sounds like a shahada to me, or a version of it. So Allah becomes Muslim. Okay, Allah, there is no God but He, the living, the self-sustainers. He does not slumber, nor take him sleep. No take him nor sleep. To him what is in the heavens and what is on the earth. Okay.
For him to be huwa al-hayy, for him to be alive, that means what? What is this Allah? Because you ask a Muslim, is he alive? He tells you, no, you can't describe him. But here, huwa al-hayy means he's the living. So if he's living, he's alive.
And he can die.
What was 139 again?
139 was the subsisting.
So he he doesn't
need anybody or doesn't need anything.
God, but
right.
Slumber does not take him nor sleep.
Right.
So why would I've never thought about a God needing sleep before. But...
Well, they're trying to make fun where in Genesis it says, and on the seventh day God rested. But what it's talking about is not the kind of rest that you and I do. To me, it's like when this isn't God rested, that means he completed his task and that was it.
Yeah, he took a break. Yeah,
right, he's done.
He's done. He right.
He
didn't need,
he stopped creating. He did his job. There was no need for him to continue.
He's done with creation.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So
and he set an example for us.
Right.
That we need to take that time. We need to take one time off at least a week. Yeah.
Oh,
and that time is supposed to be for glorifying him.
Exactly.
Sabbath does not mean day of rest. Sabbath means day of glorification.
Thank you.
Okay? So it could be Tuesday, it could be Monday, it could be Wednesday. As long as you take a day of the 7 days to glorify God. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so to him in the heavens and the earth. Okay. Who is he that can intercede with him except by his permission? Who is he that can intercede with him? So somebody can intercede with Allah. He just has to have Allah's permission. That's what I'm reading here. Okay.
Well, maybe it's saying that nobody can, because who is he that can? But then he says somebody, you can get permission to do it, so somebody must be able to.
Right. Okay. He knows what is between their hands. Okay. And what is behind them. Okay. And they cannot surround anything out of his knowledge except by what he was. How do you surround knowledge? Or okay. And they cannot surround anything out of his knowledge.
But the one place that you can do whatever you want to do and God would not see you? Or, I'm using God with a small g.
I guess
Allah.
I guess in the bathroom.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. So 142 is his throne. Okay, 142. His throne reaches over the heavens and the earth, and keeping them does not burden him. And okay, wait a minute. In keeping them, his
Keeping
throne.
what?
Okay, according to, does it say throne? Does it mean throne? What do?
What? Which one?
We're on
Mercy.
255 at the end.
Yeah, his curse. I don't know how you would say it.
Is Cursey?
Cursai or Cursey?
Yeah.
Cursey means chair.
Okay, so his throne reaches over the heavens. Okay, so his throne reaches over the heavens.
That means he has a chair that from earth to heaven. That's how big God, Allah's chair is. From earth to heaven.
Okay, so
anybody seen long legs that extend? Okay, I'm just.
And you know what? I'm gonna sell the Muslim for that price. If that's the price they want to pay, I'm gonna sell them with it. Now, in order for there to be a chair, there has to be a physical body to sit on it.
And we know it's a physical chair because it takes 8 angels to carry it.
So Allah actually does have a body, some sort, whether leg, shed, whatever it is. In other words, Allah is something physical.
Okay, so now I understand. I jumped ahead. So his throne reaches over the heavens and the earth, and keeping them does not burden him. So Allah keeping the heavens and the earth does not burden him. And he is the high, the great. Okay, the high what? The high stoner. Now all of a sudden we come.
Maybe he's just high.
Yeah. Now we come to the famous verse that Muslims try to use on us. 256. No compulsion in religion and deed. The right way is made distinct from the error. So whoever becomes an infidel in the idolatry and believes, okay, so whoever becomes an infidel in the idolatry and believes in Allah, so indeed he will have taken hold on a strong handle that will not be broken. Okay, man, this is poetry. This is poetry. And Allah is hearing and knowing. Alhamdulillah. Okay, Allah is the friend of those who believed. Okay.
Okay, here we go again. The term wali does not mean friend. The word in Arabic, wali, means guardian.
That's what I was going to say.
That's why in the English, when they say, do not take Christians and Jews for friends, it doesn't say that. It says, it's supposed to be saying, do not take Jews and Christians for guardians.
Right. Okay, so Allah is the guardian of those who believe. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. He will bring them out of the darkness into the light. Okay. And those who become infidels, their friends
their guardian?
Their
guardian, and we're using the same term.
And those who become infidels. Okay, okay. Oh, that's true. Let's keep it consistent here. And those who became infidels, their guardian is the idolatry. They will bring them out of the light. They will bring them out of the light into the darkness. So the idols are going to bring the infidels out of the light into the darkness. Okay. Those are the companions of fire. And they will abide forever. Okay,
so stones and pieces of wood can make things happen?
I guess so.
Wait a second. The guardian are going to take those and put them in the hell of fire and keep them there for good?
I guess. It says
but those are supposed to be okay. Okay, those who disbelieved.
Right, their guardians is idolatry, is the idolatry.
The idolaters, yeah.
So
they are the companions of the fire.
They will take them out of the light and put them in darkness.
Right.
Those are the owners of the fire, and they will make sure they're there forever. Okay.
Yeah. So if you become an infidel, then and you start worshiping, your guardians are going to be the idols, and they're going to take you out of light to the dark. Okay. So now all of a sudden we jump to Abraham. Man. How many people
are we going backwards and forwards again?
I guess. Okay.
Like I said, epileptic seizures.
Okay, so we just finished with Saul and David and Goliath, and now and after that we got the Jesus, right? So now we're back to Abraham, 258. Have you not seen him who disputed with Abraham about his Lord?
Before you go to this, remember what Muslims tell you when you bring a verse from the Quran? They tell you, okay, they read the verse 30, but then they tell you have to go to chapter 3 to understand in what chapter 6.
Yeah.
You go to chapter 3, they tell you, oh, you have to take to chapter 20 to understand what chapter 3 says, to go back to chapter 6 to understand what chapter 3 is.
No. Because like Paul says, Allah is epileptic. Okay, so we got.
So if that's the understanding of the whole Quran, so you have to understand that the chapter by itself goes by the same basis. You start from A, you go to Z, you jump to D to understand E, to go to A, to go to B. Pause. Is there a medication for confusion?
Yeah, the author has seizures. He misses lapses of time and doesn't remember what he was just saying.
Is there medication for confusion?
Well, I would love to take anticonvulsants and give it back to the author back then, because maybe there'd be more. I mean, there's actual medical neurological minds, doctors. I mean, certified doctors who have actually written numerous pieces on Muhammad having what's called temporal lobe seizures, and they would. I mean, this concept would actually explain why this is so disjointed.
Okay, but here's the other problem. This is on the premise that Muhammad existed. I don't believe he existed.
Yes, if we're going to accept that Muhammad existed, right, I think we have to accept that he had temporal lobe seizures.
Could be. Okay.
Muhammad did exist. His actual name was Qadam bin Kilab. Okay. Now, just because he existed, it does not mean he is a prophet or he's a messenger. He's a regular man who brought name to himself through certain steps. Okay.
Yeah, but here's the problem with you, Muslim. If you look at the history and the evidence, everything is showing that the Quran was put together by the Abbasids. Muhammad was long dead before the Abbasids came into power. I mean, he was long dead when the Umayyads came into power, and they're the ones that actually started with the coin. You know, with the coin that says Muhammad, but that's not a name; that's just a title. And then you find the Dome of the Rock, where it refers to, messenger. So, but anyway, let's get back to Abraham in the chapter of the cow. Maybe Abraham said moo. Okay. Okay. So whoever Allah is talking to, or whoever this guy is talking to, says, have you not seen him who disputed with Abraham about his Lord, that Allah had given him the kingdom? So my question to Muslims is, who is this person that's saying, have you not seen him? Is it a prophet or a messenger, or is it Allah? And who is he speaking to? Because in order for you to ask a question of somebody, have you seen who disputed with Abraham, you would have had to have been there.
Temporal lobe seizure.
There you go.
Wait a second.
Okay. When I'm finding this next part of the passage fascinating. When Abraham said, "My Lord is he who gives life and causes death," he said, "I give life and cause death." So wait a minute. We have Abraham saying, "My Lord is he who causes life and causes death." He said, so this, the way I'm reading this, Abraham said, "I give life and cause death." So Abraham is saying he's his own Lord.
Well, that's a really good point, because
the rest of it, Allah brings the sun from the east. I bring the sun from the west.
Okay, but we haven't even got that far. I mean, you're jumping way ahead. So Abraham.
I'm sorry.
So Abraham.
That's what I was laughing.
Okay, let's see if we're gonna understand this. Abraham is having a dispute with somebody based on the beginning of the sentence. Have you not seen him who disputed with Abraham? So we know Abraham is disputing with somebody about his Lord. So Abraham tells this person, "My Lord is he who gives life and death." So the person that's disputing with Abraham then turns around to Abraham, says, "I give life and cause death." So is Abraham disputing with Allah?
Or is Abraham having a discussion with himself, because there's no I mean, it sounds to me more like Abraham's having a discussion with himself.
Okay, I mean, this is a really good catch. We understand that from 258, somebody is having a dispute with Abraham regarding his God. Abraham and about his God who gave him a kingdom. Now we all know that Abraham was given, you want to call it a kingdom, whatever. Okay, so now Abraham turns around to this guy and says, "Hey, my God is the one who gives life and causes death." But the guy turns around to Abraham and says, "No, I give life and cause death." Then Abraham says to them, "So surely Allah brings the sun from the east, so you bring it from the west." So the infidel was confounded. So we have an infidel.
No.
Hold on. I wanted to hear this point of view, because I think what
Abraham
you had to say was amusing.
Abraham said, Allah brings the sun from the east. فَآتِ بِهَا, which means me. I am Ibrahim. I bring it from the west. There is no third person here. There's no second person. The first one where it says Abraham said Allah creates and life and death. Somebody said, I bring life and death.
Right.
So we have in the first part of it, we have Ibrahim saying that Allah creates. Another person telling Ibrahim, no, I am the one who brings life to death.
Right.
Then Abraham, the second part, Abraham is saying, Allah brings the sun from the east. Fa'ati, which means me. I am Abraham brings the sun from the west.
See, I don't get this. I don't get it from the.
That's what it says in Arabic. That's what it says in Arabic.
Because
now, we can ask Muslims.
I want to know which scientist ever said the sun comes from the west, or Allah ever brought it from the west.
Yeah, but what do in Osama's translation, he says, so surely, Abraham says to this person who we find out is an infidel. So Abraham tells this person, surely Allah brings the sun from the east, so bring it from the west. Now you're saying that the Arabic, it's saying that Abraham brings it from the west.
I don't see the order. I see it also in the English translation here. So bring it from the west, but I don't see that in the Arabic. I can't put the word.
I have to admit, I like your translation better.
Where does it?
I like Matthew's translation. Okay, so now
I'm not saying Osama is wrong, but I'm pretty much sure Osama is putting the translation in a way where it's talking from a different perspective. He's not putting it literal, because honestly, if you put it literal, it's either one of two things. You're gonna throw that Quran because you need 10,000 pills of blood pressure, or you're gonna sit there and spit on the Quran and Allah and Muhammad 70,000 times a day.
Okay, so
Osama is putting it in a way where
it's less offensive.
And I agree, it's not a literal translation. It's supposed to be an accurate modern English translation. Okay, so we have Abraham is talking to somebody. Abraham says, "My Lord gives life and death." This other individual says, "I give life and death," and then the sun from the east, from the west. So the infidel was confounded. So is the infidel the person that Abraham was talking to?
Even if you read it in English, Abraham said, God bring the sun from the east, so bring it from the west. So bring it to who he's talking about.
That's
because if you put the word,
exactly what he just said.
if you put you bring it, so I know Abraham is talking to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But so bring it. I'm going to go along with Osama's translation. So bring it from the west. Who's Abraham talking to?
I guess he's talking to the person that said, "I give life and cause death."
How do we know that?
Because if we don't know that, but I'm just assuming because
so we're gonna make fools of ourselves by assuming.
Well,
no, thank you, sir.
Based on
a little dangerous. You know what it means.
I'm going to go with the fact that the last thing that was spoken about was some guy told Abraham that I give life and death, or I give life and cause death. So when he's saying, so bring it from the west,
the Quran is stupid. You are not.
So okay, we have to finish this verse up with, and Allah will not guide the unjust people. So Allah is part of the reason there are infidels.
But I got to remember this because, like I told you, Paul, I am going to go back after we finish this series because I can't do it at the same time. Yeah. I'm going to go back and go through like we did here, but I'm going to do it like in a book format.
Oh, and when you get started, let me know because I'm willing to help you put it into. And I'll tell you, anybody out there who's willing to work and create a book, contact me and I will help you walk through the steps. I have multiple books out there, and I understand how to publish. So
this is going to be a huge book because.
Did you finish what you started first?
I know.
You have 4 books.
No, man, I've got 7 books. But this one is fun because you know what? I'm just basically giving my analysis. I'm doing the same thing that we're doing now. So maybe I should get a recorder.
Okay. Let's go to 259. I'm interested to know what about the donkey here.
Okay.
What happened to the cow?
So Abraham had a dispute with somebody. We don't know who this somebody is, but we know that this somebody claims to give life and cause death. Okay, so Abraham confused the infidel, but we don't know who this infidel is. Okay, and Allah will not guide the unjust. Okay, or like this one who passed a village, and it was empty. What?
On its roof.
Or like this one who passed a village and it was empty on its roof. What was empty on its roof?
He's looking from the rooftops. Well, usually you don't look at the rooftops when you look at a village, but I guess he's looking down from a higher place.
I don't know, man. I don't get that, and I don't get that from the verse.
Having been someone who lived in the mountains, you're walking on a mountain or in a higher.
Guys, hold on a second. The Arabic does not make sense whatsoever. I mean, I can't even translate it to the English because grammatically in the Arabic is wrong.
Okay.
Okay. And it was empty on its roof. Keep going. What does 144 say?
144 says crumbled.
Oh, wow. Now I'm confused.
Okay, or like this one who passed by a village and it was empty on its crumbled.
Keep going.
Okay. He said, I guess this is still Abraham. I guess, I mean, I have no clue. He said, will Allah give life to this after its death?
To what?
I guess to the village. You know, the roof collapsed.
قال أن يحيي هذه الله. قال أن يحيي هذا. The structure of it in Arabic does not make sense whatever. I mean, it's not even Arabic, right Arabic. قال, he said, أن he, not he. I can't even translate it. يحيى هذه الله. قال أن يحيى هذه الله. I'm out of this one.
Oh, okay.
Literally, the Arabic
try and find a Muslim to translate that correctly. All right.
Okay, so apparently the roof, the village was crumbled, and somebody said, "Well, Allah give life to this after its death." How can give life to what? To the crumbled building? I mean, if it's a crumbled building or a crumbled village,
it might be a crumbled village. Yeah,
it's not something that has life. So he said, "Well,
maybe Allah give those rocks again."
He said, "Will Allah give life to this after its death?" So Allah caused them to die. Why did Allah cause them to die? For what? Asking Allah?
Caused who?
Huh?
Caused who?
I don't know. It just says.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
It just said somebody. This is like somebody who passed by a village and it was crumbled on the roof, or its roofs were crumbled. And then he said, I don't know who said, will Allah give life? So somebody was asking if Allah will give life to this after its death.
Yeah,
so Allah caused him to die.
And your reference here is that it's an inanimate object with
Right.
this. It's not
I mean,
human,
it's buildings.
It's not
buildings.
something that was living.
And we know this is not in Mecca because there was no villages in Mecca. So okay, so Allah caused him to die for 100 years, then raised him to life. Why?
Now we're talking about something that could be alive.
Right. So, but why did Allah kill this person?
Okay, forget that. Continue.
And then he brings him back. Okay, so Allah caused him to die. Him we don't know for 100 years, and then raised him to life.
Okay.
And Allah said, so Allah's asking this person, how long were you waiting?
Wait a minute, didn't he just tell us?
I guess so, but I mean, they're telling us. So Allah said, how long were you waiting? What do you mean you were waiting? You killed him. Okay, how long were you waiting? He said, I have waited a day or part of a day. Obviously, the guy doesn't even know if it was a day, part of a day. He said, meaning Allah, yet you have waited 100 years. So look at your food and drink. They are not corrupted. And look to your donkey. Okay, and this is the part where
the donkey stayed alive for 100 years.
Yeah. So apparently, this is the verse where Muslims tried to tell you Allah is talking about time travel. You know, like if you go at the speed of light, 1 year to the person that's in the ship is like 5 or 10 years to the people on earth. So when you return, even though you may have only been gone,
did they forget the part about where Allah killed somebody?
Yeah. So. Okay, so the food wasn't corrupted. And
continue.
And look to your donkey, Yafor. We would
no, don't insult Yafur.
I know. Yafor was a good Muslim.
No, he was Muhammad's boyfriend. He was special to Muhammad.
Okay, so they are not corrupted. And look to your donkey. We would make you a sign to people.
Now, ayah means verse. So he made this person a verse to the people?
That's what I thought ayat meant was a verse, but apparently is a sign. I mean, I don't know. Okay. And look on the bones, how we raised them. And then clothed, I don't know, and clothed them with flesh. So when this was, hey, maybe it was the bones of the donkey. Who knows?
But
he's telling him, look at the bones alive. Exactly. If the donkey is dead, that means the donkey is full covered with bone and everything. But he's telling him, look at the bones and how we put flesh on them. Which bones?
Oh, wait a minute. So maybe when the guy came back, he didn't have bones.
Wait a minute. I look at your food.
Okay. I'm totally confused.
I have to go, guys. But you know what? I mean, have fun. In other words, this is the only club you can have comedy without pay for it.
I'm telling you.
Reading the Quran, explaining the Quran.
Okay, all right, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll let you know when
you take
it. Hey, check the private messages before you leave, okay? I left something for you.
Okay. Just make sure you take 3-4 cold showers before you come and discuss Quran with Muslims. So this way your blood pressure will be down, your blood will be cold, you don't get heart attacks.
Okay. All right, so we go back. We would make you a sign to the people. So we would make you. That's bad. Why not say we will make you a sign to the people? We would make you. Okay, okay, and look on the bones. Okay, what bones? How we raised them? Then we clothed them with flesh.
So I guess my biggest guess here, because I'm just going to go back about the donkey. It says, look at your food and your drink; they are not corrupted. Okay, so that's not corrupted. But look at your donkey. Okay, and now he's talking about bones. So maybe the donkey didn't live.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But then the next one, it doesn't make sense. We would make you a sign, or how about we shall make you a sign to the people? Okay, but what? Okay, so maybe the food was not corrupted, but the donkey was corrupted. So the donkey was just bones. So then he raised the bones and then he put flesh on the bones. So when this was shown to him, okay, so it had to be the donkey, because you can't put bones and you can't clothe a bone food with.
So this
with
wasn't time travel. I mean,
yeah.
There's no concept of, so if you're going to say there was time travel here, how
because
did
the donkey was bones?
Donkey didn't survive it.
Right. Well, they could say, look at how long but he was okay. Yeah, it's just confusing. So when this was shown to him, he said, I know that Allah has might over all things. Okay, now we're going back to Abraham. Okay, I mean, we went from Abraham, and then Abraham had a fight with somebody and now we're back to Abraham again. Okay, so 260. And when Abraham said, my Lord, show me how you give life to the dead, he said, have you not believed? He said, yes. But so Abraham believed, but he still wanted Allah to give him a little reassurance. So, so he's asking Allah, can you show me you giving life to the dead? I believe you. Don't worry about it. I believe you. But could you please do me this favor? So Allah says, yes. Okay, no. Abraham says, yes, but so that my heart be assured. He said, okay, so you take four of the birds and cut them and mix them. Then place a part of them on every mountain and call them, and they will come swiftly to you, and know that Allah is dear and wise. The parable of those who, okay, but wait a minute. Did they come? Do we know if the birds actually came?
Birds?
I mean, he sliced and diced 4 birds, put them in four different mountains, and Allah said, call to them and they will come to you. Well, my question is, did they come? It doesn't say if they came. And know that Allah is dear and wise, Okay, then 261. The parable of those who spent their money for the sake of Allah is like the parable of a grain which produces 7, according to this, 45 ears of corn. Well, there's no such thing as 7 ears of corn. And each ear of corn, 100 grains. Well, I'm sorry. Do you know how many grains are in a corn, in an ear of corn? I guarantee you, it's not 100. And Allah will multiply to whom He will. So I would like a Muslim to show me which stalk of corn has 7 ears. Have you seen any corn stalks with 7 ears?
Well, you know what? It's been a while. I mean, I'm not going to say it's not possible. It's been an age since I actually got paid to do that kind of thing.
Let's see. Maybe it could be a Monsanto corn stalk. Let me see. How many ears in a corn stalk? I think that's what it's called.
I mean, I haven't. I have to say 4 or 5 years.
Here we go. This guy is a corn guy. All right. How many ears of corn per stalk? Most sweet corn varieties have 1 to 2 ears per plant. Well, I guess there's only 2 corn stalks. Well, I mean 2 ears. There goes Allah. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. How many ears of corn grow per stalk? Okay, it says 1 to 2 ears. How many ears of corn are on a stalk? Corns usually has 1 ear per stalk. Okay.
I don't know if I'd agree with that. I mean, I've definitely picked 2 or 3 off a stalk.
Yeah. How much corn do you get? Okay. How much corn do you get from 1 stalk? Okay. 1 corn plant, given adequate growing conditions, will produce between 2 to 4 ears of corn.
Yes.
Okay. So there you go.
Yes.
There is no corn plant that has 7 corns. 7 ears of corn.
Well, Allah doesn't know that.
Allah doesn't know that. Okay, then call them now. Okay, okay. Okay. The parable of those who spend their money for the sake of Allah is like 1 parable of the grain which produces 7 corns. Now, if this is not talking about corn, but then it goes on and says, and each ear of corn has 100 grains, and I don't think that's true either. So already we got two lies in one verse.
It's only because Allah doesn't know any better.
And Allah will multiply to whom He wills. Okay, and Allah is large. Again, Allah is large. Okay, large what? Does He have a large ass? And large knowing. That makes no sense. 262. Those who spend their money for the sake of Allah. Again, those who spend their money for the sake of Allah, then do not follow what they have spent with reproach or harm, will have their wages with their Lord and no fear on them. So you're going to have wages in Allah's heaven. No fear on them, and they will not grieve. 263. Keep speech and keep speech and forgiveness.
Kind speech and forgiveness.
Oh, kind speech. Okay, I'm sorry. Oof. I mean, after all this jumbled incoherency, I'm starting to get there. My eyes are starting to.
Okay. Kind speech and forgiveness is better than
forgiveness alms. Is better than alms, followed by injury. Oh, I don't know. I mean, if I was hungry, I want the alms.
So well, no, I think the idea here is that if you treat someone nice and you forgive them, it's better than doing something nice and turn around and beating the guy.
Okay. Okay,
so backstabbing. It's better than backstabbing.
So it's better than alms followed by injury. Yes. So don't give somebody something and then injure them. Okay. And Allah is rich, forbearing. Ooh, how much money does Allah have? O you who have believed, make not your arms void by reproaches and injury, like him who spends his money to be seen by the people and do not believe in Allah in the last days. Okay. So this parable is like the parable of a rock with dirt on it, which a heavy rain falls, but leaves it hard. What?
So what parable are we talking about?
I have
like
no
the
clue.
Parable of a rock with dirt on it. Did he tell us a parable about a rock with dirt on it?
No. But here's the funny thing. So we got a parable, something about a rock with dirt, which typically you find dirt on rocks. Maybe it's a clean rock. Okay, so you find a rock with dirt on it, and then when the rain falls, but leaves it hard. So was this a soft rock?
I don't. I mean, I guess maybe we're talking about sandstone. I mean,
but sandstone is not a rock.
But maybe Muhammad and Allah don't know that.
I mean, what rock do you know that's not hard? Maybe he's talking about a penis.
I don't want to deny that to him because Allah is all about sex and so is Muhammad.
Okay.
So maybe.
Okay, so this is another good one. What rock is not hard? What rock after rain falls is hard? Okay, I'm going to start having visions. Okay, no profit from their works will they be able to gain. Okay, I don't understand. Okay, so there's a rock that's got dirt and rain makes it hard. Okay, and Allah does not guide the infidel people. Okay, so you can't blame the infidel people for being infidels because Allah does not guide them.
Oh, so Allah's saying he's at fault for infidels existing.
Yes, because
why did Muslims try to do dawah? Because again, we're infidels because Allah wants us to be infidels.
Exactly. So why are Muslims trying to do dawah when right here in 264 it says Allah does not guide the infidel people? So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm an infidel not because of it's because Allah has made me an infidel. Okay, 265. Oh, and another parable. And the parable of those who spend their money seeking to please Allah and for the establishing of their souls are like the parable of a garden on the hill in which the heavy rain falls and it yields its food double. That doesn't make any sense, but that's okay.
Okay, so again, we have a problem because they use the word parable, but they don't. This Allah, Muhammad, whoever, doesn't know what a parable is. because you have a story, all right? But we don't have a story here.
Yeah, we don't know what the parable is. Apparently, it's a parable that's kind of like the one about the people who spend their money seeking to please Allah. I mean, that's not a bad thing, right? Spending your money to please Allah versus spending your money on hookers. And for the establishing of their souls. Okay, so they want to spend their money to please Allah, so their souls, is like the parable of a garden on the hill, which the heavy rain falls, and it yields its food double. Okay, I mean, all right. I mean, whatever. So even if a heavy rain did not fall on it, so a dew.
A do what? A do.
A dew. A dode. Okay.
A deer. A do. No,
Okay. So even if a heavy rain did not fall on it, so a dew. Okay. And Allah sees what you do. Okay. Oh, I know. Hey, listen. I know what they did. It rhymes. So even if the rain did not fall on it, so a dew. And Allah sees what you do. You get it? Do.
Do.
Okay. 266. Does any of you
Sean Cassidy would have fun with this. I mean, he was into that using that word do. He had a couple songs with that.
Okay, so 266. Does any of you desire a garden of palms and vines to be his? Below them rivers flow. He will have in it from every fruit, and he becomes old, and he has weak offspring, so that a violent wind struck it. Struck what? And it fire, so it burned. What
burned?
I don't know. Okay, so it says, does anyone? So somebody's asking, does any of you want a garden that has palms and vines, and below are rivers that flow? He will have.
I would like a garden like that,
right? And in this garden, you're going to have from every fruit, and he becomes old. Okay. And he has weak offspring.
We had a garden. Now we're talking about a he. Who's the he?
So I guess if you desire a garden with palms and vines, with rivers below it, who has all the fruits, you're going to become old, and he has weak offspring. What the hell does that mean? He has weak offspring.
Well, they've been eating the fruit.
So that a violent wind struck it. Struck what? The offspring? So that a violent wind struck it. I have no clue. What did it strike?
If this is the garden. So, having been someone who's survived several windstorms. So if we're only talking about the garden, and the garden is now a personal pronoun of he, which is extremely unusual, given that, pretty historical, that even I would be willing to bet even in Arabic, that garden would be given a feminine pronoun. But this seems to have given, that's where I'm kind of lost here. Where we have to wait and ask somebody, but if there's a he here, well, if it's only referring to the garden of being struck by a violent wind, it sounds like they had a lightning storm because there's fire.
Right. So there was a violent wind that struck it. We don't know what it struck. And it fire. Okay. So it burned. What
is the in it fire?
I don't know.
The only thing that would make sense is if they had a lightning storm with the wind.
Right.
But if it's just things.
But what did the lightning storm strike to cause a fire? Because there's no house. It's talking about.
No. This would be. I've seen lightning hit trees and an actual fire produced.
Right. Trees. Right. So, but
it doesn't say there's any lightning there.
Right.
It just
says right. It says violent.
Maybe two trees rubbed against each other and started a fire.
Could be. Okay. So
I'll have to work on that.
So it burns. What burns? You see what I mean?
I'm guessing the garden burns up.
I guess. Okay. So likewise, Allah makes his verses clear to you. What the hell do you mean it's clear? I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Allah is confusing, but then we don't know if it's Allah or if it's Muhammad or
whoever.
Somebody's again. It's the guy who's having seizures.
Right. Whoever is speaking in verse 266 is asking somebody, "Hey, would you like to have a garden with some palms and some vines, and below the rivers flow? So you're on the hill, obviously, because if there's a river flowing below, you're on the hill. And, okay, he will have." This person, okay, he's going to have a garden. It's going to be on the hill. There's going to be rivers flowing underneath. He's going to have every fruit, okay, and he becomes old. What the hell? Okay, 267. All you who have believed, spend of the good things which you have earned. Here we go back to spending of the good things that you have earned, of that which we have brought forth to you from the earth. Okay. And do not give the bad from it. Okay, so don't give the sour fruit now. You give the good fruit. Okay, and do not give the bad from it, such as yourselves would not take except with closed eyes. Okay, and know that Allah is rich. Praise.
In what?
I don't know.
It's not intelligence.
Definitely not. Okay.
Not coherence and not clarity.
All of a sudden we go and it says, Satan promise you poverty and commands you with indecency. Now, okay, now let me ask you a question. How is Satan going to entice anybody by saying, hey, follow me? I'm going to make you a poor bastard. But I'm going to make you have a lot of indecency, indecent fun.
Okay, well, maybe that might entice somebody.
That just doesn't make sense. Yes, I'm going to promise you with poverty. What did Satan promise Jesus? He didn't say, hey, Jesus, listen, if you follow me and obey me, I'm going to make you a poor guy. No, he promised him the riches of the world.
I'm going to give you all this sin that you ever want.
Yeah, Allah's going to make you rich, but Allah's going to promise you poverty. And who in their right mind would follow somebody that says, hey, listen.
A small-minded man.
Yeah, hey, kufophobia. I'm going to give you poverty. Follow me. I'd be like, man, get the hell out of here. Okay.
You might turn around and beat him in the head.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to take your stuff, fool. Okay, so Allah is large. Large what? And knowing. He gives okay, so here we go again. He gives the wisdom to whom he wills. So if you and I don't have any wisdom, we have nobody to blame but Allah. Okay, and whoever receives the wisdom, so indeed it is given great good. Again, that doesn't make any sense, and none will remember except those with understanding. That doesn't make sense either. Okay, 270. We're only 10 away from ending this charade.
Oh, good for us.
I know. Alms that are given will atone for sins. I thought only Allah can atone for sins or take. Okay, 270. And here we go again. And whatever you spend for spending.
You spend on
what the hell am I supposed to do if I'm spending, right?
What are we buying?
For whatever vow you vow, so surely Allah knows it. And to the unjust, there are no helpers. Okay.
So we definitely don't need Allah to help us because there's no helpers.
Yeah. Okay. So 271. If you show the alms openly, it is well.
So you can show off in your giving, and that's a good thing.
Right. If you hide them and give them to the poor, so it is good to you. Okay. So if you show your alms openly, it's good. If you hide them and give them to the poor, it's good. So it's good to you and will atone for your evil. So if I commit murder,
if you hide them.
Right. So if I commit murder and I hide my alms and I give it to the poor, I'm forgiven. And Allah is
the guy that committed the jihad in Florida,
right?
At the gay bar. All he really needed to do was just go. I mean, instead of committing murder because he was a homosexual. Right. All he needed to do was really just go do some, give some money, and he would have bought his way out of the crime for homosexuality instead of having to kill people.
Yeah,
interesting.
Okay, so Allah again is aware of what you do. Okay,
that sounds a lot like the Catholic concept of
what was that?
buying your way.
During the Crusades,
indulgences. Yeah,
yes, indulgent. Hey, give me 1,000 coins, and you can murder whoever you want, rape whoever you want, no problem. Yeah, it's forgiven. Okay, Allah is aware of what you do. 272. It is not your responsibility for their guidance. So obviously, you can't guide anybody because only Allah can guide. And if Allah doesn't guide you, then you're screwed. So no dawah. We need to speak to Ali Dawah and tell the Muslims, stop telling us that Islam is true because it's not doing us any good. Allah has made us this way. It's not your responsibility for their guidance, but Allah guides whom he wills. Okay. And okay, here we go again. And whatever you spend from goods.
So good, you can spend your good.
So it is and whatever you spend from goods, so it is to yourself. What? So whatever you spend from good, so it is to yourself, and whatever you spend, except seeking the face of Allah, and whatever you spend from good will be repaid to you, and you will not be dealt with unjustly.
So this essentially says, just like we were just talking about, you can do good deeds and you can do bad deeds. And if you do enough good deeds, they pay off your bad deeds. So as long as you do more good than bad, you're fine. You know, it sounds like yin yang.
And he's going to repay you. Okay, 273. For the poor who are confined for the sake of Allah. So if you're poor and you're confined, that's because Allah wants you poor and confined. Do not have in their might. Okay, so for the poor who are confined for the sake of Allah, do not have in their might to strike out unto the earth. Okay, well, obviously, if you're confined for the sake of Allah, you're not going to be able to get up and go out. Okay, the fool thinks that they are rich because of their modesty. Okay, I don't know any fool that thinks he's rich because of their modesty. You will know them by their. Well, my other laptop just.
Run out of energy?
No, it went to sleep. All right, let me put the password back on here. Let me see. What number is this? 140. Okay. For the poor, you will know them by their 146. Okay, by their marks.
So there's going to be marks on these people.
Yes, but I don't know what the marks mean. Okay. They will not. Okay, they will not.
So who's going to have the marks? The rich? Or the
fool who thinks they are rich.
So the fools are going to be marked.
Yes.
Okay.
They will not beg people in whatever you spend of good, so surely Allah knows it. Okay, I don't understand. They will not beg people. Okay. And whatever you spend of good, so surely Allah knows it. They will not beg people. Okay?
My guess is that they think fools can't beg.
This is. Ooh. Okay, so 274 again.
On the street begging. I mean,
here we go again. People spending. Those who spend their money by night and day, secretly and publicly, so they will have their wages with their Lord, and there is no fear on them, and they will not grieve. So those who spend their money by day and night, secretly and publicly, so they. This shit doesn't make any sense.
Well, again, he's talking about my best guess. I'm not saying it makes any sense, but my best guess again is you're talking about your money buying your buying good deeds. So if you have more, so the more money you have, the more sins you can commit.
Yes. This thing is just incoherent. I'm pretty sure a fifth grader could write better than this. Okay, those who charge interest on loans will burn in hell forever. Okay.
Wait a minute. Didn't Allah just offer to pay a loan off?
Yeah, but remember the loan was deeds. The loan was deeds. So you have to loan Allah good deeds. Now, why would Allah need a loan of good deeds? That's the whole. It doesn't matter if the loan is cash or deeds. Why does Allah need anything? Doesn't it say that Allah is subsistent? All right. Those who devour the interest. they will not stand except like those whom Satan has beaten by his touch will stand. How are you beaten by a touch? Okay.
Except like
okay.
those who...
Okay, so those who devoured the interest, they will not stand except like those who Satan has beaten by his touch will stand. This because they said, surely the selling is only like the interest. And Allah made the selling lawful and forbade the interest. So, whomever a sermon has come to him from his Lord, so he abstains. So to him, what has passed in his affairs is to Allah. I mean, I don't understand this crap. And whoever returns, so there are the companions of the fire. So whoever returns what? Those are the companions of the fire. They will abide in it forever. Okay.
Wait. We don't know. Whoever returns, that's a really good point. I mean, whomever a sermon has come to him from his Lord, so he abstains. To him,
he abstains from what?
Yeah, it doesn't tell us what we're abstaining from. I mean, I guess abstaining from interest
could be
paying interest. So
could
it's to
be
him what was past and his affairs is to Allah, and whoever returns. I mean, are you returning to paying interest?
I don't know.
I guess that's the closest I can come to. If you go back to paying interest, then you're going to hell, basically. But that's only if you left it and then came back to paying interest.
Right.
So that would make you, in his structure of faith structure, an apostate. I mean, that's enough.
Allah does not love an evil person, but the evil person is evil because Allah made him that way. Remember, Allah does not guide. Okay, Allah will bring the interest to nothing, but will increase the. Allah will bring the interest to nothing, but will increase alms with the interest.
Wait a minute. So
Allah's going to use the interest.
Will increase alms with. So Allah gives interest, but he won't allow you to make money with interest.
I guess.
So Allah believes in interest.
I guess.
That's what it says here.
I mean, he's going to increase the alms with the interest. What interest? Where did he get the interest from? Who is he charging interest to? Okay. And Allah does not love every sinful.
Why should we love him if he doesn't love us?
I know. Okay, 277. Surely those who believed and did good deeds and performed the prayer and brought the legal alms. So now we have legal alms and illegal alms. They will have their wages with their Lord and no fear on them. Okay. How come in some instances, and I think you pointed this out the last time, how come in some verses it talks about the legal alms, and then in some of them it just says alms?
Apparently there's
like for instance, it starts off as saying Allah will bring the interest to nothing, but will increase alms with the interest. And then all of a sudden, in the next verse, he talks about legal alms. So is the one on the top illegal?
Yeah. If you don't give, I believe it's 3%. The zakat. It's been a while since I've looked at zakat. Thought it was 3% or 2.5%, something like that.
I think it's 2.5.
2.5%. So if you don't pay, if you're paying your 2.5%, that's the legal amount. But if you're paying more, then that's the general alms. So the legal alms, so you're paying, and brought the 2.5% of whatever, that would be your income. They will have the wage with their Lord and no fear on them. So that's another thing to point out. The God of the Christians and the Jews, pre-covenant, asked for 10%, the tithe, which is 10%. Right. And in Islam, they give 2.5% to a concept of charity, which includes paying for jihad. It has to include that, by the way.
Right. Of course, they don't tell you that. Okay, so where are we? 278. Oh, you who have believed, fear Allah and abandon what remains of the interest. Okay. If you were believers.
So Allah doesn't believe that they're all believers.
O you who have believed. Okay. I still don't like that. O you who have believed. To me, that reads like in the past, but we'll go back. Fear Allah and abandon what remains of interest. If you were believers.
So, and he doesn't believe those people who believe in him. He doesn't trust them.
279.
Just distrust and the hatred.
Allah's got a trust issue, man. We need to send him to a therapist. So if you do not, so if you do not do it, oh my God, man, like I said, English is not my native language, but my teacher would have killed me if I gave her a sentence like that. So if you do not do it, I guess that's referring to charge interest. So prepare for a war from Allah and his messenger. So if you do not,
if you're paying interest, prepare for a war, or if you're charging interest, prepare for a war from Allah and his messengers.
Okay. And if you repent, so you will have the principle of your money. Okay. Do not treat others unjustly, and you will not be dealt with unjustly. That's good. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
I think he's trying to repeat something he heard about the golden rule here.
I could be. Okay, 280. And if he was in straits financial stress, then let there be a delay until it be easy for him. And if he is in straits, who is he? The person that you lent the money to.
This is that epileptic thing where he's having a seizure. Now he's talking about zakat again.
There's no connection between somebody being lent anything, and then and if he was in straits financial financial stress, and if he was in straits financial stress, again, that doesn't make sense to me. Let there be a delay until it be easy for him. Okay, so if he can't pay you today, he'll pay you tomorrow. If not, you break his legs. And if you could give it as alms, it is good for you. If you are knowing, knowing what?
So God doesn't even know if you're knowing.
So what am I knowing about?
So this Allah doesn't know if you know.
Yeah. And 281. And fear a day, in it you will return to Allah. Okay. Man, this is some really bad. I mean, you've heard it from what do. Some of these verses in Arabic are even worse than the English. Yeah. I think in the translation they're trying to smooth it out.
I'm not doubting that. I mean, I hear when I go back and I look. I mean, I don't know how long it took Usama to go through this, but I would say, for my last book, it took me 2 years to write it. But
I would love
to take me. I'm just curious. I'll ask him how long it took him.
I would love to see a Christian prince finish his Quran, just to compare it. Okay. Yeah. Then and something about what do we say? And fear a day, and it you will return to Allah. That is just poor sentence structure.
I think it's because Allah likes fear.
then will every soul be rewarded what it has earned, and they will not be dealt with unjustly. Okay. Oh, now we go to the witnesses of two females. Okay. Oh, you who have believed, when you contract a debt at a fixed time, so write it down. Well, that's a very good.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Very good advice.
Put down your stuff in contract.
Because we know verbal contracts, they're not good unless you have witnesses. And let a writer write between you with fairness, and let not the writer refuse to write, even as Allah has taught him. So now Allah has taught him what? How to write? So
apparently you're not allowed to write your own contract.
That's
so Allah, I see here. You have to have a witness write the contract.
Right. So Allah has a kind of like a form, a standard contract form that you have to adhere to. Okay, so let him write it down and let the debtor dictate and let him fear Allah and his Lord. Okay, let him fear Allah and his Lord. Oh, okay.
So wait a
I'm
minute.
sorry, Allah his Lord.
Allah his Lord. Okay.
Yeah, and do not diminish anything from it. Okay, so if the debtor was mentally deficient or weak and cannot dictate, so let his friend dictate with fairness and call 2 witnesses from your men. So if there were not 2 men, so 1 man and 2 women of those among whom you are pleased for witnesses, so that if one of them should make an error, the other may cause her to remember. So apparently women are not good at financial contracts because
no, that's not. I mean, that's a statement in Sharia also that women
right.
can't remember things. They have to be 2 of them together in order for them to remember things correctly.
To remind the one who forgets. Now, what if both of them forget? Now we got a problem.
No, then that guy's screwed.
Okay, so if 2 men.
Well, don't trust your women.
Right.
You have to have 2 men.
Right. So make the error, cause her to remember. And the witnesses will not refuse whenever they are called. Okay. And do not tire to put the debt in writing, be it small or large, to its time. Okay. This is more just with Allah, better suited for witnessing and the best for avoiding doubt. I mean, I agree. Write it down, sucker. But if the merchant be there present and you pass it among you, so there is no sin on you not to write it down. Okay, I'm not quite sure I know what that means. Okay. So if the merchant, but if the merchandise, okay, I guess if the merchandise is present, you don't need to write a contract. Is that what it's saying?
Okay, but if and do not tire to put the debt in writing, be it small or large in its time. This is more just with Allah, better suited for witnessing and better for avoiding doubt. But if the merchandise be present and you pass it among you, so there is no sin on you. So you can do an even exchange. If you do an exchange, you don't need a contract. So if the goods are there and they're present, if you're going to, so it's like if you want to pay me for something, and I can give you that thing, like you go to a store, you go up and you pay $2 for a candy bar. You don't need a contract. But if you make a promise to deliver something or a promise to pay, you need a contract.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so okay, and have witnesses when you sell, and do not harm the writer nor the witness. I thought you needed 2 witnesses. Right? 2 men.
Yeah.
Or a man and 2 women. So how come now it's nor the witness? That okay, okay, he's having another epileptic
seizure time.
Okay, and if you do, surely it is a sin to you. And fear Allah, because we got to fear Allah. And Allah teaches you, and Allah knows all things. Allah teaches you what? How to do a contract, contract 101 for Allah is the instructor. Okay, 283. And if you were traveling and did not find a rider, let pledges be taken. Okay. So if one of you trusts the other, so let him who is trusted restore what he is trusted with.
So it's okay to shake hands.
Yeah.
And make a deal.
And and of course we got to throw in and let him fear Allah, his Lord. Okay.
Fear this Allah, he likes fear.
This Allah is a fear monger, and
he's the God of fear.
Yeah, and do not withhold the testimony. Okay, I'm not quite sure what that's referring to, but that's okay. And whoever withholds it, so surely it is a sin in his heart, and Allah knows what you do, so don't sin in your heart. 284. To Allah, what is in the heavens and what is on the earth, And if you reveal what is in yourself or hide it, Allah will call you to account by it.
Are we having another epileptic seizure here?
Yeah. So he will forgive. Okay, there we go again. So he will forgive whom he wills, and he will torment who he wills. I mean, Allah is like a what would you call it? It's like he's like a game host. You know,
behind this door I have forgiveness, and behind this other I have torment.
Which door is
whichever I decide that you get, and too bad for you, because it doesn't matter what you choose. It's what I decide to give.
And Allah is mighty over all things. Yes. Okay, 285. The messenger believed in that which had been sent down from his Lord. I don't know what was sent down from his Lord. And the believers all believed in Allah and his angels and his books and his messengers.
Wait. And his books. So let's see. We're still getting at this books. Which books are we talking about? The books that came before the Quran, correct?
I guess.
Okay. So we could be talking about the Old Testament, the Torah, the Navim, and the Ketubim. We would be talking about the Gospels. And you know what? We'd have to be talking about that New Testament as a whole, okay? Because they don't really have. I mean, by the time these guys come along, it's already canonized. So, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay, but here's the funny thing: that statement is false. Okay, and the believers all believed in Allah and his angel. Well, there must have been not a lot of believers because Allah had to send 124,000 messengers. There had to be something wrong with the message.
Oh, so Allah isn't clear? Is that what you're saying?
That could be, but then again, we're reading his book and we're finding out
he's not very clear.
Okay, and we do not differentiate between any of his messengers, but then we just read up where it says some messengers we elevated, some we spoke to. So who's saying this? Is this the people? And they said, we heard and obeyed.
Oh, that's what our friend was just saying. All you're allowed to do is hear and obey. You're not allowed to do any thinking.
And they said, we heard and obeyed your forgiveness, our Lord. Okay. Now,
Wait. Allah needs forgiveness.
I mean, there is a period at the end of we heard and obeyed. Okay, period. Now we're on to another thought. Your forgiveness, our Lord. Your forgiveness, our Lord, what? It's a period. Your forgiveness, comma, our Lord. Huh.
Is he giving it? So they heard. Are they expecting forgiveness or are they giving forgiveness?
I have no clue. All they did was say, Allah said the messenger believed in what had been sent down from his Lord, and the believers all believed in Allah and his angels and his books and his messengers. We do not differentiate between any of his messengers. And they said, we heard and obeyed your forgiveness, our Lord. Okay, I mean, this is just okay. And to you is the final return. Okay. Oh my God, we're at 286. Allah will not burden any soul except its ability. It will receive what it earns, and it will pay what it earns. Okay. Our Lord, do not hold us responsible. Clearly, this is not Allah speaking. Our Lord, do not hold us responsible if we forget. What's 149? If we forget, fall into sin. Okay. So please, can somebody explain to me how this is Allah speaking, our Lord? So this tells me that Allah is just regurgitating what other people said, right?
Will receive what is earned.
That's not Allah speaking. In the Bible.
If Allah has a Lord and there's an us, well, that says something.
Yeah, but who's speaking here? I mean, Muslims make fun of the Bible and they say, but is that God speaking? Okay, but why is God speaking this? Who said, our Lord, do not hold us responsible if we forget or we fall into sin? And again, our Lord, and do not lay on us a load like that which you have laid on those who have been before us. Again, this is not Allah speaking, our Lord. And do not lay on us for which we have not strength, but blot out our sins and forgive us and have mercy on us. You are our guardian, so give us victory against the infidel people.
Boy, that's confusing.
I mean,
this implies that this is the human part doing the you, who are the persons who are saying this, because you give us victory against the infidel people is implication that people are saying this, not Allah. But you don't know that until you get to that part.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confused. But ladies and gentlemen, we have finished the second chapter.
The bright yellow cow.
Yeah. Okay. Here's something that I'd like to say. I'm seeing stuff here. It seems that you and I, Paul, we've been kind of just talking to ourselves. Nobody's actually been listening. It seems we've been having our own little debates and discussions on the chat. Do you know if we can not have the chat?
I think it's okay. I think I would keep it because they're doing some good. They're doing some evangelism in there, so that works. But
okay, I still want to know, idol breaker. You have the time to come on my live chat, right? You are a Muslim. But it seems they're discussing the different, I guess between the hadiths and whatever. Maybe they're doing comparative. So I don't understand. He's a Muslim, right? Yeah, he is a Muslim who should be able to come on our show and teach us about Islam and tell us why Islam is true.
Better yet, he could explain simple things like
he could help us understand this crap of a book.
I mean, maybe it's too difficult for him to do because he doesn't understand, or maybe he can't read Arabic. And I'm not saying I can, but the simple truth is, I mean, I love that part where we had an Arabic speaker in here, and he said, "No, I'm not going to even attempt to translate that."
Hey, idol breaker, or I should say idol idiot. Have you been paying attention to the last 4 hours that we've been showing how asinine, incoherent, disjointed your Quran is?
And still looking for the bright yellow cow while we're at it.
Yeah, that nobody seems to understand what the hell Allah is talking about.
And why does he sound like he's having epileptic seizures?
I don't know.
And I'm not trying to sound mean to people with epilepsy. I am someone who has epilepsy. So please understand that while I'm saying this, I am someone who has epilepsy. I do take medicine for epilepsy. And while I'm saying that, I mean, I am somebody who truly understands why this sounds like epileptic seizures. So maybe most people don't get that. But I can say this, and I'm not trying to be insulting, but it explains the disjointedness where the person, whoever is writing this, why it's, everything's so disjointed. It actually explains it, the disjointedness. And that is one of the horrors there. However, it does not explain the incoherence.
Yeah. See, this guy here, idol breaker, is claiming to be a Quranist. I'd like to ask him, if he's a Quran only Muslim, how does he know how to do wudu? Now, the Quran says he's supposed to follow the examples of Muhammad.
So, and again, if idol breaker is a Quranist, if he is a Muslim, why does he bother here? Because it says right here that what we've been reading over and over again is Allah has made us the way we are, so forget it. Right. But he doesn't want to accept the Quran.
So idol breaker, you it looks like you were speaking. You accept the Quran. How can you accept the Quran? So you don't accept Muhammad? Is that what you're trying to say? How do you accept Muhammad when you don't know jack about Muhammad? Can you show me anything in the Quran that talks about Muhammad? How do you do wudu? How do you do your prayers? How do you know anything? How do you wipe your ass? How do you know how to wipe your ass? In which hand are you supposed to hold your penis when you go pee? Which foot do you enter the bathroom with, and which foot do you leave? Where is that in the Quran? Idol breaker? Because
wait.
Quran
He
only,
says
you
he
don't
only
believe in
does
the
accept
hadiths.
hadiths that contradict the Quran, and he's saying that okay, don't use Christian statements for your claims of no. Sola Scriptura is a Christian statement from the Reformation. I'm sorry, you don't have the right to use that. Sola Scriptura has to do with Christianity, not with the imaginary statements of Quranists. We've gone through the Quran. You haven't given us anything on topic that I have seen in this chat today. I'm still looking for that bright yellow cow, Mr. Quranist. Can you tell us where to find it? Can you tell us where to find the bright yellow cow? And I'd love to hear a Quranist tell us why this chapter is named after a cow when the majority of it has nothing to do with a bright yellow cow.
Actually, the whole chapter is so disjointed that it jumps all over the place. Moses, the Israelites, Saul, David, Goliath, back to Abraham, Jesus. Okay. So I mean, idol breaker.
He can't be even close to a Quranist because he accepts hadiths if they don't.
So you can't.
He's a liar. He even lies about who he is.
Right, because if you're a Quranist only, then you're a Quranist only. That means no hadith at all. Now he had mentioned something about the Shiites. They still practice muta. So idol breaker, can you show me in the Quran where Allah abrogated muta? You know, the temporary marriage.
The Sunnis practice muta as well. I mean, I've documented that in my last book. In fact, in the United States, we've had several documentations of that. One of those is actually a former CARE leader who committed muta, and he got caught, and that's why he ended up with a divorce, and that's why he got thrown out of CARE, because it was very public. So yes, so Sunnis do accept muta, and yes, they do love it as well. Unfortunately,
but here's my question: in the Quran, where does Allah say stop doing the muta?
No place.
Okay, so does a prophet have more power than Allah? Because even during the time of Muhammad, muta was being done. I believe it was also being done during the time of Abu Bakr being caliph.
I'd have to go back. I believe I just found that section of my book. Just a second. Muta. Okay. In the Quran, that comes from 424 and 527. 424 and 527. And also prohibited to you are all married women except those whom your right hand possesses. This is a decree of Allah upon you, and lawful to you all others beyond these, provided that you seek them in marriage with gifts from your property, desiring charity, not unlawful sexual intercourse. So for whatever you enjoy of marriage from them, give them their due compensation as an obligation. And there is no blame upon you for what you mutually agree to beyond the obligation. For indeed, Allah is, quote, ever knowing and ever knowing wise. And then the second chapter verse there is, "Oh, you who have believed, do not prohibit the good things which Allah has made lawful to you, and do not transgress indeed. And Allah does not like transgressors." Again, this is a Sunni and a Shiite belief. Some claim it was ended. Unfortunately, the truth is, in the Quran, it was never ended. Okay, and it is not abrogated. I mean, I've got so many examples of this. let me go. I can go to Surah 23, 1-6. Some people will actually claim Sunni scholars abrogate it, but let's go to Surah 23, 1-6. Certainly will the believers have succeeded. Those who are during their prayer humbly submissive, and they who turn away from ill speech, and they who are observant of zakat, and those who guard their private parts, except for those wives of those whose right hand possesses, or indeed they will not be blamed. Okay, it doesn't negate it. Okay, and for abrogation to work, verses that come later negate or change verses that come earlier. When they want to use chapter 23 to negate chapter 4, it doesn't work, because the Meccan verses given later, in this case, a Meccan verse given later than chapter 5, but earlier than chapter 4. So it doesn't work. So this whole concept, and this is the hilariousness of it, of the Quran. Their God is so small, he can't decide on whether he's done something right the first time. So he has to every once in a while change things up. That is one of the reasons why, Christians and Jews have a reason to celebrate. They serve a God that is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. The Islamic God is too small to be able to do that.
Right.
I mean, you don't know tomorrow if he's going to like you or not. I mean, we've been reading that over and over again.
It just amazes me that these people, these Muslims, they come onto your live show, right, into your live chat, and all they try to do is try to divert from the topic. Notice the topic today was not about the Trinity.
Yeah, but he can't handle it, because then we're talking about his beliefs. He wants to talk about ours, and he can't justify anything. That's it's the hilarity of it. He doesn't understand that he is doing what's called fallacious reasoning, and that's another reason why it's so easy to break down the followers of Islam. If you follow Islam, you follow an illogical belief structure. I mean, it has been evident throughout our entire time today that the scriptures of Islam, we're just talking about Quran chapter 2 that we've gone through today, are highly incoherent. In fact, they're so incoherent, there are passages that can't accurately be translated by people who normally speak Arabic. In fact, we had somebody today refuse to try because it was so bad. He said, the Arabic is so bad, I don't even want to attempt it. So if he really believes Islam, I mean, he should try to stay on topic, but that's too much for them. It is truly too much. My suggestion is, in the future, people who want to be, I mean, I don't have a problem with the chat room, but what I would like to see in the future is the mods, if they would force him to stay on topic. If he wants to talk about something in chapter 2, great. If he wants to go off topic, say goodbye. That's my thought.
I agree with you 100%, because the reason that you and I are doing this, and you and I and whoever comes on, is for people to focus on what we're doing. Otherwise, I could do this on my own and upload it later. The whole purpose is to have an interaction where if you have any questions about what we're discussing, then that's great.
I mean, I would love if you can keep people on topic, because I can keep the YouTube in front of me and follow it and comment.
Right.
But if we can keep it on topic, that allows intelligent discussion. I'm not saying that the people in the chat room are not having intelligent discussion. The purpose of this discussion is to force. Basically it is. It's to force people who follow Islam to do what's called critical thinking. What's actually happening in the chat room is a denier of critical thinking.
Right.
Is trying to distract everybody.
What I'm going to do
is
a
little scary.
What I'm going to do is, starting on the next one, is I'm going to have a little banner that says, either pay attention or ask questions dealing with the topic, or we're just going to boot you. I mean, I don't care if I don't have anybody on the chat. Okay, because who's not here? Who was it that yesterday was even getting on my case? for not sticking to the what the panel was talking about. So I need that person back.
Yeah, it's
because I can tell you
that was that Issa? Yeah, it might have been Issa.
No, it was an Issa. It was one of the mods that was getting on my case because it was Nim Grace. What happened to you, Nim Grace? I mean, here's the deal. Idol Breaker is not here to learn anything. Idol Breaker is here to engage the people in the chat and distract them and distract them from the topic of the video. And today I'm actually paying a little bit more attention to well, now I can pay attention because guess what? I'm not reading the Osama's Quran. When I'm reading it, I don't see anything. I'm looking at the PDF, so I don't see Skype. I'm sorry, Skype. I don't see StreamYard, and I don't even see the chat that's in StreamYard. So I have no clue what's going on. Now I'm looking at it, and I can see what's been going on because I'm back to StreamYard, and I can see I've got the comments, and I can see what's going on. And I see clearly somehow Idol Breaker got everybody you straight. Shame on you. So I can see that Idol Breaker, the guy who comes on my channel and says that Muhammad is the comforter, but then when I tell him to come on the show and prove to me that Muhammad is the comforter, he runs away like his prophets. And now he's trying to say, Idol Breaker, let me bust your balls. There is not enough information in the Torah to give you the 40 minus 37 equals 3. Okay? That's all based on assumptions that are not in the Torah, in Genesis.
There's nothing stating
I don't want to go live, though. I'll talk privately. No, we don't talk privately. I like to talk openly so people can see.
He doesn't like to be proven wrong in public. That's what it
okay, because guess what? There is no such thing as privately. Even if you talk to me privately, guess what? I'm going to expose you. Because when I talk to a Muslim, there's no privacy. It's recorded. Because I know how you people are. Then you go out and you claim that I beat kufrophobia. No, there isn't a damn Muslim in the world that has beat me yet. Haven't found one yet. So again, if you come on my channel and you post stupid shit, okay, and you make stupid claims, I'm going to call you out on it. Then don't run and pretend that, okay, I don't want to debate you. Okay? Do you get me, Idol Breaker?
We picked Usama's translation because it's an accurate translation. The ones you're talking about are not accurate.
And I like the fact that it also in his it shows the words that are not Arabic, that don't have an origin in the Arabic language. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, what about it, Idol Breaker? I mean, I don't care what translation you bring. I can still spank you. So again, my problem is Idol Breaker, and a lot of these Muslims that come into my channel, you're not going to find my channel dealing with Christianity. And you guys come on my channel and you start posting stuff that has nothing to do with the video. I make a video about apples. You idiots come on and start talking about pineapples. So why would you come into a channel that's talking about apples and you talk about pineapples? What exactly are you trying to gain?
You know, the funny thing is, the truth is, Idol Breaker, just to tell you what a waste of time it is. Idol Breaker, if you actually watch videos like this, 9 times out of 10, you would probably just listen to it. So your purpose in the chat room is basically moot because, I mean, the great work of people like Nim Grace and Gadala. I mean, they've been there doing a great job. And I have to say, I've watched and thank you. You guys have done a great job. But what the truth of the matter is Idolbreaker, no one's going to come back and listen and look at this. They're just going to sit there. If they do, they're going to sit there and laugh because your attempt to take people off topic isn't working.
Okay, let me bust this dumbass, okay? Let me go over here to the word for word. I have his verse up. Chapter 5, verse 6. Okay, great. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me, okay, let me put it on, let me see. Do I have anything on stream? Okay, let me share my screen again. I'm going to show how an idiot this idiot really is. Ayah 5:6, the eye of the table. All right, let's see if we can. Where is my StreamYard? StreamYard's over here. All right, let me go over here. Okay. Idolbreaker, can you tell me where does it tell you that you're supposed to wash your face and your hands till the elbows 3 times? No, the Bible doesn't tell me how to wipe my ass because I don't need to know how to wipe my ass. Do you need God to tell you how to wipe your ass? Are you a moron? Chapter 5:6, where does it say that you're supposed to wash your face and your hands till the elbows and wash your head 3 times? Because you know you got to do it 3 times. And where does it say that you go into the toilet with 1 foot and you come out with another foot? Right, Grace. Our God doesn't think that we're stupid.
That is, Nim Grace. So for those people just listening, she wrote, the Bible assumes we are intelligent. That is incredible. I love it. It couldn't be said any better. Thank you.
And here's the funny thing. Does this guy actually think God cares if you wipe your ass with the right hand or the left hand? Now, what happens, God forbid, that you lost your right hand? Now you got to wipe your ass with your left hand. Oh, they'll say, but Allah will forgive you then because you don't have a right hand.
Well, what if Allah had your left hand, your other hand cut off?
Okay.
Because, yeah.
But here's the thing. He says that the Quran teaches you how to do wudu. Okay, but where does it say to do it 3 times? Because you're supposed to do it 3 times. I don't see it there 3 times.
There's nothing here.
Oh, he's a Shiite? Why, it doesn't matter if he's a crapite, Steve. It's the same Quran. The Shiites use the same Quran.
There's nothing here, and that's what it comes down to.
Okay, where does it say wipe your ass with your right hand? I don't see it. You? Where does it say that when you go and you pee, you got to hold your penis with your right hand and you got to shake it 3 times? Or I'm sorry, not shake it. You got to squeeze it 3 times. Okay, so you're not shy. What the hell are you? You're not shy. You're not Sunni.
Imaginary, maybe.
It could be, but Gedalia, he says that wudu is in the Quran. Okay, but where in this verse does it say that you're supposed to do it 3 times? Oh, wait a minute. He's a shy Quranist? That's a new one. Where does it say that when you go to the toilet, you have to go with 1 foot in and then you have to come out with the opposite?
No, Gadala, he just said he doesn't follow a Quran. He's not a Quranist because he said earlier he accepts all hadiths that do not contradict the Quran. So he's not a Quranist.
Hey, check this out. Okay, so this has to apply to desert people. Okay, let me read it from here because that thing's too small. What am I reading? Okay, now here's the funny part. Okay, but if you are okay, okay.
Oh, I see it.
if you come in contact, or ill or on a journey or has come to any one of you from the toilet or has had contact with a woman, and you don't find water, then you're supposed to clean yourself with dirt. So you're supposed to wipe your face and your hands with dirt. I mean, are you freaking serious? I mean,
he's talking about, I think their actual statement here, which is, pretty simple, is that take sand and rub your face with the sand so that'll clean you.
Okay.
Sorry,
Michael Knight is a scholar. What are you a scholar of being an idiot? Oh, by the way, Michael Knight, where is your email to me?
Michael Knight did not probably graduate from much from high school.
Yeah.
I mean, it's my bet.
Michael Knight,
last discussion I saw him have, it really was low.
I thought Michael Knight was going to debate me today. On Sunday. It's already Sunday. Where is he? Where he's at? Where's my email? I think I'm going to ban Michael Knight from my channel. He's going to have to come in a different name, and then I'll have to keep knocking that. So again, idol breaker. Where does the Quran teach you how to do wudu the way that you do? I don't even know if he knows what type of Muslim he is. He said he was a Protestant Muslim. Has anybody ever heard what a Protestant Muslim is?
Non-existent.
That reminds me, do you know what Open-Minded said one time? Oh, I'm a Christian, but I'm a neutral Christian. I'm like, what the hell is a neutral Christian?
Non-existent.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't know what the Bible says because he had openly admitted he never read it.
Michael Knight, listen, kid. You need to go back home and go breastfeed because I think you're still breastfeeding. I don't have time for your stupid games. You will email me.
Make sure you're ready. You're too easy, Michael. I mean,
okay.
I think you got to go find your camel, and it's going to be labeled Kit someplace.
Yeah, I think he probably had too much camel piss to drink. He's going to email me. What time is it over there, Michael Knight? Because pretty soon it's going to be Monday, unless you're lying, right? So how are you going to debate me on Sunday if it's going to be Monday when it's Sunday over here?
I think isn't he the guy likes to change the times and everything?
Yeah. No, I don't know with this guy. See, and this is why Christian Prince, Rob Christian, Adam Seeker says, don't deal with these idiots regarding Christianity. Spank them first. Make them prove their claims. And then you can go to Christianity. Don't let them entertain you with, oh, let's do Christianity versus no.
Stay on the topic of Islam.
You prove your claims, okay? Because you guys make claims.
Michael Knight, staying on the topic, can you show us any place in this verse here where it says you must do this thing 3 times? Can you at least say that? Does it say here any place?
Michael Knight, what time is it over there? Because the last time you said it on my other channel, on my other video, you said, or in the one that we did earlier today, you said you were like 9 hours ahead of me. So now you're a liar. Because if you're 9 hours ahead of me, dumbass, it's already Sunday where you're at.
No, it'd be Saturday. It'd still be Saturday.
Oh, I'm sorry. Saturday. I'm the dumbass. I'm not used to being home on Friday.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I'm throwing off. Okay, Michael Knight. But don't make me wait, man. Send me the email. Do you need my email address again? Yeah, it's Saturday where he's at. I'm not used to being home on Friday, so it throws me off. I'm a day behind. I'm thinking today's Saturday.
My normal time where he's talking about where he's up. By that point, I'm already at the radio station getting ready to go. Yeah.
All right, but I guarantee you, Voodoo 56, the cow is mentioned 267.
Okay, we are in 5-6. Again, we asked you repeatedly, can you tell us where in the verse in front of your face? Maybe he can't read the screen.
No, you didn't answer my question. Yeah, I'm asking you. I have the verse up there. Where does it say to wash your face and your hands 3 times? You have to do it 3 times. Where does it say 3 times? Okay, you got my email. Good. Where does it say which foot you go into the toilet? and which foot you leave the toilet with, because you can't enter and exit with the same foot. What does it tell you which hand to wipe your ass with? Idol breaker. See, this is why they don't want to come up live, because they won't be able to handle the questions. In the text, he can run away from it.
Well, that's what they're good at. I mean, they don't. So come and get spanked. We'll just discuss.
See, on the text, he can claim, I answered you. Like, I'm going to scroll back.
Yeah.
But here, he knows I'm going to grill him. And he's not going to be able to escape until I get the answer to the question that I asked him.
I mean, it's simple. When you do these things, I mean, I do recommend those 3 rules. If you go off topic, if someone goes off topic, the other person gets declared the winner. Okay, done. If you start to do circular reasoning, we should probably spank you and send you on your way.
What about the cow 67 to 73? Okay, first of all, 5 and 6. There's a way that you do voodoo, right? When you do voodoo, how many times do you do it, Idol Breaker? So now, are you telling me the cow? Hell, weren't we on the cow today? We just finished the cow.
Yeah, it was not in there.
I didn't see anything that says wash your face and your hands up to your elbows 3 times.
No, there was nothing there.
I don't recall it. I mean, I could be wrong.
I'll go back up and look, but I didn't see that would have been a couple days ago that we did that. That would have been
See, the idiot knows that when you do voodoo, there's a process, there's a ritual, and everything is based on 3. What do you do when you wake up in the morning? You inhale water through your nose and you blow it out 3 times.
And why do you do that?
Because Satan slept in your in your nose. This is how childish Islam is.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you got to blow stuff out your nose because Satan sleeps in your nose.
Yeah.
All right, so 60. Yeah.
He said chapter 2, verses 67 through 70.
Moses said to his people, surely Allah commands you to slaughter a cow. Do you take us as a scoff? He said, okay. Again, we're still looking for that bright yellow cow. I mean, this has absolutely nothing to do with the topic. I mean, you're good at distracting. You're good at putting, but you will not answer questions. And, that just means you're a loser when it comes to debates. So good. You're a good loser. You can't actually win anything, but we could give you the participant award. You don't even deserve that because you can't stay on topic.
What was the verses again? He said chapter 2 or
267.
Oh, 67. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the whole freaking chapter. Chapter 2, starting on 67. Okay, let me pull it up. I like to use the word for word, but I'm gonna be cool. Okay, 267. Okay. Okay. Let me go over here and put this in the other one.
You can use Usama's. That's right there if you want. But
yeah, it's okay. 267. Let me see. Am I displaying it? Okay, here we go. I don't even know where I'm at. Okay.
Yeah, you're there.
All right, 267. Okay, 267. And when said Moses to his people, indeed Allah commands you that you slaughter a cow, they said, do you take us in ridicule? He said, I seek refuge in Allah that I may be amongst the ignorant. Okay, why would you? Oh, okay, we're not even going to go to this crap. Okay, they said, pray for us to our Lord to make clear, blah, 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 blah. Still dealing with the cow not young. Pray for us, Lord, make clear its color, blah, blah, blah. It's talking about a color. And they pray for us to your Lord to make clear, blah, blah, blah. 71, indeed, is still talking about a damn cow. 72, okay. Okay. talking about somebody that's dead, got stricken by the piece of the dead cow. Okay. So guess what now? Where is this idol breaker? I don't like idiots. Okay. Now the idiot,
you get the win.
He gets the olive boot in the ass.
Dr. Kufar Phobia, you get the win.
I mean, seriously, is he a moron? Doesn't he think that I'm going to go look at the verses that he posted?
I
mean, seriously, man, dude, these people, are they that stupid? Did their mother drop them on their heads? That he's going to come here and bullshit me? Listen, I bullshit with the best bullshitters. Okay. I see some new people. We got Jades. Okay, Michael Knight. I don't work on both Fridays or Sundays. I work 4 days. That's good, man. That's good. Hey, wait a minute. Is it Michael Knight? Hey, Michael Knight, are you the one that says you have a PhD in what was it, chemical engineering? But you're still a Muslim? I mean, there's so many guys with fake names that it's not even funny. And most of them are the same guy. You got Jason Bourne. You got John Wick. Now you got Knight Rider wannabe. So you're not the guy that says that you've got a PhD. I'm going to have to go look back through my interactions on Open Minded. Because there's a guy there that claimed that he's got a PhD in chemical engineering.
Oh, and that was, we had a funny discussion about that.
Yeah. So, listen, Moz, if you see somebody like Idol Breaker and he's just here to bull crap, okay, he's not a very good bull crapper, okay, just time him out. I don't care. And again, starting tomorrow, if they try to distract from what we're doing, time them out. Oh, he's a high school math teacher? Okay. Man, I might have him mistaken for somebody else. Okay. Well, Gedalia, you can't be listening to the topic if you're interacting and doing something else on the chat. Because what I'm doing requires people to also look and see what we're doing, not just listen. Because then you're missing what exactly it is that we're doing. Because otherwise, we can just do an audio, Paul.
Yeah.
You know, I can just read from Osama Dead Dog's book and say, just listen. You don't have to trust me. Just trust me. I'm reading it exactly as it is from the book. You know, I'd like people to also look. And like I said, if you have questions that are applicable to the topic, okay, don't ask me about pineapples if I'm talking about oranges. Who is interacting with me? Nobody could be interacting with me, Gedalia. I'm not on the chat when I'm reading. I don't even see you guys. The only reason I see you now is because I'm not reading anything. I'm done. We finished chapter 2. Alhamdulillah. That doc doesn't even know that Yasakati is an Arab name. Even James White made fun of him.
Well, James White is very intelligent, and if you've ever interacted with James White, you would know that. But
James White
doesn't have. I
James
would make.
White is an appeaser. James White is an appeaser.
He just does whatever he wants to.
Yasakati,
he's not a Christian, that's for sure.
I'm glad he brought up Yasakati because he's the guy who destroyed Islam.
Yeah.
With the story, the standard narrative.
Holes in the narrative, and he admitted it.
Right. Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
There are holes in the narrative.
Yeah. So
what
why tell
happened?
him to
And what
talk to
happened
you?
to that video, by the way? That was on whose site, and all of a sudden it disappeared. But I mean, great people like David Woodhead kept the copy.
I think what disappeared was Muhammad Hijab. He kind of took out the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, he did.
You know.
Yeah, he cut that down. He edited it right out.
Hey, Michael Knight, could you post the link to the video? And if you can't post here, you can post on the on this video here when we shut it down.
My bet is
anybody can say somebody got caught doing XYZ. Where is your evidence?
And you know,
I mean, you're a Muslim. I believe you as much as I believe the crap I take in the morning.
I think I've actually seen that, and I can ask him. I'll send a note right now to ask what it actually is, because my belief is that it is Syriac.
Well, now we got another guy says that dog didn't translate the version that we're reading. It was an evangelical Arabic group. Okay, they used that dog for promotion. Hey, Yahweh, can you give me some references to that? I mean, I got 20 different Qurans, so I really doesn't matter if it's. I'm going to go look for one of my literal translations, word for word translation. Yasakari is a Pakistani man in Texas. So if Yasakari is a Pakistani man in Texas, how the hell is he is he an Arab? Are Pakistanis Arabs? Hey Jay, there is no sinkholes in the Quran. There is now. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, sinkholes. You're right. They're not holes. They're sinkholes. I'm searching. And yeah, you're going to be searching until the end of the.
Well, I sent the request off to my friend Usama. I mean,
okay.
So we'll see. He'll respond. He's a late night person, so he might actually still be up.
Hey, we'll have to get him on our channel in our, Okay, you have it. Okay, I got you. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, post it in one of my videos, my latest video, the one that I did today earlier this morning. I don't know if you can post it here. I think only mods can post links. But you should be able to go to one of my other videos and post it. Or you can email it to me. You got my email address. Just email it to me. So that way I know you have my email address. So there'll be no excuses when Sunday comes and, and don't forget, the topic is Islam. It's not Christianity. It's not Jesus is God or any of that stuff. I want you to, educate me on Islam and explain to me why the Quran is an incoherent, jumbled book.
I'm just putting in the chat room. I just had one of my older books put into a EPUB form. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, let me see. You know what? I think it's okay. The Muslim by choice, dad dog James White. Muslim by choice, man. I've been trying to get that sucker to debate me. Why is it all these guys? They love using excuses. Well, you don't show yourself on the camera. Well, you only got 387 subscribers. Well, you haven't done any debates. I mean, it just sounds like a whole bunch of excuses.
If you can't use logic, we have,
I mean,
you can't handle a debate if you don't understand logic.
How did David Wood start? Do you think he started with 30 debates? He will destroy me. Are you sure he will destroy me? Yahweh, whatever.
Some things are just too funny. I mean, when you have to have somebody who understands logic.
Tell him that I would love to debate him one-on-one, 3 minutes each, on Muhammad in the Bible or embryology in the Quran. I mean, I'd love to be taught embryology by a Muslim. And I'd love for him to show me how we're created from water. David Wood doesn't even understand the Trinity.
You apparently don't listen to what Christians say. So
no, he doesn't. You know,
that's the humor. They can't accept what Christians say because they're supposed Muhammad. They make claims that.
Hey! You look like you're at the bottom of the shit pile. How about I start with you? Aren't you a Muslim? I mean, surely you know enough about your Islam that you could show me off. Maybe you can prove to me that Muhammad is really in the Bible, and I will convert, man. I'll be a fucking Muslim. Pardon my language. Or if you can prove to me that embryology in the Quran is actually true, that Allah really did know how a fetus was created. Yeah, aren't you a Muslim? I mean, seriously, if you need scholars and imams to debate your Islam, then you're not a Muslim. Yeah, that's another good question. Is he or she, he's 16. Oh, okay. Still breastfeeding, I hear. Oh, I only do formal debate. Okay, well, let's have a formal debate. I'll tell you what. Hey, I'll post the link. Why would I want to go to Speaker's Corner? They hear a bunch of braying donkeys.
Well, there are Christians out there. We don't live in England. That's the number one reason why we wouldn't go.
Yeah, I'm going to. First of all, I ain't taking no jab to go there.
Yeah, no jabs for me.
Hey, is this not real life? What, you think you're talking to artificial intelligence here? Are you gay? Do you need to see my face? I mean, you can't handle having arguments?
You can't handle debating using logic.
I mean, they have to see my face. Dude, I wouldn't want to steal your 6-year-old wife. I'll tell you what, bring me anybody from Speaker's Corner. I mean, this is almost 2022. We have Skype, we have Zoom, we have StreamYard, we have Discords. There's no need to go to Speaker's Corner. Look at that. Chill.
I love Nim Grace here. Send me the money for a ticket, kiddo, and I may show up. Well, but I'm not willing to go. I'm not willing to get a jab of poison into my system.
Steve, that's all it is. You're gonna have a bunch of barking camels up there. They're not. And
they believe if they talk over you that's one of the rules I suggest is once you start raising your voice, you just gave the other person the win. So I mean, can any of you Muslims claim that you won't raise your voice when you're talking to us? I mean, I've only met maybe 2 so far that have come and debated.
So hey, whatever your name is, okay? My humor is better than my knowledge. Well, therefore, you should have more knowledge than I do. Why don't you come on to here? I just love people that, somehow they lose their balls. They lose their balls.
They don't know. I like this. If they don't read the Quran, they haven't read the Bible. 95% don't know Arabic. It's hard to tell. That the truth of the matter is they won't read the Quran because they don't read Arabic because they're told not to read it, and which makes them very, very sad.
Well, there you go.
If you can't read your holy book because it's not in you're not allowed to read it. I mean, what does it say about you?
Ha ha. Can you take a break from breastfeeding? There is the link to my show. Come on up. See, that's all they can do is.
And this is the response of a child under 18.
Yeah, he's probably.
I think
probably 13
Kadala
years old.
And Nim Grace are exactly right. This is somebody younger than 18, probably maybe age 10. I mean, this is maybe teenage. I don't think we're looking at somebody maybe over 18.
Now we got Michael Knight saying you don't know Greek.
I taught high school for many years, so I mean, I definitely know when I think you're exactly right, ladies. I think you're exactly 100% right.
I mean, this guy is, I mean, seriously, man.
I know Greek.
It could be Ali Dawa. What do you want to discuss? Let's discuss your Islam. You're a Muslim. Okay. Do you believe Muhammad is in the Bible? He, ho.
And I think the other one was what was embryology in the Quran?
Yeah, embryology in the Quran. Listen, I'll do embryology in the Quran, science in the Quran. Is there only one Quran? Is Muhammad in the Bible? Is the Quran the words of Allah? I mean, you name it. Does the Quran have errors, contradictions? I mean, seriously.
It's an easy one. You start with the cow, and it's talking about how it's even the cow, the bright yellow cow says that that Allah doesn't, he changes things because he's not the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. He's got to change things up.
I like Jade. Jade says, "Hey, meeting on Minecraft isn't an option." I don't know, Gedalia. You got to be careful. Those gushing fluids from your breastbone, those are dangerous weapons you got there. So, hey, I gave you the link. Do you need the link again? Do you need permission from your mama or your wet nurse? Are you even allowed to speak? See, I love busting these people, man. So, hey, do you believe Muhammad is in the Bible?
Silence. Unable to answer. Interesting. Again, you can't. It says, "Hey, he has no answers because."
Hey.
That's changing the topic is what they're.
Yeah, changing the topic. Listen, buddy.
A violation.
This is my channel.
Okay, we would love to have you stop using fallacious reasoning. Mr. Yahweh, please go take a class in logic so you don't look like a fool. Please do that. I mean, you're evidently under 18 years old. I mean, you keep demonstrating that. So
it's dawah. Well, RJ, I don't do dawah. Okay.
No, it's not dawah. This is the funny thing. You're not allowing dawah when you actually make people stay on topic.
So, Mr. I gave you the link.
Yeah, he can't.
Here's something else that's very interesting. You see Michael Knight here?
Yeah. Michael
Knight has time to bullshit on here, right?
But he doesn't have time.
But he, he's gonna have to email me, okay? Because first of all, Muslim by choice. I wouldn't trust these suckers not to edit a video if my life depended on it. Because we all know Muslims are nothing but a bunch of liars.
They lie so much they lie to themselves, especially about biology and medical things. I mean, it's hilarious. I mean, I'm going to put one of the things I'm still working on is the Islamization of knowledge in respect to medicine.
That's a good one.
Especially in respect to COVID. I mean,
that there's Muhammad says he's got the cure for COVID.
Camel piss.
No, it's not even camel piss. It's
what is it?
Nigel. I think it's the black seed.
Oh, I've seen that one.
Yeah. It cures everything except dying. Apparently, it can't cure that. So we need to tell Dr. Fauci, forget the vaccine, bro. Well, you're going about it all wrong.
One of the things we do know is the Iranians were involved at Wuhan in some respect because they started dropping like flies in the leadership in Iran very, very quickly afterwards. So,
right.
Yeah.
So, Yahoo, you're going to come up?
Too cowardly.
Yeah. No, he's still trying to get permission.
Well, he's not old enough to debate.
He's
maybe 17.
He's trying to get permission from his mommy.
I would really doubt even if he's 17 because he might be considered, in some cultures, they might consider him an adult. But I mean, I don't think he could get into a an
I think he's
adult
still
movie or
breastfeeding.
something.
He's still breastfeeding.
Yeah.
Muhammad did say no plague would ever touch Medina. Interesting.
You're correct. Yeah, that's funny.
So we got Michael Knight, who has time to play here, right? But he doesn't have time.
COVID isn't a plague, huh?
But
there's been other plagues that have hit Medina. I mean, apparently you don't know history, Mr. Michael Knight. So again, you don't do your own research. You just, I mean, what are you trying to do?
Yeah, he thinks he's being smart.
You're apparently not very intelligent. So again, Mr. who doesn't do his own research.
Actually, I don't recall saying that the seed was would cure any plague.
Yeah, you didn't. It's funny. I mean, yeah.
So again, Mr. Michael Knight, I think I might have to give you the boots too. If you got time to waste here, you've been on here for at least an hour, right? That's an hour that you could have been on my show educating us with your Islamic knowledge.
Which he doesn't know.
Which he doesn't know. But he wants to arrange something on Sunday. Michael Knight is probably another name for Jason Bourne or John Wick or something Whirl, okay? Who's never going to debate anybody because he knows the minute he debates, he's going to get his ass handed to him on a silver platter. Because
he can't stay on topic, number one.
Yeah.
I'm going to make you some of those nice. I made for Eric, winter videos.
Okay, cool.
And I'll send them to you later today. But I mean, it's just
he could be funny. He could be Jason Bourne. He could be Jason Bourne. That's why people like this. If you see a person, right, who's got time to be on the chat but doesn't have time to come up on the live stream.
Oh, you know what? He might. The other issue here is Michael Knight might not even be a male.
That's true. That's why he doesn't want to come on the mic, because then we'll know that it's a woman, and we know women are dumb when it comes to
Well, that's according to Islam, not according to anybody else. But
right.
Not worthy of being listened to, because in Islam, a woman can't be trusted to know the truth. I hate that. I mean, I know a great many intelligent women.
Oh,
that intelligent Muslim women, but again, they don't trust their own women.
Yeah, Jason Bourne will never step on stage. I believe Jason Bourne is the idiot who he went through all the trouble of making a fake Skype interaction between me and him. Then he sent it to What Do Muslims Know? But the dumbass didn't realize he's in the UK. Whoever this person was is in the UK. So it was time-stamped.
That's funny.
Okay, in the time that he sent it, I wasn't home. Not only that, my Skype has an avatar. His didn't have an avatar. So what happened? So he created an account or mimic an account, because you can change the name that appears on your account.
Yeah.
Like my account name is not Kufrophobia, but if you interact with me, it's going to say Kufrophobia. So he went through all the trouble, but he didn't realize that he didn't take care of the timestamp, because in the UK they're 5 hours ahead of me. I mean, you see how stupid these people are? I mean, they can't even do a good job at lying. So he was pretending that I told him, hey, I got to work. I'm not going to be able to debate you like I said. But he sends it to What Do sends it to me, says, hey, you're not debating this guy? I'm like, what do you mean I'm not debating this guy? He says, look, he sent me the message. You told him you can't debate. I said, I never sent him. I said, look at the timestamp and look at, where's my avatar?
He gets, they had to spank him, and you shared that information out with that site he shared that information on. Did they spank him too?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, misinformation it's easily manufactured. I mean, I did a video the other day. I mean, I shared the entire video of a Muslim who gave out misinformation. He had a chance to get it right and still put out the misinformation. And that was something that happened recently, that he went out and shared misinformation on. Maybe they're just good at sharing misinformation. Again, lying is part of the culture, which I wish it wasn't.
Right.
And this is one of my biggest concerns about the concept of civilization jihad. If lying is so acceptable to your culture that you lie so much that you don't know when you're not lying, or if you do it so much you can't stop yourself, how can we ever believe you? And this is one of the problems even in a debate. You make things up because you're so good at lying that you don't. I mean, do you think we don't check?
I mean, and I don't know if you've read these stories, but this was when ISIS was, had a stronghold in certain areas. And this is what they say. I don't believe that there's such a thing as a good Muslim. Now, there might be a few, but these Muslims in this particular town that was taken over by ISIS, these I don't know, call them moderate, so-called moderate Muslims, liberal Muslims, whatever. When they took over the town, the same Muslims that were having dinner over the houses of the Christians were either cutting the Christians' heads off or telling the ISIS that these people were Christians. So how can I trust a Muslim knowing that these people are willing to throw you under the bus if push comes to shove?
Well, let's take an example in Canada. There was this happened either last year or the year before. It was 2 years ago now. There was a restaurant owned by Muslims who were not Sharia compliant. And they were allowing people to bring their own wine into the place, and they could have, and they were allowed to have alcohol only if they brought their own in. So the family brought in wine, and they were, on the table. So a Sharia compliant Muslim comes in, and they're like, "Oh, you got to put that away." Well, it's because these people are Sharia compliant. We have to do that. So again, this is the fact. I mean, if you want to, this is the big problem. Is Muslims who are not Sharia compliant will submit to those who are, and it's problematic. It's extremely problematic. We see this over and over again. Highly documented. You can see that with Muslims submitting even in the halls of Congress here in the United States. You can see that with the Muslims who are not Sharia compliant submitting to Omar, Ilhan Omar, the incestuous, adulterous Omar. Yes.
So now Mr. Haig brings up the Crusades, but apparently he failed history because he doesn't know that the Crusades came after 400 years of Muslim crusades going around attacking and invading the Christian lands.
No, that's because they don't teach that. And that's, and even I'll say that even in public schools in the United States, they do not explain that. And that's, I've actually had to go through with the classes that I taught in global history. They start, the unfortunate truth is they will start with the call of the Pope. And, they don't explain the initial part.
Right.
And that's, but if you actually read what the Pope says in his initial call, he's like, we've been quiet too long. And this, if you actually read what that Pope said, he's talking about the rape of women. He's talking about molestation. He's talking about the cruelties that are happening to Christians and Jews that are still in Jerusalem and in this area. So, it's important to read history. It's important to understand the reasoning why they went. I've read some incredibly wonderful scholarly stuff on this. I submit to you to read about the Children's Crusade, which, I'll admit Catholics don't like to talk about it because they had children just, I don't know how many. It implies that there are literally hundreds of children who went to, who believed that they could cause the end of all these battles by just going down there and teaching love. So these children again, I recommend everybody to go look this up, that these children got down to the sea and they got on the boats and they were sold into slavery. Every last one of them. Yeah. And this is acceptable. They sold these children, these boys and these girls. And that's the truth of how it happened. But that's just one crusade. And yeah. And it's sick. I mean, that's the history. And again, I admit Catholics don't like to hear about that.
And Mr. Michael Knight here. Oh, they butchered everyone, including in Europe. Again, he doesn't understand. For 400 years, that's exactly what Islam was doing. Invading countries that never had anything to do with Islam.
The only reason Egypt is any semblance of Islamic is because the Muslims ran in and butchered them, and I mean slaughtered them, and they had no problem with that. It was Christian, all right. It was well known. It was a popular Christian place. The only reason Islam is there, you can go through even all the way through to Libya. Most of them were Christian, but again, slaughtered.
And if they weren't Christian, they were Buddhists.
Well, in Libya, no, they were.
No, I think it's either Afghan or Iraq.
Okay.
The Persian Empire, the Sassanid Empire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean they don't tell you about the first 400 years.
When I recommend picking up some Altaberry history. Funny thing about that, published by the State University of New York, which I think we should be sharing some of the information from that in every school, in public school in New York, to learn about the slaughter, about how they laud it and they applaud it, and it's a sick history.
See, he doesn't even know that whole Dark Ages, that was a term that came long after and really has nothing to do with what the Muslims think that it has to do.
Actually, it kind of does. The Dark Ages are relevant because it has to do with Islam stopping a lot of things.
Right.
So if you apparently don't understand what the Dark Ages refers to a time where Islam cut off knowledge from the world, and that's what Dark Ages actually refers to, the time Islam cut off knowledge from the world, and that's the exact reference. And again, if you're a historian, you actually know history, you would know that, and you probably wouldn't want to bring that up ever in a debate because it just revealed that you really don't know anything about history.
And it's the same thing with the they say, oh, Andalusian was so great. There's a good book out there. I think it's called the Myth of Andalusian or something.
I've got that book. Yeah. Let me just. Yeah, I can.
I mean, they want to portray it as, oh my God, the Muslims are so nice. They treated everybody like with kid gloves. My rear end. Hey, Michael Knight, before you guys invaded the Christian lands and the Sassanid lands, you guys didn't know jack. So if it wasn't for the knowledge that existed in the countries that you guys invaded, you guys would still be probably wiping your ass with stones.
So I have
stole everything from Muslims. You dumbass Muslim. You stole everything from us.
The Myth of Andalusian Paradise. I recommend it highly, by Dario Fernandez Morera. Let's see. In Islamic Spain, holy war was not only for the benefit of the individual soul of the believer, but also for the ultimate triumph of Islam. Holy war, wrote Ibn Hazm, rather ominously, makes the kafir leave the darkness of kufar to be brought to the light of Islam. And there's a statement for it. There's a citation for it. In other words, so that darkness of the infidelity could be defeated, it is necessary that the light of Muslim law be extended over an ever increasing number of men, or at least those who resist disappear. So there was no period of peace. Understand that. There was no, there was no paradise. It was constant battle for hundreds of years. There was no concept of paradise, not to those who were under Islamic rule there. It was, in fact, it was such an horror. I recommend this book to everyone. And in fact, please go pick this up. Go to Amazon, The Myth of the Andalusian Paradise. Outstanding book. I mean, I can't recommend it highly enough. I think that every social studies teacher in America should be reading this book and should be sharing it with their students in some form. Outstanding book. Here's a quote from this is on page 19. The traditional interpretation has been that the invasion was impelled by belief in the notion of jihad in the sense of holy war. When writing history in certain epochs, particularly in the 19th century, it was natural to ascribe the growth of Islam to the ardor of the faith of early Muslims. The pursuit of jihad as holy war is not a motivating factor relevant to the clashes between Muslims and the people they vanquished in the first century of Islam, at least not as far as the conquest and the subsequent occupation of the Iberian Peninsula is concerned. I mean, there is just so much in here that could it would just kind of blow your mind. But then, if you don't wake up and understand reality, that's the sadness. Go and do some research. I mean, I spend, for each book I write, I can't even tell you how many hours and days and months I spend doing research before I start to write. And that's part of the issue. You have to do your own research.
Well, excuse me. They only believe the crap that they've been fed. They don't pick up a book. And it's the same thing with the Bible. They just regurgitate the same crap from D-Dodds and Zachariah, two idiots who've never really debated a debater. Okay,
no, and those guys lose every time they show up.
And this is how stupid D-Dot was, because I have the video of it on my channel where I can't remember if who he was debating, Dowell or something, Pastor Dowell or something, where he said, nowhere in the 27 books of the New Testament does Jesus say I was dead and I became alive. And he pulled out, I think it was Revelation something, where Jesus said, I was dead and now I am alive. That should have ended that dumbass's career right there. Hey, nobody is jealous, okay? As a matter of fact, I'm surprised your 5 minutes is over, okay? If you're not going to come up on here, okay, I'm going to just remove you. Bang, bye, da boom, bob. I'm not here to play around with these people.
I mean, they don't even read their own histories. They make these, foolish, insane claims. Again, they don't read their own histories. And it's just insanity.
Hey,
I do. I did not know. I mean, I'll be honest. I did not know how sick and perverted Islam was until I started reading their own histories. There are actual discussions in Al-Tabari. Part of Islamic conquests often include, I shouldn't say often, but it does include sexual conquests that they describe in pornographic material. I can't describe it any other way, because I hired a note taker to put my notes down that I wrote in the book. I had to actually cover pages of material because my person I have taking my notes is a woman, and I would never ask her to. I think her husband would probably want to kill me for some of the pornographic material I had to cover. Oh my God, it is just that bad.
Now, is this a book?
Yeah, Al-Tabari's history has.
Just send me on Skype the name of the book and stuff like that, and I'll
I'd have to go. I have too many of them. I'd have to go back and
Okay.
It's just 9. It's just
or just give me the name of the author and I'll be able to find
Altaberry.
Okay.
I can't remember which one, but it's just some of these things are just so pornographic.
Yeah, Skype me the name because by the time I leave here, I'll forget.
Sure.
Because I like to have these, even if I don't read books, I like to have them as reference because you never know when somebody might try to pull one on you. That's why when I talk to Muslims and they say something, I want their source. Now, even if they say, well, it's only in Arabic, that's okay. I mean, I can figure out, At-Tabri's history?
At-Tabari, is that how you say it?
Okay. I have his 40 volumes.
Yeah, it's in there. And it's incredibly sexually explicit. So you have to be careful, even when, I have to say, when you have to be careful reading this stuff. You can't read it. If you were to read this on here and you didn't put NC-17 or something on there to only allow, you would be banned. I mean, you could be forever, your channel could be blocked, right? Because it's that filthy. You have to be very careful when you're picking up some of these Islamic histories because I mean, I laughed when I read about the first. Here's one of the things that made me laugh with Al-Tabari's history, however you want to pronounce his name. There's this passage in there about the first Muslim in a boat to create war using a boat, and I think it's not Abu Bakr, it's the second caliph, is so concerned that they're going to take a battle to sea. So the first warrior who leads a battle has to take his entire family on the boat because he has to have faith enough in the concept of being on the water that he would take his family. I sat there and I laughed and laughed when I read that because, again, these are desert people. They're too scared to go farther. I mean, they didn't know the concept when they here's one of the things that actually, when you're reading along and they start to go into Syria, they're like, what is this? I mean, they're talking about grass and they don't know how to deal with some of the different terrain and lush rivers, and they're kind of confused. I mean, reading these histories is just, oh my gosh, it's just incredible. I mean,
have you ever read the book called The Prophet of Doom?
I don't think I've read that one. I have The World's Most Notorious Prophet.
Okay, it's a long read. It's about 1,000 pages.
That's about what the one I have.
Everything is sourced, and from Al-Tabari, from the Hadiths, and everything.
Yeah, that's the same with The World's Most Notorious Prophet.
And it was so funny because in there you're reading about the creation of Adam, and Adam ferments for about 40 days, and while Adam is fermenting, right, Satan likes to go in through his rear end and come out of his mouth. Okay, so, this is in The Prophet of Doom.
This one, the one I'm talking about, The World's Most Notorious Prophet, it's titled "It's All About Muhammad: A Biography of the World's Most Notorious Prophet."
Oh, I have the book, All About Muhammad.
Yeah, it's an incredibly
one of the few books that I actually have. That's actually, well, it was sent to me. I have the paperback.
Oh, I'm still a lover of paperback. It
was free.
Starting to sell EPUBs.
Somebody sent it to me for free because this was when I was involved in Facebook on doing debates or participating in those debate groups, and I met someone and she's like, hey, if you give me your address, I'll send you So she sent it to me, and I also have a physical copy of the Crap On, But anyway, I can't believe it. We did 5 hours in the half, man. We beat we beat yesterday's record. So now we are in chapter 3, which is long, but not as long as chapter 2. Now we're in chapter 3, which is the family of Imran. That should be fun. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. Listen, guys, from now on, if somebody is trying to distract, just block them or ban them or kick them. I don't care. I honestly really don't care. Okay. Because I want people to come here and actually learn something. Okay. Having a debate on the chat, you're not learning anything. You can set up a debate. Okay. I can even host it on my channel if I have time left on my stream, or I can do it through Zoom or Skype, or actually I do have a Discord server, which I don't really use it. But yes, God bless and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to everybody. God bless.
May 2022 be much better, and God, please let them take over the House and the Senate, but with some real Republicans, not these rhinos that we have there. I honestly would like to see 80% or 90% of Congress just be changed.
It could be changed all because of Biden.
You know, but here's the other thing. Can we trust the elections? If nothing really. Now, I do know states are actually changing the election laws, but you know, let's see what happens. I think starting probably tomorrow, after New Year's tomorrow, I think they're going to start pushing the crap that the European countries are pushing. Now, that's not going to go too well here in the United States.
You know, we still have our guns.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't trust the elections. Not as long as they use Dominion. Today, to attacking Christian families. Okay. But anyway, Paul, thank you for coming.
God bless. Thank you.
I know you said 2 hours. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, thank you for coming. May you have a good new year. Stay safe. Man, I couldn't find any eggnog. Oh, well. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what time I will be on tomorrow. Okay, I'm not going to wake up early. I'm thinking maybe 1 o'clock. I'll start my, what do you call it? Dissecting the Quran. I guess it's episode number 4. I'm going to have to start labeling this. All right, Gedalia, thank you for coming. Everybody, God bless. Stay safe. And do like Apostate Prophet says, stay away from Islam. Nem Grace, I'm in the Eastern Standard Time. I'm on the East Coast time. New York time, Florida time, Georgia time. Georgia on my mind. Well, it depends on what part of Georgia. So yeah, Eastern Standard Time. So probably about 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. All right. And if you're subscribed, and now I don't know how you guys know that I'm doing a live show, because on my other YouTube account, it doesn't tell me. But I see people here when I'm not even on live yet. Yes, stay away from Islam. Yeah, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or, hey, what do you guys think? Maybe I shouldn't do one because it is New Year's, so I don't know. People are probably celebrating, having lunch or dinner with their families. Maybe I can hold off until, Monday. Anyway, I'll think about it. If I go live, you guys will know. Anyway, I'm not going to do it now. Do it? Okay. Grace says to do it, so I'm going to do it. Even if it's just me and Grace, I'll do it. 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Unless I croak, which let's hope not. I mean, I'm not that old. So we'll do it tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Have your questions ready when I'm doing it. See, that's the problem. I can't see your questions because I'm not looking. I'm going to have to figure out how to do this. Maybe I'll have 3 laptops. One laptop I'll be reading, the other laptop I'll be watching, so we can interact. Anyway, God bless Jade, Scadelia, Nem Grace, whoever's still left. I will see you guys tomorrow on 2022. Alhamdulillah. All right, now I definitely got to end this thing. My poor dog wants to go out. Later, Gator.